the question posed to her. "These concerns are very real. However, we have a dissolution program which has been agreed upon by all but the most stubborn of governments. We will slowly give up our powers, and as a new dawn emerges from the shadows, we will become just another organization to be wound up and shelved." "And how long will it be until this new dawn you mention?" "Ask me that question in a year, and I'd be able to give you a more precise answer. My answer now would be 10 years, once the dust cloud has settled and when rebuilding work is well underway and a sense of normality has returned to all our lives." "Thank you, Miss Lima. That has been a nice taster for what is to come on the rest of the program. We'll now switch to the telemetry team for some real-time information. James, over to you." The image shifted to an adjoining studio where a young, suited man stood next to a large screen which had multiple pictures and graphs on it. "Thanks, Jessica, and good day to you all. It's that time of the show where we update you on the meteorite's latest asteroid, and on ground reports from all over the world." James touched the screen and enlarged a shot of the asteroid itself as it slowly rotated on a skewed axis. With a flick of his hand, the image became holographic, floating in the air beside him. "Breaking news," he said. "Apparently gravitational pull from the close pass to the moon has altered AG5's trajectory very slightly. Data now suggests it will be striking 150 miles due south of previous predictions. This may affect a few penguins down in the South Pole, but the rest of us not so much. AG5's speed hasn't changed, although images from tracking systems tell us it has shed more ice from its surface, along with a chunk of rock a couple of 100 feet in diameter. This new piece of debris heading our way," he flicked his finger and brought up another image, this time showing the reverse side of AG5, "has been imaginatively entitled AG5 Minor, and it may prove to be an anomaly which was unforeseen by many of the world's scientists. The reason for this occurrence is that the composition of AG5 Minor is theorized to be less dense than its bigger brother. Another explanation is that it has been slowly detaching for thousands of years, and the recent shift in gravity finally enabled it to break free. We will be running a poll later to rename AG5 Minor, so please utilize your chosen media port to send us your ideas. I'd like to call it Ernie, as it's quite cute compared to AG5, which I like to refer to as Bert. As you may have guessed, I'm a big Sesame Street fan." James grinned at the camera before moving to another image frame and expanding it to reveal live footage of an ocean. Off to the left-hand side, a land mass could be seen. South Africa. Here is Ground Zero, looking nice and quiet, although give it a few hours and this stream will become the most watched film ever, eclipsing even that of the famous moon landings of the 1960s. When the supercondensed frame rate is viewed a millisecond at a time, we will be able to analyze the impact of a meteorite like never before, or indeed, perhaps, ever again. "No doomsayers," he said with a roll of his eyes. "That's not because we'll all be dead, but because this may be the only meteorite we will ever be able to track and predict its impact site accurately due to its size, predictability, and the resources we have put into tracking it. Oh, I'm sorry, everyone. My producer's telling me that I didn't tell you all where Ernie is going to land. Well, according to our friends at the GMRC, AG5 Minor, a.k.a. Ernie, will be landing somewhere in... Hang on, is that right? Sorry, folks, bear with me." He put a couple of fingers to his right ear for a moment, listening. His face grew grave. "Apparently AG5 Minor will be impacting in India, near the town of Agra. Evacuations have already begun. They believe they can get most of the area clear before... Oh, God, I'm sorry, this is difficult news to disclose live. Current estimates have the population of Agra at 3 million people. The GMRC emergency unit was mobilized as soon as they received confirmation of AG5 Minor's strike zone 20 hours ago. They already have 70% of the devastation zone cleared, and a further 13% will be achieved before the time of impact, which is going to be nearly identical to that of AG5 itself. Up-to-date prognosis is that loss of life will be 500,000. The presenter looked stunned, staring blankly into the camera as he comprehended the news he had just delivered. The camera switched view to Jessica Klein, who hastily moved some paperwork to one side. "This is truly devastating news, and our thoughts and prayers go out to those people whose families' lives are going to be cut cruelly short. We'll revisit the progress of AG5 and AG5 minor later on in the program. Now we'll take a look at the worldwide weather forecast, which will include details of how climate and weather patterns are predicted to change after impact." Rebecca turned off the television. All those poor people, she thought, feeling quite emotional and helpless. She sent out a silent prayer to them, they who wouldn't see out the next day, asking God to protect their souls. She looked over to Joseph, who was happily colouring in a pop-up fire station. He caught her looking and gave her a loving smile, and then turned his attention back to the job in hand, his face screwed up in concentration as he fought to keep within the lines of the image. After she had tidied up some of Joseph's toys, she poured herself a drink and settled back on the sofa, her mug of cocoa steaming between her hands. She turned the TV back on. "Yes, I can hear you. This is terrible news. Do you know when it started, and what is happening right now?" Jessica Klein was asking a reporter who appeared to be in a crowded city somewhere. "It started recently. Word got out about the new threat, and panic has swept through the country. It's absolute carnage here. Thousands are being shot by the army and police, but this is happening across the whole of India. News of AG5 minor has brought terror to the streets of the capital," he said, raising his voice as automatic gunfire cracked nearby. People in the background screamed and shouted in fear as armed men could be seen advancing on them. "I have to relocate. The use of deadly force is indiscriminate." He ducked down as bullets rained around him. The camera angle shifted to the ground and began jerking up and down as the cameraman sprinted behind his colleague for safety. "I can't get in anywhere," the reporter shouted, terror clear in his voice as the camera angle glanced past his legs. Gunfire roared out, and chilling screams streamed over the feed, which continued to transmit before fuzzing out. The TV went dark for about 10 seconds before Jessica Klein reappeared on screen looking distraught. "That was a live report from Martin Johansson in New Delhi. We don't know if Martin or his cameraman sustained any injuries, as the stream has gone down. The Indian government has locked down communications to try to stifle further unrest. We can only pray they made it to safety in time. We're now switching to a report coming in from here in London. Kira, can you hear me?" "I can, Jessica. This is Kira Jones on the streets of London. The already deployed Territorial Army are being bolstered by regular troops. Tanks are rolling menacingly down the Mall, and Typhoon fighters have been scrambled as the UK government seeks to deter any mass hysteria similar to that seen in India. Live rounds have been authorised, we've been told, so I advise anyone in the streets to go indoors and to stay put until things have calmed down. This unexpected turn of events is having major repercussions, but the GMRC has told me that there are protocols in place for occurrences such as these. I just hope they won't result in the further bloodshed of civilians like the scenes we just witnessed on the streets of New Delhi. Back to you in the studio." "Thank you, Kira. We're now going straight to another location in Saudi Arabia. Claire, can you hear me?" "I can, Jessica," replied a middle-aged woman wearing a headscarf. "Something strange is going on here. People are rioting, but the Saudi government isn't doing anything in response. I think they may be waiting for it to burn itself out, but that doesn't appear to be happening. Wait, I can hear something. A deep humming noise. It's a helicopter, I think. No, wait. Yes, it's helicopters, and they're broadcasting from a speaker system around the city, telling people to go back inside, but it doesn't appear to be working. They're Apache gunships. Wait! They're opening fire! Oh, my God! They're not stopping! Can you see this? They're committing mass murder!" The camera zoomed in on the military helicopters, which fired off rapid bursts into the crowds of rioters and looters. "This is horrendous! I don't think we can show any more right now." The television picture went back to the studio and Jessica Klein. "That was Claire Andrews reporting from Saudi Arabia. We're getting reports of other full-scale military deployments all around the world. Thankfully, no other scenes like those we've just witnessed. But since the meteorite hasn't even hit yet, we may be in for a very bumpy ride. Actually, we're temporarily suspending this program as we bring you a global alert warning from the GMRC's media platform." The screen went black once more, and a familiar emblem displayed. GMRC. The screen dissolved into a shade of red, and white letters appeared. "This is a GMRC emergency broadcast. Do not adjust your media player. This is a critical alert. Protocol 1 Delta. An emergency worldwide curfew will commence in 12 hours. Proceed calmly to your home or a place of refuge until further notice. Lethal force will be utilized to preserve the peace. This is Emergency Protocol 1 Delta. This is not a drill." The GMRC logo displayed again, and then the message repeated itself. Rebecca's phone sounded an alarm, and she picked it up. It was the same message from the GMRC. Full curfew was going into effect already. Her buried fears suddenly rose to the surface, and her pulse quickened. A knock on the door made her jump. She went over and opened it. Julie, her co-worker, stood in the hallway looking nervous. "We're all in the main lounge. Do you want to come and join us?" Rebecca saw Julie was scared, so she nodded. "I'll just get Joseph, and I'll be right with you." "Come on, Joseph, let's go to the playroom," she enthused to him. Beaming away, Joseph packed up his pencils and crayons and folded away his pop-up book. "Later," he said. "Yes, you can finish it later. Let's go now with Julie to see the others." She took Joseph's hand and went out into the corridor. "Have you seen the news?" Julie said. "It's so awful. All those people killed. I've got the janitor to lock up the building. Do you want a cup of tea or anything?" she asked Rebecca, her voice shaking. Joseph shuffled into the lounge, but Rebecca stopped and held on to Julie's arm. "Julie, we have to be strong for them. If they think we're scared, they will get scared." She looked into Julie's eyes to see if she could find the girl's reason. "Okay?" "Okay," Julie said, giving her a weak smile. They followed Joseph in to find all the other residents, carers, and patients alike gathered in the room in two groups. The mentally handicapped were off entertaining themselves on a rug, and Joseph had already gone and joined them. The carers had huddled round the TV and spoke in raised, agitated tones. Rebecca headed towards the TV to see the news ran in one image while another displayed the GMRC's alert message. She went straight up to it and switched it off. "We were watching that," an older woman said to her. She was one of the second-tier carers who helped manage the building and admin, normally issuing duties and rosters to Rebecca, Julie, and the part-timers. "We know what's going on," Rebecca replied coolly. "So instead of feeding your own fear and passing it around, I think it would be better for us all to concentrate on our wards. We should focus on them rather than a situation we cannot control." "But we need to know what's going on," said the older woman as she leaned around Rebecca to turn the TV back on. Rebecca moved so she couldn't reach the switch. "Maria, we have our phones for GMRC and local news updates," she said, her expression stern. "We do not need the TV on in here any longer." Maria squared up to her, trying to stare her down, but Rebecca held firm, her face set. She raised her eyebrows, and Maria relented. "So what do you propose?" Maria grumbled, her defiance deflated but not gone. I say we look after them and act as normally as we can. In the meantime, Julie, come with me. I need your help." "With what?" Julie said. "Just some clothing I got recently," she told her. Rebecca left the room and led Julie back to her apartment. On entering, she quickly turned on the TV, hooked up her phone, and scanned the local information feeds. Thankfully, much to her relief, no disturbances had been reported. Switching it off, she went over to a cupboard and opened it up to reveal 2 large, bulging black sacks. "Help me with these, will you?" she asked her friend as she passed a heavy sack to her. "This weighs a ton. What have you got in here?" Rebecca tapped her nose mysteriously and winked, which eased the tension in Julie's face. "Just some supplies in case things get a little ugly." "Like what?" "Wait and see," Rebecca said, as she hefted her own bag down and shut the cupboard door. Chapter 14. Impact Day. Space. A cold, deep expanse. An endless void interspersed with spherical bodies of matter and energy, so large they defied comprehension. And within this cosmic eternity, the solar system continued to perform its majestic dance without pause. Sunlight glinted off the surfaces of Earth's oceans as the sun edged out from behind its silhouette. Wispy white cloud structures slipped across a new dawn as a dark shape loomed large above, still distant but closing impossibly fast. Barely noticeable on the very limit of the planet's gravitational field, bisecting Earth and the blackness of space, a small craft maneuvered into position. Rays reflected off its white casing, and small, irregular jets of gas vented out into the vacuum surrounding it. "This is Orbiter 1. We are prepped and a go for live feed, Houston." "Orbiter 1, we are reading you 5x5. Live feed is a go." "We are tracking 2 targets, Houston, as expected. Velocities and trajectories are following observational data, and impact sites will be unchanged. I repeat, impact sites will be unchanged, Houston." "Roger that. That's a visual and confirmed telemetry check. Thank you, Orbiter 1. Please ensure all secondary and tertiary recording systems are activated and data transmission is shielded as per simulations." "We read you, Houston. We are proceeding as directed. Orbiter 1 out." "Copy, Orbiter 1. Tyler Magnuson shifted his seat 180 degrees to take in the view from the nano-fabricated observational window on the USSS Orbiter 1. His fellow astronaut, Ivan Sikorsky, sat beside him for what was going to be the biggest show on Earth ever witnessed. At the flick of a few switches and tapping of buttons, Tyler dialed in the telescopic digital head-up display and brought up the tracking window. The asteroid had reached the final transition towards Earth's atmosphere. "This is it, then," he said to Ivan. "These glasses will protect us from the flash, won't they?" Ivan asked him as he fidgeted nervously with them. "So they tell me," Tyler said. "If in doubt, just don't look." "What, and miss the greatest ever event in history? I don't think so." Tyler twisted a couple of dials overhead, their tiny cams clicking for each notch moved, and then checked the countdown timer. It read 1 minute, 5 seconds. "Here we go," Tyler said, and they both pulled down their visor glasses to block out the blinding light of the impact that was about to occur. "All camera video streams are recording across the board. Let's enjoy the show." The two men gazed out into deep space with the shining light of Earth on their left. AG-5 2011 hurtled towards them, now clearly visible with the naked eye. In a heartbeat, it was past, shooting through the thin layer of gas surrounding the planet. Moving at 9 miles a second, the asteroid cut like a burning comet through the sky below. A brilliant flash of white light eclipsed their field of vision, momentarily blinding them despite their protective glasses. A yellow dome erupted from the center of the light, ever climbing and widening as the impact explosion shattered everything in its path. The first tsunami streaked out like a ripple on a pond, except this ripple was a mile high and traveling at 1,000 miles an hour. The smaller trail of smoke indicated the course of AG5 Minor, which had impacted in India at roughly the same instant as the main strike off the South African coastline. A dark cloud rose up from the primary impact zone, and a haze from a great plume of steam expanded alongside it as water rushed back into the massive crater left by the asteroid. "I hope they managed to get everyone out of the way of the smaller one in time," Ivan said. Tyler nodded in solemn agreement. Houston had told them the people were being evacuated, and that was some time ago, so hopefully casualties had been minimal. He flicked a switch as the show below still unfolded, in what looked like slow motion from so far away, but which in actuality occurred at frightening speed on the surface. "Houston, are you getting this? Copy, Orbiter 1. We have 100% data conversion down here. Not a packet lost. Good job." "Tyler," Ivan said. Tyler looked over at his colleague, who still looked intently at the planet. Ivan pointed far off to the horizon, thousands of miles away from the impact zone. "What are they?" Tyler looked back down, following the path of Ivan's finger. He squinted, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. About a dozen small trails were arcing up from the surface in unison. At the tip of each trail, a small, bright light pulsated, a pinpoint from their distant vantage point. "They look like rocket trails, don't they?" Ivan was right. That's exactly what they were. Another wave had launched behind the first, perhaps 20 more. Tyler brought the reserve camera online and positioned it on the area. "Houston, this is Orbiter 1. I'm sending you an additional feed. There appears to be some ballistic activity over China." A silent pause hung in the air as he waited for a response. "Copy, Orbiter 1. We're receiving your new signal. Decrypting." Tyler watched the trails drop back to the surface, where small domed lights sprang up as each one struck, and it dawned on him what he was seeing. A nuclear attack. "Houston, we have confirmed multiple detonations. Over." "Copy, Orbiter 1. We see them too. Utilizing one of our satellites, it seems the Chinese have launched a full-blown nuclear strike on Japan and South Korea." "Dear God," Ivan said. "Copy that, Houston," Tyler said, watching in horror as rockets lifted off in a return volley from Japan. "And may God protect us." Rebecca sat in her room resting while checking the BBC News show on her TV display. She had witnessed the image of the meteorite hitting the Indian Ocean, and multi-image videos informed viewers about the progress of each wave, fire, earthquake, and dust cloud from the main site. She brought up another channel. The same images played out. She tried another and another and another 3 after that. All showed the same pictures. At last the inexorable wait was over, and it felt liberating. The veil had been lifted, and life could now push ahead and brace for the future instead of concentrating on one single point in time. She checked the data feeds again. The National Guard had been bolstered by the army, but tensions ran high as people were herded like cattle to prevent disorder. "This is going too far," she thought, the images she'd witnessed earlier still strong in her mind's eye. She switched back to the BBC. Jessica Klein was still on air. "According to reports," the newsreader was saying, "the dust cloud is travelling across the upper reaches of the sky much quicker than had been predicted. The whole of Africa is already in darkness. and it is only a few hours since AG5 hit. You can see from these military satellites, which are still operational, the coverage is spreading at an alarming rate. Rebecca watched as a dark smear gradually swallowed up the continent of Africa. What had been estimated to take 6 to 12 months seems like it is only going to take a few days. The resolve of governments will be tested to the limit, as already nervous populations may be overwhelmed by this new turn of events. As I mentioned earlier, we will now be going live to New York for an address from the United Nations Secretary-General Enitan Owusu. A tall African man stood in front of a rostrum with a slim black microphone in front of him and the United Nations logo emblazoned on a hoarding behind. "People of the world," said the Secretary-General in a deep and measured voice, "the asteroid has impacted, and the predicted after-effects are playing out as we envisaged. Yet there is one small factor that seems to have been miscalculated, and that is the dust cloud. The unexpected speed of the cloud's expansion is an anomaly. However, preparing for and dealing with unforeseen repercussions has been an element of GMRC protocol responses for many years. Every one of us has long been aware that such scenarios were possible, thanks to the teachings of the GMRC's Global Education Program. Every nation's government is fully prepared for every eventuality, including this one, and there is absolutely no need for panic. Please stay in your homes and remain calm. Governments have bolstered national guards with regular military personnel all around the world to ensure you are protected and kept safe during this period of transition. Please remember, looting and rioting will not be tolerated on any level, and people who do so will be dealt with swiftly and effectively. There is no need for alarm, as these measures have been in place for many years and are for your protection. Once the dust cloud has completed its coverage of the atmosphere, normality will resume as quickly as possible. It will take time to get used to living beneath the cloud, but the restricted daytime curfew tests which have been undertaken by each nation's government in the last 6 months will stand us all in good stead for what is to come. GMRC reports and updates will be issued on the hour every hour for the next month and bi-hourly thereafter. This message will be repeated every hour on all media platforms and translated into all languages for 7 days. You will now receive messages from your respective leaders. Thank you for your time." The studio view came back on screen, and Jessica Klein was once more center stage, her red outfit complementing the blue and white of the studio set. "We are now going straight to an address by your country's leader, depending on your location." An animated BBC graphic displayed briefly, and then the President of the United States of America was at his desk in the Oval Office. "My fellow Americans, and to all our military personnel stationed around the world, the difficulties we will face in the days ahead will be challenging, but not insurmountable. Due to unforeseen fallout resulting from the meteorite's impact, the dust cloud, predicted to reach the east coast of the United States in a few months' time, is now likely to arrive in 3 days. I have deployed U.S. Army troops onto our streets to bolster the National Guard, already positioned throughout the country." Rebecca listened intently as the President outlined the people's responsibility to remain calm and optimistic during what was a minor setback to planned proceedings. Rebecca wasn't convinced by his rhetoric, most of which just reiterated what the Secretary-General of the UN had already said. The dust cloud was spreading quicker than expected, and after listening to the speeches, she felt an increased anxiety rather than the calm they were supposed to induce. She'd prepared herself for a specific time frame, and now that had gone out of the window, everything was up in the air, literally. With a wry smile slipping from her face as quickly as it had appeared, she left her small apartment to rejoin the others. In the lounge, the TV was back on. Rebecca sighed and went to turn it off, but Maria caught her hand in an iron grip. "What are you doing?" Rebecca said, twisting herself free and looking at the others who avoided her gaze. "We agreed to keep this off. While you were gone, we decided that things had calmed down a bit and we could put it back on without upsetting them," Maria told her smugly. "Yourselves, without upsetting yourselves," is what Rebecca wanted to retort, but unfortunately Maria was right. All the carers seemed much more composed, and they sat quietly, showing little sign of agitation, although most still looked pale and worried. "Fine, just make sure it stays that way," Rebecca said, sitting down next to Julie, and a very old woman whom Julie looked after on a regular basis. "Hello, Edna. How are you keeping?" Rebecca asked the woman loudly. "I'm fine, dear. I don't like this film, though." Edna indicated the news channel on the screen. "It seems to keep repeating itself." "I didn't correct her," Julie whispered to Rebecca. "No point scaring her." "Good idea," Rebecca said as she started watching. "We now have some breaking news, so we're going directly to our Chinese correspondent Simon MacDonald in Beijing," Jessica Klein was saying. The studio shot slipped to one side of the screen, and in a digital frame, a reporter with a graphic of the Beijing city skyline behind him appeared. "Thank you, Jessica. Only moments ago, rockets heading out towards the east coast passed overhead in what can only be a military attack by China on its closest neighbor, Japan. Other reports are also coming in from the north of missiles being launched in the direction of South Korea, although this is currently unverified." "Was there any warning this was going to happen?" Jessica asked him. "None, although there have been steadily disintegrating tensions in the area for the last decade. China has been growing ever stronger, while South Korea and Japan have waned, both economically and militarily." "Surely they know the rest of the world won't let this action go unpunished," Jessica said. "They obviously don't care," Simon replied. "With their economy the major force in the world, and their military might unrivaled, who can stand against them? There is only the United States, and their resources are massively overstretched due to AG5 and its fallout, likewise with the EU and other powerful nations." "What about the UN?" "The UN is in China's pocket these days," he said. "Sadly, this is something we should have seen coming." "Shouldn't you be getting to some kind of shelter?" "We're already in a basement office. We'll be going down to a lower-level car park after this broadcast." "Are there any reports of retaliation from the Japanese or South Koreans?" "The South Koreans no longer have nuclear weapons due to a decommissioning pact with North Korea 5 years ago. Japan has some, but China has been investing heavily in its missile shield defense system for some time, and it's unlikely anything the Japanese fire at them will get through." "Is this something the Chinese have been planning for a long time, then?" "That may well be the case. What better time to launch an attack than when the rest of the world is looking elsewhere?" "I can't see the US standing by and letting this happen to two of their allies," Jessica said. "Surely they will react." "I don't know about that, but I do know that many people will have just died, and many more will continue to die in the most terrible of ways imaginable." The window showing the BBC's Chinese correspondent faded from view, and Jessica Klein once more filled the whole screen with multiple news tickers flagging up the latest reports from around the world. "We have just received a statement issued by the White House of the United States," Jessica continued, "which reads as follows. Such a blatant attack on our allies will not be tolerated now or ever. We will be sending in negotiators to both sides to try to resolve the issue before any further blood is shed. US and NATO forces are on high alert, and UN diplomats are also on their way to speak to the governments concerned. Rest assured that this incident will not bring about a world war during a time when upheaval is already upon us. Further updates will be made via the White House when and where necessary. End of statement. Going back to our panel of guests. Michael, if I may speak to you first, it seems your government is not willing to back up its allies with force. This is an extremely surprising statement, isn't it? The image zoomed out slightly and then focused in on Michael Bailey from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. I don't think so, Jessica. As the White House administration has stated quite clearly, our position is clear. The United States will ensure that peace is quickly brought about and by any means available to us. And does that include the use of force? She said, pressing him for an answer. Michael Bailey sat up straighter, his body language defensive. Until I have been properly briefed, I am not in a position to comment further. Jessica Klein looked a little incredulous at his response. Dr. Mowbray, you have had experience with international affairs. How do you see this military non-intervention policy by the United States?
I think it's too early to speculate, but considering the arrival of AG-5, the U.S. is obviously more concerned with ensuring stability at home than wading into a war with arguably the most powerful nation on the planet. We also don't know the reason for the aggression, and which side is accountable for instigating initial hostilities. Perhaps we should get some clear facts before calling for further action by a third party.
The newsreader nodded her head as she took in the Archbishop's answer. I think they are very valid points. However, such an apparently weak statement from the White House is almost unheard of. Am I missing something here? The use of nuclear weapons is a declaration of war, and since it is a declaration of war on America's allies, then it is a declaration of war on America itself. And yet the statement released by the White House is virtually as toothless as those issued by the UN on a regular basis when military action is called for. Jessica put her finger to her ear as she took instructions from her producer and nodded. My apologies. We're going to have to suspend this discussion as we're shifting to a live report coming out of South Korea, where we have footage of the aftermath of one of the bombs. The images you're about to see are from a remote camera and may be disturbing. The studio scene once again shrank to one side of the screen, and another frame enlarged. Smoke billowed ominously in the initial image, and then it cleared to reveal a decimated landscape that had once been a great city. A reporter, Andrew Stapleton, according to the graphic, described what was being shown. This complete annihilation of an urban area laid out below us is the remnants of South Korea's capital city, Seoul. Untold numbers of people are dead, and that figure will only rise, considering many other bombs have ravaged the nation, bringing it to its knees. The bodies you can clearly see lying sprawled out on the street are... Rebecca got up and walked to the window, not wanting to see or hear any more of the report. She looked over to where Joseph sat sleeping in a chair after his day's exertions. She went over to him and gently moved his hair out of his eyes. He looked so peaceful, and as she had before on occasion, she envied his innocence. To have such a free mind, albeit one mentally challenged, was perhaps a gift in some respects. Not fearing or worrying about your own mortality, or having to concern yourself with the rights and wrongs and evil deeds of others, soon forgetting any stress that you did experience, allowing happiness to once more exert its powerful spell of safety and contentment. Life could be so cruel, and yet so kind at the same time. Rebecca sat down next to him to watch him breathe, while attempting to forget what she'd just witnessed, by thinking of happier times. For a while it helped to ease her mind and soul, when both were weary. Chapter 15. London, England. Mark swayed at the bar. Stumbling backwards, he bumped into a couple as they tried to pass behind him. Without spilling their drinks, he promptly gave them the finger for their efforts. The tall young man, who now found half his pint on the floor, stopped and turned back to give Mark a hard stare. Becoming aggressive, Mark picked up his bottle threateningly. "And what?" he said, speech slurred. The man, pulled back by his girlfriend, walked away, still angered but relinquishing to common sense. Mark watched them go before turning back to the bar and calling for another drink. He'd hit the booze on a nightly basis ever since Sarah had left him to go treasure hunting in Turkey. Tonight he'd had more than usual, and in a state of lariness he'd already insulted a group of women sitting at a nearby table, a barmaid and a colleague who left in disgust. Some of his other remaining workmates were equally as drunk, but seemed slightly more restrained. Impact Day was upon them, and many in central London got in a drink before the curfew saw them scurrying back to their homes. Some office workers, of which Mark was one, had decided that Impact Day should be celebrated much like any other notable day, such as the New Year or Friday. "Mark, where's your lovely girlfriend tonight?" one of his friends asked him. "Who? Oh, her. I dumped her. She was getting too clingy and needy. To be honest, she was a pretty weak person. I'm better off without her." "She was a looker, though, and no mistake. Sarah, wasn't it?" "Yeah, she wasn't that good-looking, though. You should have seen her in the morning. Well, rough." "Whatever you say, buddy. Have you got her phone number? I might give her a call since you're done with her." Mark laughed loudly. "I wouldn't touch her, mate. I think she gave me crabs or something. Pretty rotten. I'd stay clear if I were you." "Really? That's nasty that a girl like that could be diseased." "Hey, Charlie, did you know Sarah gave Mark VD?" the man shouted to his mate further up the bar. Charlie made a face and then went back to talking to someone next to him. Mark noticed something going on outside. He pushed past a young couple who gave him dirty looks, which he ignored as he lurched to the open door. Police walked down the road on either side, shadowing a mass of people who chanted slogans as they marched along the street with placards and banners. "GMRC out! Unelected government! GMRC! Unelected monkeys! GMRC! Unelected Nazis!" He took another swig from his bottle and belched while considering the scene before him. He had been saying for years that GMRC had too much power. What had he told people for years? The GMRC had too much power. They weren't even elected. Struggling back to the bar, he downed the rest of his drink, slammed the empty bottle down on the counter, and put on his jacket. Not bothering to say goodbye to anyone, he ambled out into the street, stepped between two parked cars, and fell into step with the marchers. "Where are you heading?" he shouted to a man walking next to him. "Parliament Square." "I didn't think you were allowed to protest outside Parliament these days," Mark said as he dodged the wing mirror of a parked van. "You're not. But what kind of a democracy prevents you from protesting when and where you want?" "A shit one," Mark said angrily. "You got that right." The man held his hand up for a high five, which Mark duly delivered with a resounding smack. "Protesting never does much good, though," Mark told him. "The bastards just ignore you and do what they want anyway. The people don't matter. Only the corporations matter these days." "It depends on the sort of protest you do," the man said. "What do you mean?" "I mean, we're into affirmative action, not this pussyfooting about, shouting and waving banners." "Isn't that what you're doing now?" Mark said. "Now, yes, but when we get to where we want to be, it's going to be a whole different story." "Affirmative action? What? Violence?" "What other type is there? Violence is the only way to get noticed or to get anything done. It worked for Nelson Mandela and the ANC in the name of freedom, and it also worked in Northern Ireland. Christ, Nelson Mandela is hailed all over the world, and at one time he was deemed one of the biggest terrorists going. There's even a statue of him in Parliament Square. You'll see it soon if you stick with us." Mark considered the man next to him. He had a dirty, unshaven face with multiple piercings and tattoos all over, a typical anarchist type. But then what he said made sense, and he was all for affirmative action. Yes, violence was the key to change. He liked the sound of it. "You can count me in," he yelled as the chanting swelled again. The man grinned and gave him the thumbs up as he joined in with the crowd once more. After 20 minutes, the protesters had merged with many others who had prearranged a route on the way to the square. Usually, the police would have blocked off their entry using an illegal but effective technique called kettling. This tactic essentially hemmed crowds of people into a specific area and then held them there for hours and hours until they had burnt themselves out. The Met had used the tactic for decades, while breaking their own laws in the process, but no one in the establishment cared much as long as the protesters couldn't put pressure on the politicians in their ivory towers. These days, however, the ever-present shadow of Impact Day had stretched police resources to the limit. Combine that with the major cuts in government budgets due to the never-ending deficit, and it seemed the protesters had chosen the right day to voice their opinions. The military would be out to enforce curfew, but that was still some time away, and it enabled the protest to go unchallenged, for now, anyway. More and more people filtered into Parliament Square, where at last a sizable police presence had gathered, ensuring access to the Palace of Westminster itself was completely barred. Mark glanced back to see fresh reinforcements of police moving in behind them, preventing their escape. The kettling had begun. Mark already needed to relieve himself, but he knew the police wouldn't allow anyone out, regardless of their plight. Darkness descended as the sun went down, and Mark's new friend had disappeared somewhere. Looking about for a place to drain the lizard, he was pushed hard from behind and staggered into the people in front of him. The crowd compressed, its cohesion buckling as the police moved in to segregate the masses, enabling them to prevent any kind of unified resistance or breakaway. Mark had seen this tactic many times on TV. Its use meant that protests were easily broken down and dispersed as the police saw fit. A sudden horn blast sounded off to one side, followed by 3 more all around them. Cheers went up, and people slid their placards down their support shafts, turning them into shields. Many also pulled out small visors and large flick extension sticks, which they'd had concealed inside their jackets. Peaceful protesters had now transformed themselves into a makeshift army with equipment rivaling the riot gear used by the police themselves. The majority of the constabulary, however, weren't riot-ready. Most wore standard uniforms and were armed only with their small batons. The horns sounded again, and various people in the crowd shouted out orders for people to converge and move into a specific formation. Jostled and shoved from place to place, Mark struggled to keep his feet as the protesters positioned themselves according to the ringleader's instructions. Grim faces surrounded him. Feeling vulnerable, Mark snatched a wicked-looking stick from someone as they pushed past him. The crowd heaved once more as the police tried to maneuver them further, mounted officers using their horses to corral the dissidents like a herd of cattle. A megaphone rang out behind them. "Shields up!" came the order, and as one, the protesters' makeshift banner shields were presented to the police, forming a solid, impenetrable wall. "Advance!" came the cry from the megaphone, and the protesters slowly moved forwards. Mark eyed the front line of the police, who struggled to maintain their ground as the organized anarchists exerted pressure on them. The megaphone rattled out instructions and then settled into a chant, "Push! Push! Push!" The protesters continued their advance, and the police line bowed ominously, and then finally broke. The crowd roared and surged forwards, hurling the enemy aside, trampling many underfoot. Mark swept along with them, managed to get in a lucky strike on a policewoman as she knelt dazed on the ground. Struck hard on the temple, she went down without a sound. Mark's blood was pumping, and the people around him broke apart as they entered an empty street and picked up speed. Shop windows were shattered and smashed, and cars overturned. Mayhem raged on the streets of London as 100,000 men and women, baying for blood, erupted into Regent Street. Mark launched himself at windows, swinging his pole with all his might, as bystanders fled into buildings to escape the carnage that had suddenly engulfed them. He neared the front of the protesters now and raised his arm in the air, roaring his comrades forwards. They rounded a corner and were brought up short by the sight before them, a military blockade made of armoured vehicles and soldiers. A brief moment passed as the two sides eyed each other, and then a bellow of defiance echoed from the howling mass. They raised their weapons and threw themselves forwards once more, shields raised. Time slowed down for Mark as he charged at the people blocking his way. He was 30 paces away, and then 20. The soldiers in the blockade raised their rifles, taking aim. Mark saw one gun aiming straight at him. He slowed as realization hit him as to what was about to happen, but it was too late. A flash of fire and a deafening crack of gunfire blasted out, and he fell backwards, knocked from his feet. As he lay on the ground, Mark felt the pole slip from his hand, as screams of terror surrounded him. A terrible pain lanced through his stomach, and he cried out for someone to help him. He was unable to move, even though he dearly wanted to, as he heard the sound of a large mechanical clanking getting nearer and nearer. He looked up to see the street lights becoming obscured as a massive tank track crushed down upon him. Chapter 16. "Becca," a voice said from behind, making her turn. Julie stood nearby, beckoning her over. Standing up, Rebecca moved away from the slumbering Joseph to speak with her friend. "What is it?" she said, noticing that Julie looked very worried again. "Some of the girls have gone to the church round the corner," Julie told her. Rebecca gasped. "What? What are they thinking? The curfew's coming up." "I know, I couldn't stop them. Maria wanted to go, and she convinced a couple of the others to go too." "How long since they went?" "A few minutes." Rebecca swore. She led Julie out of the door into the hall. "I'm going to go and see if I can convince them to come back. Their patients need them now more than ever, and if they're out after curfew, they'll be stuck there." "What is that woman thinking?" she said, referring to Maria. "I don't think she was. She's scared, Becca. We all are. Aren't you?" "Of course, but I don't matter," Rebecca said as Julie held out her coat for her. "Joseph and the others do, and we have to be here for them, no matter what." She slipped her arms into the sleeves and pulled the coat tight about her as a chill embittered the air. Darkness had already arrived. Julie unbolted and deactivated the electric security lock on the side door located near to Rebecca's apartment. Rebecca opened the door and turned to Julie. "Look after Joseph for me, will you? If he wakes, tell him I'm cooking dinner and I'll be back shortly." "I will. He'll be fine. I'm more worried about you walking around out there on your own." "Don't be," Rebecca said confidently. "It's only a short walk. I'll be back soon." She gave her friend a quick hug and set off into the night. Julie went back inside, the door shutting and then locking behind her. Rebecca looked up at the stars. It wouldn't be long until they would be stripped from the sky as the dust cloud raced across the Atlantic Ocean towards the Americas. No sun, moon, or stars, a frightening prospect. She imagined the sheer terror those people in remote locations would feel as their world turned upside down in less than a few hours. The GMRC's education program had its limitations, even in 2040. Aboriginal tribes, surviving deep in the remotest forests, had little to no contact with the outside world. They wouldn't understand what was happening any more than the animals they lived alongside. They'd only know that the light had gone, the animals died, and the plants withered. Efforts by the GMRC had been made to reach these types of people, but looking for them had been deemed too time-consuming and a poor use of funds, given the mountain of work they had to address in so many other areas. No, those poor people would be alone and very vulnerable. Predictions indicated many in the north of Africa might also perish due to ongoing mundane issues such as famine, poverty, and disease, which made them more susceptible to the side effects of the meteorite's arrival. Rebecca hurried along the sidewalk, then ran across the road and onto the other side. Few people ventured out at this time, and those that did moved quickly along, heads down, occupied with their own thoughts as the curfew loomed. She checked her phone. 1 hour to go. Damn that woman! Turning a corner, she saw the church in the distance. It was lit up by floodlights, an illuminated sign sitting near the outermost border of its large front lawn. As she drew closer, a National Guard vehicle cruised past down the empty street, the sound of its petrol engine unusually loud compared to the noise made by civilian electric cars. Rebecca followed an old man and his wife into the church, holding the door open for another man who was close behind her. He thanked her and moved past to take a seat towards the front of the congregation, of which there were surprisingly many. It seemed quite a few people had been drawn to the church that evening. She noticed a board to her right which read, "Impact Day Service. All welcome. Curfew beds available." That was why so many people had gathered. They didn't have to get back before the streets became off-limits. Rolls of bedding and sleeping bags lined the rear of the church, and tables were laid out with water jugs, glasses, and mugs. Rebecca looked about to see if she could locate Maria and the other carers who had gone with her. She spotted them 2 rows from the back in the middle of a long pew. Rebecca squeezed past some other parishioners as she made her way along to her quarry. "What are you doing?" Rebecca said angrily to Maria and her cohorts. Luckily, any sermons had yet to begin, and the general murmuring of the waiting crowd helped to cover their conversation. "What does it look like we're doing?" Maria said sarcastically. "You do know you have people to look after back at the home, don't you? They're relying on you during this terrible time, and you've left them behind." The other 2 women looked suitably guilty, but Maria remained as defiant as ever. "We're allowed a break, aren't we? Anyway, who died and made you in charge?" Rebecca gave her a withering look, just as a muffled noise came over the speakers in the hall. Rebecca looked up to see a portly, middle-aged man at the microphone. "We're very sorry, ladies and gentlemen. A small electrical fire has broken out in one of the back rooms, and we're going to have to evacuate the building as a precautionary measure. If you would like to make your way slowly outside, we will wait for a firefighter to give us the all-clear to come back in. Once they get here, that is. Thank you." Chairs ground backwards on wooden floorboards, and people stood and began streaming out of the church and into the grounds outside. Rebecca and the others were amongst some of the first out, given they'd been at the rear of the hall. People chatted animatedly to one another as the area in front of the church filled up with 1,000 people, the unexpected disturbance adding fuel to the stressful situation they'd all been trying to flee. After a while, a fire truck turned up, horns blaring and red lights flashing, the beams bouncing off the buildings and trees around them. Everyone had vacated the church now, but as Rebecca looked on, wisps of smoke drifted up into the night sky from the rear of the building. The firefighters, clad in their gear, shouted instructions and moved the crowd of people into the street and surrounding area. People had come out of their houses to see what was going on, and a couple of police cars arrived on the scene as fire rose above the church, tongues of orange and red flame licking up against the bell tower. More and more people gathered as another fire truck arrived, utilizing short, honking blasts to help dispel the people who milled about in its path. The fire crews unfurled their hoses in double-quick time and began dousing the flames, which now raged through the building and the house next door. A discordant chirruping all around them made people look to their computer phones. Rebecca withdrew hers, but she already knew what it said. Curfew was now in effect. As the fire raged, more police cars turned up, and another fire truck. At the edge of the area, a patrol of armoured National Guard vehicles also arrived at the now chaotic scene. Loudspeakers rang out. "This is the National Guard. Citizens are to proceed to their homes immediately." Some people shouted back at them, "We were here to stay the night. We live too far away." "We have nowhere else to go. We won't be able to get back home. There are no more buses." "Curfew is in effect," came the response from the megaphone. "Please disperse, or we will be forced to detain you." Rebecca and the carers were buffeted as the scene turned ugly. Troops had started breaking up groups of people as they sought to assert control. The police tried to calm the situation down. Some officers argued with the National Guard commander on behalf of the displaced churchgoers and local residents who had come out of their houses. The firefighters had evacuated many in fear of a gas explosion. A soldier stood nervously off to one side on the back of one of the National Guard's flatbed trucks, armed with a large machine gun mounted on a tripod. As a matter of course, he had his weapon trained on the crowd, as he'd been taught. Unbeknownst even to himself, his finger had strayed on the trigger, and at that moment a big explosion from behind the church lit up the night sky. The violent noise and resulting fireball made the soldier flinch, and the trigger compressed. In the blink of an eye, gunfire burst into the crowd. People fell, and screams resounded all around as everyone ran in all directions. Terrified, Rebecca grabbed one of the girls who had been with Maria and sprinted for cover. Looking around from relative safety, Rebecca saw bodies lying on the ground. One moved weakly. Steeling herself, she ran back into the now deserted road and hunkered down over a little girl. Blood seeped out from a gunshot wound in the center of her chest. The infant looked into Rebecca's eyes, small hand gripping her fingers. As a soft groan escaped through her parted lips, the light faded from the child's eyes, and the fingers that had grasped Rebecca's own went limp. The crowd was gathering once more and building in greater numbers. Outrage surged through them as they turned on the National Guard, who had struck down innocents in cold blood. Unprepared for the backlash, the soldiers, reluctant to fire at civilians, were quickly overcome, and then the rioting began. It took half an hour for Rebecca, Maria, and the two young carers to make their way back to the home. Cars and buildings burned, set alight during the carnage that had ensued. Inside, they bolted the doors, and Julie came to meet them. "What's happening out there? It sounds like Armageddon." Rebecca was still in shock, and she just shook her head, trying to dispel the sight of the young child who had died in her arms. Tears rolled down her cheeks, and Julie took her into her apartment to help get her cleaned up. After a few minutes, Julie went out of the room and brought Joseph back with her. Seeing Rebecca's distress, he sat down next to her and cuddled into her. She fought back more tears as she stroked his hair, the familiar sensation comforting in its regularity. The rioting in the streets still raged, and Julie turned on the TV to see what the local news had to report about it all. Helicopter footage showed the extent of the problem faced by the National Guard and police force. Half the city of Albuquerque, normally quiet under strict curfew conditions, is in turmoil tonight as a freak incident resulting in the deaths of 6 civilians sparked angry protests and rioting, a newsreader was saying. Police and the National Guard have been forced to leave the area in order to prevent further bloodshed. Meanwhile, looting has become rife as lawlessness is brought to the streets. We asked the authorities to comment on the decision to set up a perimeter around the poorer parts of town, but they refused to respond, preferring instead to issue this statement, and I quote, "The National Guard and City Police have decided to pull back in the best interests of the civilian population." The lack of support by the U.S. Army in the downtown section of the city has meant that order cannot be maintained by force at this time. We advise all residents in the zones marked out on this map, an image appeared on screen which mapped out sectors covering half the city, to remain indoors. You are advised to lock your doors and windows and to defend yourself and property by force if necessary. Order will be restored as quickly as possible as we redirect troops to your location from other parts of the state. End of statement. Julie switched channels. "Put the BBC on," Rebecca said, "channel 42. Julie switched over. "These pictures," Jessica Klein said as video footage played on screen, "were captured as AG-5 minor struck in India near the city of Agra. A TV crew had left remote cameras near the Taj Mahal before they were evacuated to safety." At the top left of the video, a small white light appeared in the sky, moving impossibly fast. The light expanded, growing ever brighter into a shimmering ball of fire which lanced through the atmosphere, leaving a large trail of smoke in its wake. As the meteor hit, a massive explosion ruptured the silence. The percussion of the expanding shock wave raced outwards, and the once magnificent white marble mausoleum was obliterated, the great dome exploding into 1,000,000 pieces, along with the towers that surrounded it. The debris rushed towards the camera in a wall of dust and stone, and then the screen went black. Jessica Klein reappeared on camera. "Yet another great monument destroyed," she said, saddened, "and one which joins the long list of many other important sites lost in the countries directly affected by AG-5 itself." A gunshot in the distance brought Rebecca back to her senses. Giving Joseph a quick hug, she gently moved him out of the way and went over to the black sacks. "I'd hoped these wouldn't be needed," she told Julie as she bent down and upended one of the bags. Military clothing tumbled onto the floor. She picked up the other one and emptied that too. More clothes spilled out, but along with them, guns and knives tumbled down, hitting the ground with dull thuds. Julie stared in shock at the arsenal of weapons strewn on the floor. "Oh, my God, Becca, where did you get those from?" "They're not real, silly," Rebecca said. "They're those airsoft replicas. They fire little plastic BBs." "So why did you get them then?" "In case there was rioting or anything." Shouts echoed out as people ran past the building. Rebecca looked back from the window to the pile of fake guns and army clothing lying on the floor. "And right now I'm pretty glad I did." "So what do you expect us to do with it all?" "Help me pull these orange tips off the barrels, and then they'll look like the real thing. A deterrent to anyone who thinks about breaking in. It's the only thing I could think of at the time." "Why did you think of it at all?" Julie said as she gingerly picked up a small revolver and attempted to prise off its brightly coloured plug. "I saw a TV show. It was selling products to protect against intruders in case of civil unrest after the meteor hit. It gave me the idea that we needed to do something just in case. The kind man I recently met let me have all this on loan. He said it wasn't really in saleable condition anyway, so he was happy to lend it out to me." "Nice guy," Julie said, as she moved on to tackle an assault rifle. After they had made all the guns look more realistic, they sorted through the clothing. They kitted out Joseph in a flak jacket and, along with his camos, some black boots and a balaclava. He looked extremely imposing. "I've been teaching him to cock this pretend shotgun," Rebecca said to Julie as she handed Joseph the weapon. He pumped it on cue, and a blue and metal shell popped out of the ejection port. His grin shone through the balaclava's mouth opening. "He looks intimidating, doesn't he?" Rebecca said, surveying her handiwork. "You could say that," Julie said, watching Joseph walk about parading his shotgun and doing a little dance. "I'm not sure that the dance will scare anyone, though." Rebecca smiled despite the situation they found themselves in. "I didn't think you liked him to get into that sort of thing," Julie said. "Guns and stuff." "I don't, or I didn't anyway. I realized, though, that this meteorite was going to change the world we live in more than I'd really wanted to admit to myself. Times are changing, and in most cases not for the better. If this helps to protect us all, then I can live with it." They sorted through more of the clothing, and Rebecca selected a small yet heavy black vest lined with some kind of metal plate. Desert-coloured trousers rolled up at the hems and wrist guards completed her ensemble. Julie, garbed in a similar fashion, pulled on her balaclava. "How do I look?" she said, doing a little twirl. "Not bad. Pick up the rifle." Julie picked it up and slung it around her neck with the strap. "Excellent. You look quite the terrorist. I wouldn't want to mess with you." Rebecca was relatively pleased, although Julie didn't appear as frightening as she'd hoped she would. Instead, she looked like a small woman in outsized clothing. The gun, however, was the one bit of the costume that would make anyone think twice. That was the plan, anyway. They demasked, and Rebecca went to tell the others they would guard the front entrance. Maria unsurprisingly voiced the loudest criticism of the plan, which Rebecca duly ignored before rejoining Julie and Joseph, who now occupied the main lobby overlooking the street. It was a little quieter now, the mob having moved on to pastures new, and they sat for some time playing I Spy to while away the boredom. Joseph had taken his colouring book along to keep him occupied, but he still wore his mask, which he'd grown attached to. Julie had tried to take it off him at one point, but he'd got angry, so she'd let him be. Tired now, the three comrades in arms got comfortable, and one by one drifted off to sleep. Rebecca woke some time later. The lights were off, and she discerned the slow breathing of Julie and Joseph close by. She wondered what time it was, and then she heard it, a quiet, clicking noise. Click, click, click. The sound stopped, and then after a while started again. Click, 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 echoed in the silence. And Rebecca, her ears out on stalks, strove to make out what it was. It came from the door. "Why are the lights out?" she wondered, as she stretched and gave a stifled yawn. "Julie must have turned them off after I'd dropped off," she decided. A dark room, however, didn't show off their array of fake firepower, not much of a deterrent to potential looters and rioters. She got up and felt her way to the light switch. As she pressed the button, the light came on, but at almost the same moment, the main door swung silently inwards. Rebecca froze. In the doorway stood two men looking as startled as she must have done, as the now illuminated lobby laid all bare. One of the men held a pistol in his right hand, the other a crowbar and a small multi-tool. Rebecca didn't understand why they weren't moving. The man in front looked down to the floor, near where she'd been asleep. Rebecca followed his gaze, her eyes settling on her replica AK-47 BB gun. Julie stirred in her slumber, her own fake assault rifle on the floor at her feet. Rebecca's mind raced. The two men were obviously breaking in, and the sound she'd heard, which had probably been what woke her up, had been one of them picking the locks. They, on the other hand, were greeted by a disturbing scene. 3 people in a now brightly lit room. 2 were asleep, and 1 was staring right at them. Perhaps most worrying for them was that all 3 were heavily armed. Counter to this fact, the formidable weapons rested on the floor, all except for the one held by the sleeping Joseph, who cradled the pretend shotgun like a babe in his arms. The second man, meanwhile, had his own gun firmly in the palm of his hand. obviously deciding it was worth the risk despite the threat, the two men advanced, the pistol now aimed at a terrified Rebecca. The second man put a finger to his lips, telling Rebecca to keep silent as they approached Joseph. Just as the first man extended his hand to take Joseph's shotgun, a loud bang outside, followed by a scream, came from close by. Julie, always the deep sleeper, moved in her sleep once more and didn't waken. Joseph, however, was instantly awake, his wide eyes studying the intruder as he leaned in towards him. With a little giggle, Joseph jumped up. Rebecca had forgotten how tall he was. With his imposing balaclava still covering his face, he cocked his shotgun and laughed at the men in front of him. Believing they were in mortal danger from a masked lunatic, they turned tail and fled. "No, Joseph!" Rebecca cried out, as he went to chase them, thinking it a game. Joseph looked round at her in confusion, and Rebecca rushed to the door and slammed it shut. Julie woke with a start. "What's going on?" Rebecca shook her head in disbelief and slumped to the floor, letting out a massive sigh of relief. A few hours later, sirens sounded close by the care home, and soon after that a fire truck drew up outside. Rebecca, now fully alert due to their previous encounter, looked out of the window to see firefighters piling out of their vehicle and rushing to unpack the hoses. Leaning forwards, she pressed her face to the glass to glimpse a deep red glow emanating out onto the front yard of the house next door. Wisps of ash drifted past the window, and she sniffed the air. Smoke, and it wasn't coming from outside, as the windows were shut tight. Going over to the wall, she turned the butt of her rifle round and smashed the fire alarm, sending a deafening noise ringing throughout the care home. She grabbed Joseph, who had reawakened, chucked his shotgun to one side, and threw away his mask, opened the door, and went out into the night. Chapter 17. To say Malcolm Joyner was displeased was an understatement. His plan had gone mostly as envisaged. Steiner was held under lock and key, dark-light positions had been retaken, and the majority of Steadfast's population were tucked up where they belonged. And yet one major problem remained. Goodwin. He'd evaded him, along with a large dark-light contingent and many thousands of civilians. According to base surveillance, they had all relocated to the surface via elevators and exit points which had been somehow jammed open via the computer system. This left Joyner with a few problems. First, Goodwin had to be prevented from leaving the vicinity. Now that Steiner was taken care of, it meant the threat Goodwin posed was reduced, but it was still a threat nonetheless, especially considering Steiner may have passed him sensitive information. If Joyner had any luck, Goodwin would have been detained by the U.S. military topside, but a second problem had presented itself. Since the impact, things had changed on the surface drastically beyond what he'd expected. Significant worldwide unrest due to the dust cloud spreading much faster than predicted, coupled with China's bold attack on its neighbors, had meant that the United States government had been forced to redistribute troops far and wide in order to defend its borders and citizens. This left Joyner with only a token force on the ground to block and curtail Goodwin's movements. So far, this hadn't proved too much of an issue, as the evacuees had holed up in a nearby dark-light facility. Joyner wasn't sure what Goodwin intended to do up there, but as long as he stayed put, that was fine by him. What he had been able to do was to cut hard lines and jam wireless communications to Goodwin's new home. The problem had been contained for now, which, considering the circumstances, was the best he could hope for. Joyner's time and work at Steadfast was nearly complete, but he had a few other loose ends to tie up first. He swivelled round in his chair and took in the scene around him, a dense and verdant rainforest, which he guessed was located in South America. Goodwin's office is plush, he thought, and this screen is something else. He decided he would have it disassembled and shipped to Sanctuary before he left. The real-time footage would be pointless, however, since he already saw in the distance the long, grasping fingers of the dust cloud, which would soon encompass the blue skies above. The dark light base pulsated with a hive of activity as the contractors and civilians sought to prepare themselves for the journey ahead. Two massive, multi-tiered personnel carriers, their engines roaring, maneuvered into position in the complex's vast hangar. Shifting nearly 30,000 people more than 1,000 miles was a logistics nightmare at the best of times, but that, combined with the recent global events and people's lack of provisions, ensured the situation was chaotic at best. Goodwin stepped out of the barracks side door and jumped back as a futuristic all-terrain vehicle sped past, belatedly honking its horn. Steadying himself after his near miss, he set forth for the security complex on the far side, making sure he stuck to the red-lined pedestrian pathways as he crossed the hangar's expanse. Soldiers in various garbs and units passed by, and he had to make another evasive maneuver as a small cargo loader trundled past on what he had wrongly assumed was a safe zone for walking. He shouted a half-hearted rebuke at the disappearing rear of the loader. The driver stuck up his hand in apology and carried on to a massive 20-wheel transporter, which must have stood some 30 feet in height. Goodwin knew some private security firms were well equipped, but seeing the resources available at this base was a big eye-opener. A small army had assembled itself here, complete with top-of-the-range, high-spec hardware of almost every description. Having been around USSB Steadfast for a number of years, he had grown accustomed to military equipment, so he knew high-end gear when he saw it. He wouldn't have a clue how to use any of it, of course, as he'd never even fired a gun, let alone one of the high-powered beam weapons he'd seen some of the soldiers lugging about. Finally, and still in one piece, Goodwin reached the facility's main building, where a guard recognized him and waved him through. He now found himself in a large atrium that housed a sweeping reception desk, behind which a huge, polished stainless steel dark light emblem hung on the central wall. Goodwin found this crossover between corporate offices and heavily armed personnel a kind of unnatural oddity. He knew he would never get used to seeing it. In any normal office you saw people walking about in suits or smart casual wear. Here, however, he was greeted by a woman wearing heavy armor with a sidearm at her waist and a wicked-looking knife strapped to one side of her chest. "Ah, Director Goodwin, the commander has been expecting you," she said, giving him a broad smile. "Take elevator 7 to the 8th level, then turn left down to the canyon suite." Thanking her, Goodwin made his way across a tiled floor which looked like some kind of exotic marble, his crisp footfalls clip-clopping across its unforgiving surface. Inlaid red and silver streaks wove their way sublimely across the expensive substrate, guiding him to the elevator where he pressed a button and waited. Soon after, the polished metal doors slid to one side. Goodwin stepped to his left in order to let out a soldier who was pushing a wheeled crate marked with various hazard symbols. The main one that caught his eye read, "Thermal Sword. Handle with extreme caution." He hadn't heard of such a weapon before, and he peered at the label on the lid, which showed a technical diagram of the device. The man noticed him looking. "They're brand-new stock, came in a few months ago. I don't think they've even been taken out of the crate yet." "What are they for?" Goodwin said, curious. "Apart from carving up the enemy in close-quarter combat, they cut through metals. Not the harder types, but steel, aluminum, stuff like that. Hot knife through butter," the man said, with a grin on his face. Goodwin gave him a nervous smile. Some people got very excited over weapons. I suppose that's why they joined an outfit like Darklight, he thought. Right, better get on. This little lot is getting dispersed to some lucky offices. They get all the cool stuff, the soldier said as he moved off, allowing Goodwin to get into the elevator and hit the number 8 button. The doors closed, and a loud hum sounded as the express elevator delivered him to his floor. Following the signs, Goodwin located the Canyon Suite, and as he entered he saw that it lived up to its name. It was decorated with a complete static surround image of the Grand Canyon, showing it off in all its majesty. Hilt sat at one end of a jet-black rectangular desk, poring over some maps that were laid out in front of him. His rifle hung on the back of his chair and his body armor on the rear of another. He looked up as Goodwin approached. "Sir, take a seat," he said. "Commander," Goodwin replied, "please feel free to call me Richard, if you like." He was never one for too much formality. Hilt didn't seem to hear as he slid a map around to show him. "I've been plotting a course into Mexico. Unfortunately, our location doesn't afford us too many options." "How so?" Goodwin said. "The closest and quickest point to cross the border is here." Hilt pointed at a spot on the map. "El Paso," Goodwin read aloud. "Looks good to me." "You would think. However, here," Hilt pointed a short distance away, "is the U.S. Army's second largest installation, Fort Bliss, home to 1 AD, the 1st Armored Division." "Ah," Goodwin said, "not good." "No," Hilt replied, his voice grave. "What's worse, Fort Bliss is also home to various 1 AD support regiments along with the 32nd Army Air and Missile Defense Command." "I'm not sure what that is," Goodwin said. "It's a special one-off asset that the Army utilizes to accomplish all types of missions which require short-notice deployment anywhere in the world. Over the last few years, the Biggs Army Airfield at Bliss has been overhauled, and they now operate highly classified aircraft and drones which police the skies over the Americas and beyond. If we want to get over the border, then passing Fort Bliss would be like running the gauntlet. We'd have to pray the national emergency ensured eyes were looking elsewhere rather than at local roads. Since federal intelligence also has a strong presence at Bliss, Joyner would have direct command channels in place, perhaps resulting in the whole base operating under his control, whether directly or through the Joint Chiefs, which he apparently has significant leverage over." "What route do you suggest we take, then?" Goodwin said. "This one." The commander ran his finger down the map. "It looks a lot slower." "That's because it is," Hilt said, "but not as suicidal as going past Bliss. It has its own share of risks, however. We'd be taking smaller roads, meaning we would be spread out further, making us more vulnerable to any attack. In such an instance, having our force split into 2 or more groups would be a real possibility." "How would we cross the border?" "We'd pass through Big Bend National Park and create a hole where we see fit. I imagine about here." He pointed at the map once more. "Satellite imagery will tell me more." "Won't the Mexican military or border control notice such a large breach into their territory? We're not exactly going to be inconspicuous, looking at the size of some of the machinery you've got out there." "They'll hopefully have their hands full with their own population control to be looking at such a little-used section of the border. We'll also have one big advantage, regardless of where we cross." "And that is?" Goodwin said. "Cloud cover. According to reports, AG-5's dust cloud will be hitting the east coast of the United States in," he looked at his watch, "a few hours' time." "And that will help how?" "People will be disorientated and preoccupied. Also, all our vehicles are equipped with blackout systems, enabling us to drive without any lights. We'll go dark. Add to that the sudden lack of real-time satellite imagery that militaries the world over rely heavily on to monitor ground movements, and we have a fair chance of getting through.
Undetected?
Unlikely. Resign yourself to the fact that we will encounter resistance to our relocation from either U.S. or Mexican forces at some point. If things go our way, casualties should be minimal on both sides.
"It sounds like you've thought of everything, Commander," Goodwin said, trying to ignore the fact that further bloodshed might be unavoidable. "Good job."
"Thank you, sir."
Goodwin sat back. "I have to say I'm impressed by this base and its equipment. I didn't realize Darklight had such resources available to it."
Hilt smiled. "You should see our North American headquarters up in Washington State."
"Big?" Goodwin said.
"Perhaps 10 times the size of this one."
Goodwin whistled. "I bet the government doesn't like that on their soil."
"You'd think, but security is big business. Besides, we're contracted out to many of America's largest companies on a regular basis. The government itself also uses us for covert black ops, unable to be carried out by their own forces."
Goodwin didn't like to ask what kind of operations they were hired for. In fact, he felt he'd rather not know. Private security was a highly secretive business, and one didn't pry into it too deeply. He believed Darklight operated mostly under the GMRC remit, which meant they weren't sent into controversial secret wars, as far as he knew anyway.
"Sir, may I ask you some questions?" the commander said.
"Of course."
"As you told me, we're heading to USSB Sanctuary, and the coordinates you gave me are as Professor Steiner indicated."
Goodwin nodded.
"The location is approximately 200 miles north of Mexico's capital city," Hilt continued. "The area we will pass into is in the south of the Sierra Madre Oriental mountain range, and the exact location is about 5,000 feet above sea level."
"Will this prove a problem for the vehicles?" Goodwin asked.
"It shouldn't, as they're designed for all terrains, and such an elevation is well within their capability."
"Regardless of the type of access roads to the site?" Goodwin said.
"The roads may prove a problem, but we have the necessary equipment and skill sets to negotiate any tricky passes we may encounter."
"So what's the problem?"
"When we get to this back door that will take us into the base, will it be under surveillance? I would guess almost certainly. Will it be guarded? Perhaps, but most importantly, will it be locked? Most assuredly. How then are we going to get in? You told me we would discuss this matter at a later date, and it is now a later date. I need to know your plan."
"I'm sorry, Commander. I should have brought this up first."
"Not a problem, sir. I just think that we are going into the unknown. I need to know all there is to know to make the most informed decision to ensure the safety of those under my command. We are heading into the lion's den, so to speak. We're looking to evade the U.S. military, although we may perhaps engage them further. And yet we're heading towards one of their strongholds, a place of which we know very little. If I may be blunt, it seems a little insane."
"All valid points, Commander, and your fears are ones that I share. The professor was very clear, however. We must get to Sanctuary, even though it seems counterintuitive to do so. I trust the man with my life and with the lives of those under my care. The entrance we're to exploit is rarely used, according to the professor, and he should know as he helped design all U.S. subterranean bases, including Sanctuary. If anyone knows the best way in, it will be him. The professor also supplied me with a piece of software, more like code, actually, that will ensure we can get at least part way inside."
"Part way?"
"The code itself looks very similar to that used at Steadfast's entrances," Goodwin said. "Once we breach Sanctuary's surface facility, I will then get in touch with a contact on the inside
who will help gain us full access to the elevator shafts. The contact is a reliable one? I hope so. It's General Elwood. Have you heard of him? The commander shook his head. Neither have I. Well, by the sound of it, he owes Professor Steiner some kind of favor. A favor? Hilt said with concern. I hope it's a big one. So do I, but that's all we've got. And this general will let thousands of refugees and heavily armed contractors into his base? I didn't get the impression Elwood was in charge of the base, but he's high enough up to be able to help us. The professor did say that we wouldn't be able to let the general know how many of us there are, otherwise he would balk. I'll tell him it's 20 or so people, and we'll have to hope our approach is unseen. Is that going to be possible? Hilt asked. Our convoy will be extensive. You said it yourself, satellite imagery will be down, cloud cover will be overhead, and your vehicles can operate with stealth. Besides, if Sanctuary is operating on the same protocols as Steadfast, then it will be sealed tight, so there will be no need for the base to be looking groundward. Hilt seemed satisfied with Goodwin's answers. He'll have to be, Goodwin thought. It's all I've got. Moving on to transportation, Goodwin continued, will there be enough room for everyone? It took scores of trips to get us this far, and that's just 20 kilometers, with some people walking part of the way. Surely even this base isn't prepared to relocate the mass of people we've brought with us. You forget, Hilt said. Darklight has helped relocate millions of people from the African states. We're geared up for large-scale evacuations. It's what we do. The Darklight leader walked to the nearest wall and pressed a button which sent one side of the room's Grand Canyon frieze rolling up into the ceiling. Goodwin joined the commander at the newly revealed window and looked down into another section of the compound, previously hidden from view. This second hangar, albeit two-thirds empty, contained another 24 enormous multi-tiered personnel carriers, machines with a capacity 10 times that of civilian coaches. Alongside these, other types of smaller transporters had been assembled, all of which were being prepped for departure. Impressive, Goodwin said. But it still doesn't look enough, not by half. If we were at full capacity, then it wouldn't be an issue, Hilt said. But no, you're right. At the moment, we aren't geared for such large-scale movement of personnel. 25,000 civilians plus 5,000 Darklight contractors, that's a lot of bodies. Enough to fill a small sports stadium, Goodwin agreed. We're going to have to overload the troop carriers, Hilt said, and every other vehicle for that matter, perhaps by over 75%. That sounds excessive. It's the only option we have. It'll be tight and uncomfortable, but it'll do. I suppose comfortable travel is not really our highest concern at the moment, Goodwin said with little humor. No, Hilt agreed. What is our concern is the DEFCON level. It was already high due to the meteorite, but since China's nuclear attack on our allies, SAC is at DEFCON 1, and the pistol is cocked. SAC? Strategic Air Command. The rest of the armed forces are at DEFCON 2. DEFCON 1, that's unprecedented, isn't it? Hilt nodded, his expression solemn. Even during the Cuban Missile Crisis, the highest level reached was 2. And I take it that's bad for us? It will mean all U.S. military divisions will have their fingers on or near the trigger. Tensions will be running high. Add to this fact the dust cloud and satellite blindness, and you've got a powder keg. We do have some good news, however. I've called in a Darklight aircraft carrier, the Phoenix, to assist us. It has full air support capability, although high-altitude missions are off-limits due to the cloud's particulates. Won't it take some time to get here? Goodwin said, knowing that ships moved relatively slowly. Ordinarily, yes, but Professor Steiner told me to activate our top assets when he called Darklight into Steadfast, so the ship is already positioned in the Gulf of Mexico.
Thank you, Professor, Goodwin thought. Your foresight is helping even now.
Have you got anything else up your sleeve? Goodwin asked Hilt hopefully. The commander smiled. That's pretty much it, although we do have helicopter gunships at this base. We won't make them airborne to avoid attracting attention, but they can be deployed from their transporters while on the move.
Nice, said Goodwin. We obviously want to avoid any kind of battles, though. The people we're going to come up against aren't our enemy.
Tell that to Malcolm Joyner, Hilt said. We're trying to save lives, and anyone in our way will try to prevent us with deadly force. That makes them an enemy in my book. Every soldier knows the risks of their duty. Sometimes they will find themselves on the wrong side, depending on perspective. That's just part of the job. It's what we sign up for.
Goodwin still felt concerned, and it must have shown.
We will obviously try to avoid engaging anyone, be they American or Mexican, Hilt told him. But as I said before, it will be a miracle if we get to the coordinates without any casualties. I think the question you must ask yourself is, do you believe what we are doing is the right option?
The professor does, and that's good enough for me.
Then we must stay the course.
Goodwin nodded, more confident now. They are wise words, Commander, and I thank you for them.
It won't stop me from praying for that miracle, though. Amen to that, sir, Hilt said. Amen to that.
Goodwin was resting in his temporary quarters at the compound when a sharp knock came on the door. "Come in," he said, sitting up on the edge of his bed. The door opened to reveal a civilian aide. "It's happening, sir." "Right." Goodwin got to his feet, donned his coat, and followed the man into the corridor, where many others also hurried towards the exit. Outside, the stars shone brightly in the crisp, cold night air, while a full moon cast subtle shadows on the ground, its silken light gleaming in the dark. Thousands of people gathered en masse, dark light contractors and civilians alike, all eyes turned upwards to the heavens. Some people pointed off to the east, and a low chatter rippled through the crowd as expectations grew. And then Goodwin saw it, or rather its effects. Stars in the distance disappeared one by one, as though snuffed out by a great hand, like a flame on a candle. The sky behind it appeared as black as death's cold void. The stars directly above them were reached as the dust cloud continued its unstoppable advance, their eternal light extinguished in the blink of an eye. The moon came next, allowing the cloud to be glimpsed directly as it moved ominously past. After what seemed like only seconds, the night sky had turned pitch black. Eternal night was finally upon them. A few hours later, Hilt informed Goodwin that the forces Joyner must have sent to block their escape had been taken care of. According to the commander, they had been overcome with relative ease, since they consisted of regulars and were short on numbers. They would be detained and then released at a later date. Dawn broke with an empty promise when they moved out an hour or so later. No sunrise greeted them, only more of the dense, pervading darkness. The mood of the civilians mirrored that of the sky above, and the soldiers were grim-faced and melancholy. To top off the darkness outside, all vehicles operated under low interior lighting and zero external lights, due to the order to utilize blackout systems. To any external witness, the convoy, despite its size, would meld into the background of the New Mexico scrubland. The only clue as to its location, the roar of the large personnel carriers moving at the core of the procession.
Heading towards Santa Fe, they were quickly onto one of the main trunk roads. The curfew, still in effect, ensured easy passage, although they did go by 2 National Guard units, which must have noticed the 200-plus vehicles as they shot past them at a rate of knots. They were not pursued, however, and why would they be? Such a large, armed contingent must be government-run. At least that's what Goodwin hoped any onlookers would assume. Goodwin rode in the lead personnel carrier, seated on the edge of an aisle seat next to Kara Vandervoort. Conditions were predictably cramped, and the air was thick with warmth, the results of a few hundred people confined in the space, meant for nearly half their number. The blacked-out windows provided no view of the outside, and even if they had, the darkness would have shown them little on the open roads. The door to the driver's cab opened in front of Goodwin, and a soldier poked his head out. "Can you come up front, sir? The commander's on the comm." Goodwin nodded, gave Kara a comforting smile, and followed the man into the vehicle's cockpit. 3 men sat up front with an array of screens, buttons, and dials surrounding them, the ice-blue lights of the consoles glowing against the low-lit red illumination the soldiers operated under. A head-up display on the main arching window portrayed a green image of the road ahead. From the personnel carrier's elevated vantage point, they could see nearly to the front of the mechanized caravan, where Goodwin knew Hilt was located, in the lead vehicle. "Put this on, Director." A soldier passed him a small, one-sided headset. Goodwin held the device up to his ear. "Commander?" "Sir, we're coming up to a police checkpoint in the center of the city," Hilt said. "We're going to be stopping while I secure us passage. I'll keep you apprised." "We're in Santa Fe. I didn't realize." "Yes, sir." Goodwin looked at the edges of the display, now able to make out the street lighting and buildings around them, each a varying shade of green. "Do you need any help?" "No, I should be fine. If you stay on the radio, I'll open the mic up so you can hear the exchange." "Very good, Commander." "We're stopping now," Hilt said. "Stand by." The military trucks ahead slowed, then pulled up, and Goodwin's personnel carrier lurched as it came to a halt behind them. "Sorry, sir," the soldier driving said in apology for the jerky stop. "The vehicle's not designed to carry this kind of load." "No need to apologize," Goodwin told him as he listened in on the radio to Hilt ordering 2 of his men to accompany him. A muffled rustling sound indicated the dark light officer had exited from his transport. "Safety's off," Goodwin heard the commander say as he made his way to the police ahead of him. "I'm patching through the feed from the commander's head camera," the driver told Goodwin, tapping away on some keys. A full-color screen powered up just above the windscreen, displaying an image of a large, permanent checkpoint installation, around which a few police officers loitered. With the floodlights blazing down, an officer advanced to meet the dark-light commander as he approached. Goodwin heard the footfalls of the men cease as they stopped in front of each other. "I don't recognize your unit, soldier," the policeman said in a confrontational tone. "We're covert ops," Hilt said with authority. "Lower your barriers so we can pass through. We're on a tight schedule." "We can't do that, I'm afraid, sir," a second police officer told him. "We have an itinerary of all military movements in this area, and you're not on the list." Goodwin cursed, but Hilt remained as calm as ever. "I understand your predicament," Hilt said, "but in light of recent events, the schedule has changed. We're on DEFCON 1. Do you know what that means?" "That we're on high alert," the first officer said. His colleague shook his head. "No, 5 is the highest alert, idiot." "DEFCON 1 is the highest," Hilt said, correcting him. "And that means I can pretty much do what I want, so if you don't get that barrier down, I'll tear it down." The police officers looked at Hilt for a moment, then at each other before moving away a few paces, where they entered into a heated discussion. A few seconds later, the first man walked off, while the second turned back to Hilt. "We're just getting confirmation from Fort Bliss. It won't take long." The view from Hilt's camera swung 90 degrees. "Jam communications, Lieutenant," Hilt said under his breath, apparently to a dark light officer who was also listening. "Prepare to pacify. Wound only. No kill shots." Goodwin suddenly had a thought. "Commander, can you hear me?" "Go ahead, sir." "There is an emergency command code that gives me the authority, in extreme circumstances, to override civilian authorities, including the police." "Belay my last," Hilt told his men. "Do you have the code, sir?" he asked Goodwin. "I have it on my phone. Hang on." Goodwin took out his computer phone and unfolded its larger display. He navigated to his Steadfast control file and bored into subfolders until he found what he was searching for. "I have it, Commander. Civilian Override GMRC Protocol 95 Sigma. Code 58976-X-ray Quebec 8 Kilo. They will need to confirm by contacting GMRC dispatch, but it should work." "As long as Joyner hasn't deactivated your clearance," Hilt said. Goodwin hadn't thought of that. Let's hope he hasn't had time. Hilt turned back to the policeman who waited for his superior to return. "Officer, I have a GMRC code for you to verify." The man took the code and radioed it through to his sergeant, while Hilt told his men to cease jamming and waited for a response. Goodwin held onto the back of a chair, his fingers digging into the cloth as the tension rose. Finally, the first officer reappeared and waved them through as the hydraulic metal barriers slowly lowered. "Good job, sir," Hilt told him as he made his way back to the convoy. "Thanks," Goodwin said in relief, his grip relaxing. "That was touch and go." "Indeed. Let's roll out," Hilt said, as he swung back into his seat and slammed the door shut. Goodwin's video feed was cut, and their personnel carrier's massive engines roared back to life. It wasn't long before they had regained speed and plowed ahead into the darkness once more, heading east along I-25. They weren't on the interstate for long before they turned right onto a smaller road heading due south. Goodwin put down his headset and moved back to his seat. But before he could get there, they slowed again and came to a sharp stop, forcing him to grab onto an armrest in order to maintain his footing. "You'd better put this back on, sir," a dark light operative told him, holding out the communication device Goodwin had just discarded. "Commander?" Goodwin said into the microphone as he returned to the driver's cab. "Yes, sir," Hilt replied through the earpiece. "We've been scanning the area ahead to ensure we don't run into any more unexpected obstacles. It was just as well we did, as there is sizable force coming up a few junctions away." "Military?" Goodwin said. "U.S. Army, by the looks of it. We could take them out, but I know you want to avoid such a confrontation." "What do you propose we do?" "We're not sure if they're even trying to intercept us," Hilt said. "They could just be on their way to any number of locales in the southern states. If we turn around and cut west, we can take the I-40 and rejoin the I-25 south for a distance. We can then take a left towards Roswell, hopefully bypassing the Army, and carry on our way towards the national park. The only problem is that this will take us much closer to Fort Bliss than I would like." "I suppose we don't have much of a choice, do we?" "Not really, sir." "That would also mean we'd have to pass through another city, wouldn't it?" "Albuquerque, yes, sir." Goodwin paused, trying to think of alternatives, but he had none. "Do it, Commander." "Very good, sir." 200-plus vehicles carried out a 180-degree turn. As they picked up speed again, the lead vehicles shot past them as Hilt took point once more. "Keep me updated, Commander," Goodwin told him. "Of course, sir." Goodwin passed back the headset to the soldier and made his way out of the cabin to rejoin the other civilians. He sat down next to a quizzical Kara. "Problems?" she asked. "Nothing major," he said. There wasn't any point in worrying her or the rest of the people on board any more than they already had been. He settled back into his chair and made a silent prayer for some better fortune as the convoy rattled on into the gloom. Chapter 18. The generals of USSB Steadfast had been called to the command center for an emergency meeting by the intelligence director Malcolm Joyner. Following the infiltration by the Darklight private security firm, the Joint Chiefs had ordered a military intervention. As ever, Malcolm Joyner had stuck his nose into the operation, utilizing his own operatives to run parts of the campaign. The generals disliked the power the intelligence director had over them, but they were more concerned by the control he apparently exerted over the Joint Chiefs themselves. Virtually anything he wanted was sanctioned, and now that he had Professor Steiner under arrest on spurious grounds, effectively relieving him of his command, and Richard Goodwin had fled the base, the man was in an unassailable position. They were discussing their options when Joyner came into the room, flanked by one of his agents. The tall, greying director sat down at one end of the table, away from the military men who had gradually fallen silent at his arrival. "What is the meaning of this meeting, Director?" General Schultz demanded. "You've had us waiting around for an hour, and now you turn up without any hint of an apology or even an excuse." Joyner ignored him and held out his hand to the man who now stood to one side and slightly behind his superior. The operative pulled out a folder from a satchel and passed it forwards. Joyner took it and placed it on the table in front of him. Smoothing the front cover down with his palm, he opened the document and put on his spectacles. He appeared to read for a moment, and then closed the folder again, removed his glasses, and tucked them back into his front pocket. "It seems, gentlemen," Joyner said in his nasal voice, "that you will all be relocating to USSB Sanctuary." He paused to let his words sink in. "With immediate effect." The generals were instantly up in arms. A couple stood up, unable to contain their anger as they all voiced their outrage at such a move. Joyner merely sat and watched them with no sign of emotion or reaction. They fell silent one by one when it became apparent that Joyner wouldn't respond until he had their full attention once again. "Finished?" he asked them insolently. "Excellent. This command has come from the Joint Chiefs." He took a sheet of paper from the folder and passed it to his armed aide, who handed it to General Schultz. The general read it and then threw it in disgust to his colleague sitting next to him. "How did you swing this?" Schultz said, incredulous. "You can't leave the base without military leaders, and the Joint Chiefs would not give this kind of order unless they had been forced into it." "Sadly, the request was not from me in this instance," Joyner said. "I would rather let you all stay here to rot, but it seems you all have friends in higher places, and in order to keep the peace, I'm ensuring the Joint Chiefs get what they want." "Not dancing to your tune for once, eh?" another general said with venom. "Oh, they'll follow my direction, as well you know. But even I must make the occasional concession, and it turns out that you're it. You will be traveling under my control and without any of your forces. You may pack the bare essentials, and your families are being rounded up as we speak." "You better treat my children with care, Joyner," another general said, standing up menacingly, "or I'll throttle your scraggy little neck." The intelligence operative's hand went to his sidearm, but Joyner gestured to his man to stand down. "Your get are being well looked after, General," Joyner said, his emotionless eyes boring into him. The general held his gaze until Joyner, unfazed, looked around at the others in the room. He stood. "My agents will ensure you're ready to depart at 1200 hours. Good day, gentlemen." Joyner left without another word, his bodyguard opening the door for him and then swiftly following the director out of the room. The doors to the room swung shut, and the generals were left alone once more, the unusual sensation of impotency upon them. CIA Special Operations Agent Myers was waiting for Malcolm Joyner as he came out of his brief meeting with Steadfast's generals. "Sir, reporting as ordered," Myers said as he fell into step with his boss. "We're leaving Steadfast at 1200 hours, and the generals and their families will be joining us," Joyner told him. "We, sir?" "The whole intelligence division at this base." "Everyone, sir?" Joyner strode along the corridor of the command center, which still bore the extensive scars inflicted by the firefight a few days before. "You heard me, Agent. Can I ask where we are relocating to, sir?" "Sanctuary," Joyner said in distraction. "I want you to gather together computer and structural engineers and welders from the civilian workforce in the Army. I want them topside in an hour." "Will they be coming to Sanctuary as well?" Myers said. "Yes." "And their families too?" Joyner scowled. "If they must." "Sir?" "Yes, gather up their families, and then we can get out of this God-forsaken hole." "Very good, sir." Joyner slowed his walk as his thoughts returned to the source of his disquiet. "What is the situation with Goodwin on the surface?" "As far as we're aware, he's still at the Darklight base," Myers said. "The Army's monitoring the situation. Do you want me to send in some agents to keep an eye on things?" Joyner considered the question for a moment. "No," he said at last. "Just keep me apprised of any developments." Myers nodded and turned to walk off to carry out his orders. "Oh, and Myers!" "Yes, sir?" "Get a couple of workers to take down the screen in Goodwin's office, along with the tech that powers it. I want it boxed up and shipped with us." "Certainly, sir," Myers said, as he withdrew his phone to make the necessary arrangements. A few hours later, a group of black SUVs had assembled at the main surface entrance to USSB Steadfast. Joyner had been waiting for Agent Myers, who was inside the topside complex overseeing the final preparations before their departure. Unfortunately, he was failing to perform his designated tasks, as he'd called in Joyner to speak to one of the engineers who was apparently giving him grief. "What is the problem here? Why isn't work underway?" Joyner said, approaching a man who was arguing fiercely with Myers. "This idiot expects me to cross-weld the exits and disable the elevator mechanisms," the engineer told Joyner. "He's lost his mind." Myers looked exasperated, and he stepped to one side, enabling his director to take the lead. "I want these exits sealed and the elevators permanently decommissioned," Joyner said. "It's a matter of great importance." "I won't do it," the engineer said. "Then I'll get someone who will." The man blinked a few times as he computed that information. "No one will do what you want," the engineer said, outraged at the suggestion he might be replaced. Two other engineers who were present voiced their agreement. "I don't understand why you would want to prevent anyone from Steadfast getting to the surface," the main engineer continued. "It doesn't make any sense, and it also condemns hundreds of thousands of people to virtual imprisonment." "My reasons are none of your concern, and you are here to complete tasks as ordered, not to question them," Joyner told him, and then considered the man for a moment. "If you must know, there is an outbreak of a potentially deadly virus which has to be prevented from reaching the surface," he said, hoping his lie would be accepted. He was to be disappointed, however. "A virus? You expect me to believe that?" the engineer scoffed. "There's no virus down there. We'd have been issued with quarantine protocols if there was." Joyner's agitation spiked, and he moved in close to the man's face. "I'll give you one last chance to reconsider your position," he said with barely concealed anger. "Things will not go well for you if you don't comply." "Comply? What kind of talk is that? I don't respond well to threats, so you could take your orders and stuff them where the sun don't shine." Joyner had had enough. He turned to Myers, who stood close by. "Make an example of this man, Agent," Joyner said. Agent Myers acknowledged Joyner's order and understood its connotations. He moved past his superior, pulled out his silenced gun, and shot the engineer once in the head. The man slumped to the ground, stone dead. The remaining 2 senior engineers cried out in terror at what had just transpired. One leaned against a wall and retched, while the other looked to be in shock as he stared, wide-eyed, at the body prone at his feet. Joyner waited in calm disinterest until the 2 men had regained some of their senses. "Now, I want those exits and elevators sealed and disabled within the day. Agent Myers will oversee your work. Make sure it meets his requirements. Otherwise, you'll be facing the same fate as your friend here." He indicated the body on the floor. The 2 men stared at him, uncomprehending. "Do you understand?" Myers shouted at them, stepping forwards, his hand once more on the grip of his firearm. The engineers nodded woodenly. "Do your job and keep quiet about this incident," Joyner told them, "and you and your families will be rewarded with top-class accommodation at USSB Sanctuary." He walked away, beckoning Myers alongside. "Get rid of that body." "Yes, sir. What about his family?" "Drop them off in the nearest town." "What should I tell them?" "I don't know," Joyner said in annoyance. "Make something up. When the workmen have finished their jobs, round them up and dispose of them." "Sir?" "You heard me. The elevator shaft would be an appropriate place for an accident, don't you think?" "Yes, sir," Myers said, his face deadpan. "And their families?" Joyner glared at him. "Do I have to think of everything? Drop them off with the others. Tell them they will be relocated and reunited with their loved ones in a few weeks' time." "Yes, sir. Very good." Joyner strode off, leaving Myers behind to clear up the mess. The 2 remaining engineers stood forlornly next to their dead colleague, unaware that their fate was already set in stone. Colonel Sampson had been receiving phone calls from all over Steadfast. Since the evacuation of about 5% of the civilian population, many of whom ran the command center, and the battle between the Army and Darklight forces, unrest and panic had spread throughout the base. This was to be expected, of course. However, he was now getting calls from military personnel who were unable to get in touch with any of the base's generals. Word had reached him that a meeting had been seen taking place earlier in the day between Intelligence Director Joyner and the top brass. Since then, there had been no sign of them, and Sampson had got that uneasy feeling that things were far from right. Other colonels operated on the base, but due to his position on Special Forces, he was looked upon as more of a leader than the rest. His phone bleeped again. Taking it out, he hit Reject Call. He'd had enough of this. Striding along a corridor and down a flight of stairs, he flung open some double doors and moved into a loading bay. Off to one side crouched a man working on the bodywork of a small, open-top military truck. Without breaking stride, Sampson hopped onto the back of the vehicle and jumped into the driver's seat. Starting it up, he sped off, heading for the command center and leaving a startled-looking mechanic in his wake. 10 minutes later, Sampson arrived at the large plaza, which was still littered with signs of the carnage that had taken place during the assault. He cut the engine and vaulted out onto the paving stones, his boots crunching down onto shattered glass that had been missed in the clear-up. Stalking through the main entrance and up an escalator, he took a flight of stairs up to the next floor, where he found an elevator still in operation. A short time later, he was barging open the doors to the main control room, where Nathan Bryant had been installed by Joyner to temporarily control the base. "Colonel, to what do I owe the pleasure of your company?" Bryant said, his tone scathing. "What are you playing at?" Sampson said. "This base is a complete mess. Systems are failing all over the place, and some barracks are without any power." What do you expect to happen when most of the people who have the expertise to analyze and control this place are forced to evacuate by you and your cronies? Samson suppressed a snarl. Joyner is no friend of mine. Then why are you carrying out his orders like some little errand boy? Careful, Bryant, Samson said, his expression darkening. Don't push me. Nathan laughed at him. What do I care what you do to me? I've betrayed my friend, resulting in his imprisonment and the deaths of innocent civilians. I'm past caring, so why don't you just fuck off and leave me alone? Samson's blood boiled over, and his hand strayed to his rifle. Go on, then, Bryant said, goading him. You love to kill people, don't you? Why not me? Add me to your ever-growing list. Samson realized the man wasn't in his right mind, and his fury dissipated. Out of habit, he removed one of his pills, which he chewed before swallowing. If you'd care to let out the professor, Nathan continued, then things may go our way a bit. I'm not sure if you've noticed, but Joyner and your beloved generals have left you in the lurch. What do you mean? Samson said as his calm returned. One of the systems indicated a malfunction with the elevator shafts. I had some computer specialists check it out. It seems they've been completely disabled from the surface. That doesn't matter, Samson said. We're under lockdown anyway. The meteor hit, didn't it? Of course it did, but if we're in lockdown, why has Joyner left, along with the generals and his whole intelligence team? Lockdown is lockdown, no ifs and buts, and yet he's hightailed it out of here, along with Goodwin and Darklight. Seems to me everyone's leaving, but us. Nathan's eyes went distant, and his voice grew quiet. We're up shit creek in more ways than you could know. What did you say? Samson said, but Bryant didn't reply. Samson had to agree. The man had a point. Perhaps I should let the professor out, he thought. Fuck, I hate these damn people and their politics. He gave a growl of frustration and left Bryant in the control center and headed back downstairs. A few floors down, he emerged from a stairwell and met up with two of his TerraForce team outside Steiner's makeshift cell. Open it up, he said. One of the men produced a keycard and unlocked the door. Samson entered to find Steiner sitting in his chair, eating some food. Ah, Colonel, joining me for a spot of lunch? The professor said, his manner far too jovial for Samson's liking. He gritted his teeth. Get up and get out. I don't think it's time for my walk yet. That's normally in a few hours' time. If you'd care to wait a while, I'd be happy for you to join me. Get up, Samson said, struggling to contain his irritation. You're free to go. Steiner looked at him for a moment, perhaps to see if he was being serious. If Steiner had known him at all, he would have known that Samson never joked. Not bothering to wait any longer in the man's company, he walked back out of the room. Men, on me, Samson said as he passed the soldiers, who followed him away from Steiner's room, now open and unguarded. Professor Steiner sat looking at the open door. He'd been a prisoner since the command center had been overrun by the military, acting on Joyner's orders. He'd been fed and allowed out for the occasional walk, but he'd been denied access to any communication devices, and he had no idea what the status of the base was or how the impact had affected the planet. Since he had been preparing for the impact for the last 29 years, it was extremely frustrating, to say the least, that he'd missed the event and also been unable to help the GMRC respond to it. Still, the bulk of his work had long since been finalized, so he felt confident that the global community would have reacted appropriately. What concerned him was Goodwin and his evacuees, and the hundreds of thousands of people left behind in Steadfast. He was also confused about being let out. What was Joyner up to now? Why lock him up for days on end and then suddenly let him go? It made no sense. "If you stay sitting here, you old fool," he thought to himself, "you'll never find out." He finished off his meal and drank the rest of his water, then got up and walked out into freedom. His first port of call, the control center. He was soon walking through the doors to find Nathan overseeing a chaotic scene. Warning lights flashed on displays all over the room, and telephones rang off the hook. A full contingent of staff occupied the workstations, but apparently none of them knew what they were doing. "Where is that air system failing?" Nathan shouted to a man over the far side of the room. "I don't know. The power grid sensors for that section are down." Nathan threw his hands up in disgust. "Problems?" Steiner said mildly. Nathan looked round to see his friend standing behind him. "Professor!" He strode over and embraced him. "Am I glad to see you! Samson let you out, then?" "He did. I take it this mess is the reason why." "Yes, it seems we're suffering power failures all over the base, and critical systems are beginning to switch to backups. I don't know why it's all happening, but it started getting bad in the last 12 hours or so. You haven't been able to rectify any of it? With this lot and me in charge, not a chance. Most of the people here have been brought in from other divisions. They don't have the expertise. Perhaps if the system was stable, we'd be just about okay, but time is not on our side right now." Steiner took off his jacket and hung it on the back of a nearby chair. He rolled up his sleeves, interlaced his fingers, and stretched them out with the satisfying sound of cracking joints. "Let's see what we can do." Nathan moved to one side, enabling Steiner to access the main command console. He tapped away at the keys. Windows and data sprang onto the screen at dizzying speed as he discarded the graphical user interface and drilled down into the code itself. It seemed to Steiner that the elevators and exits had been deliberately tampered with. Chunks of data were missing, and command lines erased from the system. Shaking his head, he put on a finger circlet and moved to the control center's large wall display. He grabbed a virtual schematics folder and opened an elevator shaft diagram, which he then merged with a live electrical field map. As the two came together, he saw that power supply trunk lines had been cut. He checked the other elevator mechanisms, which showed the same problem. It seems when they disabled the elevators, they also cut into power lines. Quite a few of them. "Can't we switch to internal power? The reactors should easily be able to provide us with what we need." "Usually, yes, but whoever did this has executed system overrides, and massive amounts of computer command structure is just gone. Backups are online, but it's only a matter of time before they start to fail, too." "So they've not just trapped us down here. They're trying to slowly kill us by catastrophic system failure?" "Perhaps," Steiner said. "Joyner?" Nathan asked him. "Who else?" "He's a piece of work," someone said from nearby. Steiner and Nathan looked round to see Colonel Sampson standing behind them. The fearsome officer moved past them to look around at the room's array of screens and said nothing more. Steiner and Nathan looked at one another, Nathan's eyebrows raised in mock shock that Sampson had deigned to join them. "Did you want something, Colonel?" Steiner said. "Just trying to find out what's going on and when we can expect normal service to resume." "Not yet a while, but your presence is actually quite timely." Sampson turned to face him. "How so?" "We need to physically redirect power from non-critical systems. We'll need some technicians, electricians, and engineers. I need them rounded up and in a meeting room in less than half hour. Can you do that?" Sampson nodded. "I'll need a list and location for these people." "Nathan will help you with that," Steiner said. Nathan didn't look too enamored at the thought of working with the colonel, but then who would, Steiner reflected. With the decision made, the two men left the room while Steiner worked on at the job in hand. 10 minutes later, Nathan returned to the control center. "All done?" Steiner asked him. "Samson's on it," Nathan said. "I don't get that, man. He's seething with anger one minute and acting like nothing has happened the next." "He's a conflicted soul, of that there's no doubt." Steiner continued to work on Steadfast's systems for a moment before he glanced in Nathan's direction. "So," he said, "what's been happening during my confinement?" "Goodwin got out with the majority of the Darklight forces." "How many civilians did he take with him?" Steiner said, already knowing the answer. "We're thinking around 30,000, but that's a guesstimate, really." "Joyner must have acted swiftly to head off my evacuation command." Nathan nodded. "AG-5 hit as scheduled," he continued, "but there have been some complications." Steiner raised a quizzical eyebrow, and Nathan went on to tell him about AG-5 Minor and its impact in India, along with the dust cloud's rapid spread across the upper atmosphere. "The incident in India is tragic," Steiner said, "although there was always a risk that breakup might occur during its final transition towards Earth. To be honest, it could have been a lot worse. Some had predicted mass impacts, so just one is almost a good result. I can say, though, that the speed of the dust cloud's expansion is extremely unexpected. We had protocols in place to cover such an occurrence, but even so, the GMRC and governments would have been unprepared for it. There must have been some unrest as a consequence." "You're not wrong," Nathan replied. "Some governments didn't show much restraint when it came to enforcing curfews, and populations were in turmoil in many countries. To be honest, though, that transition wasn't the biggest problem. The Chinese, in their infinite wisdom, decided the asteroid's arrival was an opportune time to launch a full-scale nuclear assault on South Korea and Japan." Steiner felt stunned. He knew the Chinese always had a hidden agenda. What government didn't these days? But to launch an attack when the world was at its most vulnerable was insane. "I can't believe it," he said. "Are they out of their minds?" "You'd think, but on reflection it was perhaps a predictable move on their part. When better to strike than when everyone else is looking elsewhere? The Chinese have got the biggest budgets and manpower, so they could afford to prepare for both preservation from the meteor and offensive planning and maneuvering at the same time. Given our government's response, I think the Chinese, in their view, made the right choice." "We haven't retaliated, then?" Steiner said. "No, some wishy-washy statement was aired, but that was about it. We're at DEFCON 1, mind you." "Didn't Japan and South Korea fight back?" "They did, but the effectiveness of China's missile shield left them virtually unscathed." "My God, what's happening now?" "The last we heard, China had moved in ground forces to secure the two countries. What's left of them, anyway. Most of the major cities have been destroyed. Apparently some of the bombs weren't nuclear. They were some kind of new device with mass destruction and zero residual fallout in the form of radiation. The People's Republic of China has expanded into an empire almost overnight." Steiner processed all the information he'd just received and then put it to one side to digest later. More pressing matters had to be addressed, like getting out of Steadfast. "We have another problem," Steiner told Nathan. "What now?" "Communications have been disrupted, cut and jammed." "He certainly doesn't want anyone else getting out of here, does he?" "The man's paranoia is working overtime," Steiner said. "Add to this fact that he cares nothing for the lives of those around us, and you've got a very dangerous mix, especially when it's someone with his resources." "Professor, I don't want to state the obvious," Nathan said, keeping his voice low to ensure he wasn't overheard. "But we really can't afford to be down here. if what you found is accurate. We have some time on our side, Steiner told him. Will it be enough? We shall see. Should we inform the rest of the base? Nathan said. They all have a right to know. Steiner pondered the question and then shook his head. It would be unwise to cause further panic. It would push people over the edge. We must galvanize the workforce and military, not divide them. No, what we know must stay between us. Nathan didn't look convinced at this course of action, but Steiner knew it was the right decision to make. He considered their options for a moment. Nathan, I think it would be an idea for you to arrange the relocation of all personnel to the lower chambers. Won't that arouse suspicion? Not if there is something to validate the move. Such as, Nathan said, critical systems failure in upper-level chambers. I'll issue a base-wide alert. That should work, Nathan agreed, and then paused for a moment, clearly torn as to what to say next. Professor, he said at last. Steiner arched a brow. Professor, I betrayed your trust. I'm so sorry. Steiner looked at Nathan with sympathy. The director can be a persuasive man. You knew? Nathan said in shock. Steiner nodded. I was cooped up for days with little to occupy my mind. I realized someone close to me must have informed Joyner of my plans, and you were the only one I'd confided in. It wasn't hard to put two and two together. I am so very sorry, Professor. I only told him about your plans for Darklight, nothing else, I swear. I don't know what else to say. You've already said it, and I accept. Don't you want to know why? Nathan said, full of sorrow. I don't need to know the reasons, Nathan. You're a good man, but a good man can be corrupted, like any other. You wouldn't be, Nathan said. Steiner shook his head. None of us can know what we would do if extenuating circumstances were arrayed against us. I am no different. Whatever Joyner's hold on you was or is, I don't need to know right now. Perhaps in future, when things are less foobarred, Nathan suggested. Steiner smiled. Yes, I think that turn of phrase describes our position quite succinctly, he said, patting Nathan on the shoulder as they turned back to the screens and chaos that was USSB Steadfast. Chapter 19. The small, tropical Central American country of El Salvador lies on the western rim of the Pacific Basin, sandwiched between the rolling waves of Earth's greatest ocean, with Guatemala to the north and Honduras to the east and south. Known as a surfer's paradise, the hot and humid Spanish-speaking nation consisted of small towns and cities with their fair share of squalid deprivation and corrupt bureaucratic oversight. Outside these urban oases, the pristine beaches and rolling landscapes reasserted the natural, untouched beauty that drew in travellers from the world over. Dotted with volcanic craters, often doubling as great lakes, a high central plateau dominated El Salvador's interior, framed by parallel mountain ranges and separated from the seas by a narrow coastal plain. Located on this strip of lowland, and south of the capital city of San Salvador, sprawled the runways of Comalapa International Airport, where an hour before Sarah, Trish, and Jason had safely arrived, fleeing the imminent arrival of the long-awaited asteroid. Transported alongside them were Sarah's crates containing the bones and red canister they'd unearthed in South Africa, the same bulky loads that had been testing Jason's resolve ever since they'd collected them from the revolving baggage carousel. "We can't lug this lot around with us all the time," Jason said to Sarah, stopping to rest the heaviest container on the floor. "Why can't we leave it all at airport storage?" "Seriously," said Sarah, "you expect me to trust airport security in El Salvador? My previous finds have been swiped from a secure vault, so some tin pot storage facility isn't going to protect it very well. No, the finds stay with us at all times. We're going to have to repack them in smaller containers then, Jason told her. Otherwise they'll slow us down big time. Fine, get some strong plastic postal tubes. Most of the bones will fit inside, and we can wrap them too. That should make them light enough to carry about between the three of us, attached to our backpacks. The canister can go in with the scanner and our other equipment, but there's no getting away from it. They go where we go. With their course set, they caught a bus to the city of San Salvador, where they arrived a few hours later. Once they'd disembarked, Jason went off to source the tubing, while Trish, left at a cafe with all the luggage, was tasked with organizing passage into Honduras by computer phone. Sarah, in the meantime, was out looking for an ultrasonic vibration unit like the one they'd abandoned back at the cave site. Some time later, she had found her way back to Trish, who'd been joined by Jason. The hustle and bustle of the city flowed past them as they sat in the shade with a couple of iced drinks. Sarah flumped down into an empty chair and called over a waitress to order her own beverage. "Any luck?" Jason asked her. "None," Sarah said glumly. "I have to say I'm not totally surprised. I thought I'd be able to find a smaller unit, though, but there's nothing, and I traipsed round all over the city." The waitress came back with Sarah's cola, and she took a long drink, the ice-cold liquid quenching her thirst with its refreshing flow. She relaxed back into her seat and let out a satisfied groan as her sore back muscles gained some light relief. "That puts the kibosh on excavating anything we find on the scanner, doesn't it?" Trish said, also a little downcast. Sarah nodded, her sullen expression saying it all. "I've got some good news," Jason told Sarah. "After I sorted out the bones, I looked at where we need to go. Exactly." "Excellent. You used the photos of the parchment's map Trish took on the plane, right?" "Yep," said Jason, looking very pleased with himself. "Using the same software I used before, I've been able to pinpoint the position of the building the parchment showed us." "Where is it, then?" Sarah said, annoyed, as Jason just sat there beaming at her. "You won't believe it," Trish told her. Sarah glared at them both, in no mood for games after her failed shopping mission. Jason laughed, unable to keep her in suspense any longer. "It's smack in the middle of the ruins of Copan," he said, his face expectant as he waited for her reaction. "Oh, really?" Sarah said, unimpressed. Trish and Jason looked disappointed at her lack of enthusiasm. "The 5th century ancient Mayan site. You don't think that's pretty weird?" Trish asked her. "There could be some connection between ancient human civilizations and Homo gigantis," Jason said, excited by the discovery. "It's pretty mind-blowing, don't you think? We thought so anyway." Trish nodded in agreement, but Sarah remained unenthused. "Just because it's in the same location doesn't mean they have anything to do with each other," she told them. "That super-ancient site we found on the parchment might be, 500,000 years older than the Mayan site. Considering the number of human settlements in the world, it seems only logical that some may tally up with any dwellings made by Homo gigantis." "We didn't think of that," Jason said, disheartened by the observation. "Don't get me wrong, there could be a connection," she said, trying to bolster them a little. "I'm just saying, keep an open mind. In my opinion, it just seems unlikely." "Is it still worth going there, then?" Trish said. They gave her an odd look. "I'm just saying, since you couldn't find the excavation device, is there any point in wasting our time? Especially with the meteor strike less than 3 days away, and considering everything we've already found." Sarah contemplated the question. "No, I definitely think we should check it out. We've come all this way, and now Jace has found the exact spot. You never know, we might get lucky again. We can still scan the area, so if we find anything, we can come back at a later date." "Suppose you're right," Trish said. "Of course I'm right. I'm always right," Sarah said with good humour. "Even when you said Carl, the Vatican mole, was a nice chap?" Trish asked. Sarah grimaced. "Well, nearly always right." "You're nearly there," Jason said. "Where?" Sarah was confused. "You're nearly at my level." "Level? What are you going on about?" Sarah said, totally bewildered now. He grinned. "Being perfect." "Ha! Perfect," Trish said, while Sarah laughed. "I've seen dog turds that are more perfect than you." "Dog turds?" Jason said in complaint. Trish and Sarah cracked up as Jason sulked. Then the waitress returned, and the three friends decided to order some lunch. After they'd sated their hunger, Trish proceeded to inform them about their travel plans. "I've booked us on the express train from here to Santa Rosa de Copan in Honduras. It shouldn't take us too long, although there has been some activity in the region from an anti-government militia who operate in the area. They've been fighting the government for years against what they see as state murder of civilians who speak up against them." "How will that affect the train?" Jason asked her. "They've been known to hijack them, rob the passengers, and extract any goods on board." "Ah," he said, "not good then." "No, not really. Still, there's nothing else we can really do. The bus services are being locked down across the borders due to curfews, and road traffic has also been prohibited. I'd say catch a light aircraft, but even they are being strictly controlled, so foreigners booking with little notice are not going to get a flight. That's according to the local British embassy anyway." "Looks like it's the train then," Sarah said. "When is it leaving?" "Tomorrow noon," Trish told her. Sarah nodded and sipped her drink, content in the knowledge they'd soon be heading off to the location depicted in the ancient parchment. They stayed at the cafe a while longer, letting their meal settle, and then found a couple of cheap hotel rooms to stay in for the night. Waking early the following morning, the companions gathered their possessions and struck out for the train station. After making their connection, the locomotive departed the platform, a heat shimmer rising from the tracks ahead. Another clear blue sky and bright sunshine accompanied them, the countryside speeding past as the train reached maximum velocity. Sarah looked out the window, expecting to see the meteorite in the sky, although it supposedly wasn't visible during the day on this side of the Atlantic. The great ocean and its massive expanse was a welcome barrier between her and the impact zone, which, until very recently, had been far too close for comfort. Resting her eyes, she settled down once more, another journey and adventure within her sights. The freedom she felt was all-encompassing and invigorating, especially compared to her dull existence back home with Mark in London. She might have more important matters to attend to, but this was definitely the life for her. This is what she had been missing. She'd found herself again, her purpose in life, and it felt like home. Her head lolled to one side as she dozed off to the drone and rattle of the express train as it surged onwards. Santa Rosa de Copan in Honduras wasn't a large place, perhaps home to 100,000 people. A small city, but located in a beautiful setting with friendly, welcoming locals. The centre of town looked as striking as the scenery surrounding it. Neoclassical buildings lined the cobblestoned streets, and if it hadn't been for the GMRC curfews, it would have been pulsating with tourists. People usually flocked to explore the city and the surrounding areas, which included the ruins of Copan and the Sulaque National Park with its subtropical cloud forest featuring mountainous elevations from 4 to nearly 10,000 feet. As usual, sightseeing was off the menu for the team of 3, and they had already arranged transport to the ruins. A small bus regularly ferried locals and tourists alike to the Mayan site, and they had lucked out as a driver who took the route was a relative of the owner of their base of operations in town, a modest bed and breakfast run by a lovely old couple. According to the timetable, the bus departed in 23 hours, and Sarah's phone told her the impact was due to occur in less than 20. The following day they ate breakfast with the couple and then returned to their room to watch the television. Sarah flicked it onto a Honduran English-speaking news channel and sat back to watch. They didn't have to wait too long before the stunning yet disturbing images of the meteorite's final flight and impact were aired. The three watched in silence, punctuated by the occasional gasp from Trish and swear word from Jason, as the newsreaders covered and discussed the fallout. Trish gave a shake of her head. To think we were only there just a few days ago. That's a sobering thought, Jason said, unusually sombre. Perhaps even more worrying than the impact was the breaking news that China had launched some kind of attack on as-yet unconfirmed countries. It may have even been nuclear. They watched the scenes of worldwide panic unfold, and then a GMRC warning interrupted the program. The organization's logo flashed up with a message. The phones that all three now had also chirruped as video text alerts came through. "It's the same message as on TV," Sarah said as she read the screen. "This is a GMRC emergency broadcast. Do not adjust your media player. This is a critical alert. Protocol 1 Delta. An emergency worldwide curfew will commence in 12 hours. Proceed calmly to your home or a place of refuge until further notice. Lethal force will be utilized to preserve the peace. This is Emergency Protocol 1 Delta. This is not a drill." "Fucking hell," Jason said. "This is going to screw us right up." "I don't think so. The bus leaves in a few hours," Sarah said. "We'll be out before the curfew, and when we're in the wilderness, there won't be any patrols to worry about." "We won't be far away from Copan Ruinas, the small town," Jason said, "so it'll hardly be a wilderness." Sarah chose to ignore him. "What about coming back?" Trish asked her. "We'll speak to... what was his name, the driver?" "Javier," said Trish. "We'll speak to him. I'm sure he'll come back for us if the price is right." Jason looked unconvinced. "Not if a total curfew is in effect, he won't." "I suppose," Sarah said, "it depends how strict they are round here. They're quite lax on most things, so perhaps this will be no different." Trish and Jason looked at her with deep skepticism. "Anyway," she continued, unperturbed, "they can only keep people holed up for so long. As soon as things calm down, the normal curfew times will be reinstated. Come on, it'll be fine. Stop being a couple of wusses." Trish and Jason muttered some choice words, but after some heated debate, they eventually saw things Sarah's way. Not long after, they made their way outside the bed and breakfast, where Javier picked them up, and their ride to the ruins began. "How close will you be able to get us, Javier, to the coordinates we gave you?" Sarah said. "Pretty close. You'll only have a short walk. I don't think the locals will let you do any digging or scanning. They can be pretty touchy about that sort of thing." Sarah exchanged meaningful glances with Trish and Jason. The locals might not want them to scan, but Sarah wasn't prepared to abide to silly rules and regulations at this point. Their groundbreaking discoveries had put her well on her way to proving her theories, and she wasn't going to slow down now. The bus, which was empty apart from them and a few locals, wound its way higher into the mountainous region. Creaking and groaning, the vehicle's suspension buckled and dropped over the uneven road surface as the jungle slid by. As Sarah bumped around in her seat, she pondered the situation in China. Going there now to validate her finds would not be a good idea. International tensions would be at breaking point, or past it, and foreigners looked upon warily or with outright hostility. "Where else can I go?" she thought. "Canada, perhaps, or France? Brazil, maybe?" She needed to discuss things with the others at a later date before any firm plans could be made. Sarah swayed in her seat as the bus came to an abrupt halt, bringing her out of her reverie. She peered out the front window to see a group of men with guns looking at the vehicle. Javier turned the engine off and got up. «Quédate aquí. Voy a averiguar qué está sucediendo», he said to the locals. «Wait here», he told the three companions in English, and then he got off. «What's going on?» Trish said, worry etched on her face. Jason looked similarly concerned. «I think they're those rebel militia you told us about». «They don't look like government troops," Sarah said. «No uniforms." Javier had reached the rebels and now spoke to two of the men. Hands were waving and gestures being made on both sides. After what seemed an age, Javier walked back to the bus and climbed back on, shutting the doors behind him. «They're letting us through. I know one of the men from when I was a child. You three better stay down, though, or avert your faces. If they see outsiders, they might change their minds." He started up the engine, and they pulled off at a sedate pace. Trish had sunk so far down in her seat she was hardly visible, while Jason had gone one further and sat on the floor. Sarah looked around and saw an old woman looking at her, so she got up and made her way along the aisle towards her. "What are you doing?" Trish said, sounding scared. "Get down." "They're not blind," Sarah said. "Those men saw how many of us were on here. It'll look sus if three suddenly vanish into thin air." She stopped in front of the woman. "Me prestas tu sombrero?" The woman gave Sarah a blank look. "What's disguise in Spanish?" Sarah asked Trish. "Disfrazar." "Sarah, we're nearly on top of them," Jason said. "Disfrazar," Sarah said to the woman, a note of urgency in her voice. "Por favor." The old woman smiled, removed her large hat, and passed it to Sarah, who quickly sat down, placed it on her head, and looked down at the floor. Out of the corner of her eye she glimpsed the militia on either side of them, assault rifles held loosely in their hands as they looked at the passengers as they drove by. Sarah held her breath, and then they were past and picking up speed again. Heaving a sigh, she took off the hat and handed it back to the woman. "Muchas gracias, señora." The woman smiled again and nodded in acknowledgment. After their scare, they made quick progress, although they did pass a couple of vehicles carrying more armed men on the way. "Aren't there any government forces around here?" Sarah asked Javier as they passed another one. Javier shook his head. "No, señorita, they do not operate out here anymore. It's too dangerous for them." "Does that mean there is no curfew in these parts?" "Yes and no," he said. "The rebels want to appear in control in the area, so they act like they are the government and try to protect the people as they would. They aren't as strict, though, and they are more likely to just reprimand you rather than lock you up or worse." "Good to know," Jason said from nearby. Half an hour or so later, they pulled up at a stop just outside of a small town. The locals got off first, and then Sarah, Trish, and Jason followed suit. "Will you be going back from here tomorrow?" Trish asked Javier. "Yes, when I was speaking to the men in the road, I asked them if I could keep running my service, even after the GMRC alert. They said I could, although I may have to pay some kind of toll for the privilege." "That's great," Sarah said. "Does that mean you'll be traveling as normal throughout the week?" "I hope so," he replied. That was excellent news, as Sarah was unsure how long they would be there for. Thanking Javier for the ride and bidding him farewell, they picked up their gear and made towards the location Jason had brought up on his phone. He pointed due west. "It's about 300 yards that way." They stood near the top of a valley, and the view was stunning. Tobacco farms dominated the lush, green, and fertile landscape. A variety of animals and birds made their presence known in and around them as their squawks and calls drifted along on the light breeze, the tall trees set against a clear blue sky. A river could be seen in the distance, weaving its way through the landscape, glistening like crystal-clear diamonds. "Have either of you ever been here before?" Sarah said, taking a deep breath and filling her lungs with the fresh, sweet-smelling air. "No, but I've seen pictures," Trish replied. "I know someone who's been here," Jason said. "They told me it was breathtaking in the height of summer, and the Mayan ruins are something else." "It looks pretty idyllic now," Sarah thought, as they made their way down through some sparse trees and plants which had been cultivated in order to provide easy access to the complex. The ruins appeared deserted. Tourists had stayed away for obvious reasons, and the local workers had apparently thought likewise. The meteor had its advantages after all, it seemed, as digging about in a World Heritage Site without authorization was a sure way to get arrested. As they moved towards the interior of the long-abandoned city, Jason carried the scanner and pulled other gear, including the precious canister, behind him in a small trolley. Sarah and Trish had the tubing on their backs containing the bones, plus they also bore food and camping supplies. Their bulky clothes and other non-essentials for the search had been stowed back at the bed and breakfast accommodation. Approaching a clearing, Sarah was able to make out a large stone structure through the trees. Trish let out a shriek. "What the hell is that?" she said, pointing into the undergrowth. Sarah squinted into the shadows to see what had terrified her friend, and then she saw it. A large black shape moved in the bushes. She took a step back as it headed towards them. Jason laughed when a pig-like creature came ambling into view. "Ooh, scary," he said. Sarah grinned in relief, and Trish gave him the finger as he continued to chuckle. With the less-than-frightening creature snuffling its way back into its habitat, they forged ahead once more. As they bypassed a large monument, the view gave way to reveal low-slung pyramids and a massive stepped building with a huge tower reaching towards the skies. "Wow, that's pretty spectacular," Trish said. Sarah had to agree. It was a marvel to behold. She paused for a moment, taking it in, and then reinstalled the reason for them being there in the forefront of her mind. "Jason, where now?" He murmured as he pointed his phone around in front of him. "There," he said, at last getting a fix. He now pointed at a large temple right next to the imposing tower. Sarah glanced up at the sun pulsating directly overhead. "Let's get going, then." She gestured at a smaller enclosed temple off to one side. "Trish, you set up camp inside there. Jason, dump your stuff and get the scanner ready." He saluted her. "Yes, ma'am." "Very good, soldier," she said with mock gravity. Sarah dropped off her burden and joined Jason as he made his way to the scan site. They calculated exactly where the search area would be, marked it out with some tape and sticks, and then got underway. It was quite a large grid to cover, so they took it in turns to carry the heavy scanner. Many hours had passed by the time Trish called them for dinner, and the two trudged back to the camp looking as weary as they felt. "Any luck?" Trish asked them. "None so far," Sarah said. "We've nearly covered the area, but we've only been scanning at one level due to having to penetrate the dense rock of the temple. We'll have to go over the site a few times at various depths to make sure we don't miss anything." The next day came and went, and then, on the third, Jason found what they were looking for, a telltale void deep underground. This time, though, there was no cave and no excavation machine. They mapped it out and then transferred the data to Sarah's computer phone. Unfolding a larger screen, she brought up and analyzed the new image. "It looks bigger than the other one we found," Jason said, looking over her shoulder. "You're right. Do you see this section?" Sarah pointed to the right-hand side of the void. "It looks like there might be another larger structure further down, and not a natural formation either, like the cave in South Africa." "That's pretty wild. I wonder what's down there," Trish said when they showed it to her. "Perhaps the one back in South Africa had extra chambers too. That tunnel had to lead somewhere, the one that had collapsed." "Maybe we'll never know now," Distracted, Sarah rotated the image in a manner almost akin to the ancient parchments they'd found. Whatever's buried under these Mayan ruins, we're not going to be able to get at it either, Trish said in glum realization as Sarah passed the image to her so she could take a closer look. Even if we had the equipment, no one's going to allow us to disturb this site. Unless there's a secret door or something we've missed, Jason said. Sarah smiled at the thought, while Trish gave a despairing sigh at his naive optimism. "What? There could have been," he said defensively, noting the two women's skepticism. "Now that you mention it," Trish said, trying to keep a straight face, "I did see an ancient jewel in the wall. Perhaps if we'd turned it anti-clockwise, it would have opened the secret passage to Narnia." "Very funny," Jason said, lacking his usual retort. Sarah experienced a sense of achievement at the find, but utter frustration that they could do nothing with it. If a chamber or even a whole complex existed down there, who knew what treasures might lie waiting to be discovered? It was too much to bear. She jumped up and went outside to walk off the gnawing irritation that sought to drive her mad. The day drew to a close as she moved amongst the ancient ruins. Exotic birds sang sweet music in the dusk, deep shadows casting themselves across her path as the sun dipped and hid behind monuments and trees alike. As she walked, her mind wandered along with her body. She passed a stepped pyramid and a few steely, narrow stone structures rising up out of the ground, perhaps 5 meters in height and 1 in width. On one side, the stele consisted of intricate relief carvings of a deity or king, and on the flat reverse, or other 3 sides, detailed hieroglyphic text adorned the surfaces. Each one was a wonderful work of art, and yet also acted as an ancient record of events over 1,000 years past. As she moved back the way she had come, she passed close to a stela near to the area they'd been scanning. This one had a lot more detail than the others she'd seen, and the limestone had been carved more in the round, too, a high relief. An imposing image of a man with a huge feathered headdress threatened to leap out from the substrate itself, such was the craftsmanship. And then she saw it, a lone symbol. She stopped dead in her tracks and took a backward step. Peering up at the figure, she saw a familiar form, one she had seen recently. And based on her limited knowledge of the subject, it was not Mayan. At least, as far as she knew, it wasn't. She held out the larger of her 2 pendants. The top symbol was identical to the one on the statue before her. The Mayan had no alphabet, and so the symbol she was looking at could not be there by chance. She walked around the stela, delving into its detail with her eyes. No other unusual markings appeared evident on the front, so she moved around the other 3 faces, which brimmed with hieroglyphs. It was a few minutes before she spotted another anomaly amongst the norm, a shape she recognized this time from the parchments they had been using. The location of this letter, if that's indeed what the symbols were, was lower down than the other, close enough to reach. She touched it with her fingers, tracing its outline. What did it mean? Did the earliest Mayans have direct contact with Homo gigantis? Surely not. What was more likely was that they knew of their existence. Perhaps they had found or accessed the chamber that even now sat undisturbed below them. Eyes straining in the fading light, she reached the final side, on which something much more amazing greeted her. Yet another familiar symbol, but below it, a shape embedded deep in the stone. It would have looked innocuous to anyone else, but Sarah knew this shape and its size well, very well. It was pentagonal and seemingly identical in size to the large pendant that even now hung around her neck. Her fingertips caressed its features as her other hand instinctively went to her chest to touch the metal artifact. Unclipping it, she looked at it, and then at the hole. She then slowly but purposefully sank the pendant into the stone. Nothing happened except for the arrival of her disappointment. What did she expect? The statue to light up and open out to reveal a hidden staircase? Well, yes, that really was what she'd been hoping for in the deep recesses of her mind. This, however, was real life, and things were never that easy or convenient. Their recent successes had woven a sense of fantasy into her life, and she'd begun to ride its heady wave. "Stop daydreaming, you fool," she admonished herself. Taking the pendant back out, she clipped it back onto the chain. Then she had an idea, and she hurried back to camp to collect the scanner. "Doing another sweep?" Jason said as she came in. "Something like that." "I'm doing a cup of tea in a while. Do you want one?" "Sure," she said, her mind elsewhere, and disappeared back outside again. Back at the Steeler, she heaved the scanner upright after adjusting its settings and started a sweep of the stone. Due to its weight and the position in which she held the machine, the screen wasn't visible, so she made one complete 360-degree pass and then put it down to inspect the results. Disappointingly, most of the interior appeared to be plain limestone, but directly behind the statue's front face, 12 inches in from the surface, was a dense metal object. To make sure this wasn't a normal occurrence within these stelae, she quickly scanned 3 more which stood close by. After looking at the results and seeing no such objects buried underneath these surfaces, she concluded it highly likely the first one was unique and worth investigating further, especially considering the Gigantis symbols weren't apparent on any of the other stelae either. She returned once more to the camp and dropped off the scanner, telling Jason to download its data onto her computer. "What have you found now?" Trish said. "I'm not sure. I'll let you know." Sarah grabbed a small pick and some hand tools from one of the packs, along with a torch, and departed out the front of the temple once more. Intrigued, Trish got up and followed her. When they reached the Steeler, Sarah passed Trish the light. "Can you point that on the carving, please?" She indicated the face of the Mayan king. Trish powered up the beam and shone it on the location, as instructed. "Sarah, what's going on? What have you found?" Sarah didn't reply, too wrapped up as she was in concentration and purpose. Dropping the hand tools to the ground, she grasped the pick and swung it with full force at the statue's face. The point bit deep, and the light Trish provided jerked to one side. "Are you mad?" Trish screamed at her. "You can't do that. It's a priceless relic." "That," Sarah said, emphasizing the word and pointing at the Steeler, "is not ancient. This," she grabbed her large pendant and brandished it at Trish, "is. Now put the damn light back on it, will you? There's something in there that doesn't belong." "Like what?" Trish said, still fuming. Jason sauntered up to join them. "Like a metal plate of some description." "I don't care what it is," Trish said, outraged. "You can't go around desecrating ancient monuments. I don't care what else we've found. This is humanity's history. We can't destroy it." "Trish, look, I have to dig this thing out," Sarah said in a conciliatory tone. "You've got to understand this is huge. It may even link early human civilization to Homo gigantis." Trish wasn't having it, however. "I don't care. I won't let you do it." "Won't let me?" Sarah said, each word loaded with defiant incredulity. Jason couldn't help but notice the tone of the discussion had taken an ominous turn. "Look, it won't hurt, will it, Trish? There's loads more of these things, and what we're discovering is almost out of this world. I'm sure we can dig out the stone and then replace it again, right, Sarah?" he said, almost pleadingly. Sarah didn't say anything as she locked eyes with her friend. "Fine, take her side as usual," Trish shouted at him. "I'm having no part of this." She switched her light off and walked back to camp without another word. "I don't always take your side, do I?" Jason said, watching Trish storm off. Sarah ignored him. "Put your light back on here, will you?" She collected the pick, drew it back, and then sent a shuddering blow thumping into the stone carving. This time a large chunk fell away at her feet. More strikes rained in as she went to work, breaking into the interior of the statue. "I don't think we'll be able to repair that," Jason said, looking at the mess on the ground. Sarah didn't hear him as she'd swung once more. This time a metallic impact was heard as the pick end struck a different type of material. Breathing hard now, she swapped over to a flat-ended mallet, which she used to beat the area at varying intensities for a few more minutes until most of the metal was revealed. She then discarded that tool and took up a hammer and chisel. As dusk turned to night, Sarah finally managed to pry out the object she'd seen revealed on the scanner. With care, she pulled it clear, limestone dust and debris falling off its surface as it came. Jason brought the light in nearer so they could get a better look. Measuring just under a foot wide and nearly the same in height, it felt quite heavy as Sarah hefted it. The metal, as that's clearly what it was, had a matte, almost beaten look. Its thickness was about the width of Sarah's finger, which accounted for its weight. She stroked its coarse, unworked surface before turning it over to inspect the smooth reverse, which had been etched with fine lines. Tilting it, indistinct markings glinted in the torchlight. No circle or letter-like symbols adorned it. However, dusting it off further revealed hieroglyphs surrounding a single line. "This isn't like the other things we've found," Jason said at last. "No," Sarah continued examining it. "It's a Mayan design, although I don't think I've heard of anything like this being found before. Have you?" Jason shook his head. "I felt sure it was going to be something like our other finds," she said, disheartened. "Me too, but perhaps it's still linked to them in some way. The symbols on this statue and this metal plate must be connected somehow. It can't be coincidence, surely." "Can you read it?" Sarah said, suddenly hopeful. "No, but Trish should be able to." Sarah sighed. "That's if she's still talking to me." It soon became apparent that Trish wasn't talking to either of them, although after many apologies and much pleading she eventually came around. "Give it here, then," she said irritably, holding out a hand. Sarah passed the metal plate to her, and under the powerful glow of a lamp, Trish angled the object so she could read the glyphs. The seconds ticked by as she analyzed it, and Sarah felt her impatience grow. "I'm not an expert in these by any means," Trish told them. "Just tell us what you can," Sarah said. Trish assessed it for a while longer and then laid a finger near the start of the line. "These hieroglyphs stand for Oxwitic, which is probably what the Maya called Copan. These ones here," she pointed further along the line, "are the place names for Holtun, the lost city discovered late in the 20th century in Guatemala. These I'm not so sure about." She indicated inscriptions higher up. "But I think one might be El Zotz, another Mayan city. It's some kind of map, yet operating in a linear format rather than a typical two-dimensional one. At the end of the line there is something quite interesting. These glyphs appear to represent the words large peoples, or perhaps a better translation would be giants," Sarah said in hushed excitement. Trish looked down at the mysterious relic which gleamed in the half-light. "Yes," she said, unable to contain her wonder. "Giants." Chapter 20. A bright new glistening morning greeted Sarah the next day, and while their search hadn't found any primary evidence of Homo gigantis, the metal plate, with its obscure reference to giants, was perhaps the next best thing. It also posed a number of interesting questions, both about ancient human civilization and that of Homo gigantis. With modern-day technology moving archaeology into a new golden age, groundbreaking discoveries were being made across the world in many fields. Sarah's own breakthrough in the last few weeks, however, might prove to be the greatest in human history. She inhaled a deep breath of fresh mountain air, soaking in the mystical vision that was the Copan ruins at dawn. Rays of sunlight glittered on tiny water droplets that had accumulated on surfaces overnight, while sluggish mists slowly eddied around the Mayan buildings and caressed the statues, stelae, and carvings that adorned and surrounded them. It had been decided the previous night that further exploration of the site would prove fruitless, given the tools and manpower available to them, and not forgetting that they didn't even have permission to be there in the first place. No, it would be wise to move on to pastures new and to determine the location at the end of the map depicted on the metal Mayan tablet. The underground chamber that lay so tantalizingly close would have to be recorded and investigated at a later date through proper channels. They had attempted to repair the stela that Sarah had literally defaced, but without the expertise of a stonemason, it had been an impossible task. Instead, they'd put the interior debris into one box and the pieces containing the artistic detail in another. Sarah was confident the surface of the carving could be restored to its former glory, although she had to admit it would be a painstaking job. Using her computer, Trish had found the location of the visitor center for the ruins due north of their camp and a short walk away, and she'd personally taken the boxes to the building and deposited them outside the main entrance, along with a note of apology. With reparations complete, their attention returned to the mysterious final location on the metal tablet, but before they could find it, they needed to translate all the hieroglyphs. Trish had suggested they visit the renowned Mayan University in San Benito, Guatemala. However, after some research on her computer, they deduced that no rail lines ran north across the Honduran-Guatemalan border. Traffic crossings had been blocked by the Guatemalan government to prevent the Honduran rebels entering their territory, and taking a boat ride from the Honduran Atlantic coast to enter Guatemala was also restricted by coast guards from both nations carrying out GMRC control orders. That left them with one of two options: travel on foot for 5 miles across unforgiving mountainous jungle terrain, and then catch some form of transport within Guatemala's borders to cover the extra 200 miles to San Benito, a journey they simply weren't geared to tackle, or alternatively take a plane. The choice was an easy one. Trish had quickly found that Santa Rosa de Copan, where they were staying, had an airport. Although it resembled a field more than anything else, it suited their needs, as all they wanted was a small plane to take them across the border and on to San Benito and the university. With a plan in place, they stowed their kit and made their way back to the bus stop they'd arrived at a few days earlier, making sure to stay back from the road itself in order to hide their presence from any rebel patrols. As they waited for their transport, a handful of hours came and went, and they spent their time chatting and sitting in quiet contemplation until Javier arrived in his bus. No local townsfolk waited to be picked up, but quite a few disembarked when the coach finally came to a halt nearby. "Did you find what you were looking for?" Javier asked them when they boarded. "We did," Sarah said, "but we weren't able to get to it. We'll have to come back another time, I think." "That's a pity," he said, with genuine sympathy. "You live in such a beautiful place, Javier. You're very lucky," Trish said, a tad sycophantically, most likely out of guilt that they'd just defaced a priceless local monument, Sarah assumed, her own shame lying heavily upon her. He smiled. "Thank you. It is nice, but like anything, you get used to it, and if you've grown up with it, you'd know no difference. It is home, though, and I try to appreciate its good points over the bad. Once they got back to the town, they quickly packed up their belongings, paid their dues, and asked Javier if he could take them to the airport. After boarding the bus once more, a short 5-minute journey to the airstrip had the three explorers ready for the next leg. They thanked Javier once again, gave him something extra for his troubles despite his protestations, and went into the small airport office to arrange a flight. Due to the rebels not enforcing some GMRC protocols, air services were still operating, and even flights across the border were available, albeit for a much greater fee. After Sarah had handed over the money, the universally accepted US dollar, she realized her finances had finally run short. "We've got a serious cash flow problem, guys. We'll need to get some more in San Benito." "Do they have a British embassy there?" Jason asked her. "I doubt it, but they should have a local office, and they'll hopefully be able to see us right until we reach a bigger city." The plane they waited for, a tiny single-propellered craft, was due to depart in an hour. As the time neared, they organized themselves and their baggage, putting most of it onto a couple of trolleys. All was calm until a speeding car approached outside the departure room. They heard it skid to a stop on the loose gravel, and moments later Javier burst in, a look of desperation on his face. "You must leave right now!" he shouted at them. "We were just going to get onto the plane," Jason said in surprise. "What's the rush?" "Los rebeldes están llegando!" he yelled, lapsing into his native tongue. They looked at him blankly. "The rebels," he said. "They're coming." "Coming for who? Us?" Trish said. See! They found the statue you smashed. They are coming. You must go, now!" "Jesus Christ!" Jason looked like he was going to be sick. "I told you we shouldn't have touched it," Trish wailed. "Now's not the time," Sarah said as they grabbed their things and rammed them in the trolleys. Rushing outside, all three ran as fast as possible towards their plane, the trolleys bouncing and rattling over the uneven grass. At the front of the craft, the pilot was running some final checks. "Start the plane!" Jason shouted at the man as they drew closer. Startled, the pilot looked up to see the stampeding, wild-eyed foreigners bearing down on him. "We depart in 5 minutes, waiting for clearance, okay?" he said, nonplussed at their frenetic state. "No time for that," Jason said as they careered to a halt next to the plane. "We have to go right now." "Peligro! La milicia!" Trish screamed at him as she threw their belongings into the plane. Sarah heard a noise behind them. She looked back in horror to see in the distance 3 militia-laden pickup trucks tearing down the road towards the airport. "Hurry up!" she said. "Start the damn plane!" Jason bellowed at the pilot. Eyes widening at the sight of the rebels' vehicles, comprehension dawned, and he traced the lines of a cross on his chest, swore, and ran to the front of the plane. With a couple of powerful pulls, he got the propeller going. Jason and Trish scrambled into the plane alongside their gear and slammed the door shut. The pilot ran to his side and Sarah to hers, both jumping in. Sarah looked back. The cars were onto the airstrip now and had stopped at the buildings. Armed men swarmed inside. The small plane was positioned at the correct end of the landing strip for takeoff, and the pilot had hardly lined it up when the rebels reappeared outside. Sarah watched as one of the men pointed in their direction. Guns were raised and shots fired into the air. "I think I'm going to throw up," Trish said as fear increased its grip and squeezed. "I think they want us to stop, no?" the pilot said, clearly terrified. The plane, which had been accelerating, slowed as his hand dropped back on the throttle. "That's not an option." Sarah grabbed his hand in a vice-like grip and whacked the lever full ahead. The plane's faltering engine note surged into a high-pitched whine. Some of the militia had seen that they weren't stopping. 2 vehicles cut across to block their escape. The plane remained glued to the runway as it struggled to get airborne, and Trish cried out as the cars slid to a halt in their path. The aircraft, its speed, now too great for it to stop, ploughed onwards. The flight yoke inched backwards as the pilot wrestled with it. Cars loomed large before them. The rebels dived to safety on either side just as the aircraft lifted from the ground. Sarah shut her eyes tight, waiting for the inevitable impact. Shouts and cries of fear came from inside and out. 2 loud bangs reverberated through the fuselage, and then nothing. Sarah cracked open an eye. They were airborne, soaring into the sky above. Looking back, she saw the rebels getting up off the ground and looking after them as they flew off into the distance. She half expected to see their landing gear embedded in the cars, but the sound must have been the tires impacting on the vehicle's roofs as they scraped over them. She let out a deep sigh. Jason whooped in joy, and Trish had her head in her hands. The pilot looked shaken. "Muchas gracias, senor. Thank you," Sarah said, patting him on the back. He didn't look at her, but nodded his head in acceptance, clearly distressed at their close shave. She looked down below. Already high up, the ruins of Copan slid past beneath as they picked up speed and gained altitude. Next stop, Guatemala, she thought, as the plane flew onwards. 200 miles of dense jungle terrain separated them from San Benito. They had already crossed the border into Guatemalan airspace, and the midday sun gave the passengers a perfect view of the forests below. Cruising at a few hundred feet made it possible to see far into the distance, while also being able to pick out a lot of detail on the ground, and it was perhaps this perspective that prompted Jason to break the silence. "Is it me, or is it getting a bit dark?" he said from his seat behind Sarah. Sarah looked outside. The sky seemed to be clear of any clouds, but Jason was right. It was definitely getting darker. "I thought it was just me," Trish said. "Thought I was just tired or something." "There are no clouds," the pilot said, also sounding unsure. Sarah looked out of the window behind her to see a disturbing sight. The sky and land in the distance wasn't just dark, but pitch black. "What is that?" Trish asked, as she also looked behind. "A thunderstorm?" "An eclipse?" Jason suggested. The skies around them grew darker and darker, as if the sun was setting at 5 times its normal speed, the problem being it was not dusk but noon. "I don't think it's either," Sarah said. "Look up." They all craned their necks to look upwards. Directly above them, a dark cloud raced across the sky. But this was no ordinary cloud, as it stretched from horizon to horizon, and everything behind succumbed to its embrace, devoured by the most dense and blackest of nights. "Que Dios nos proteja," the pilot said. Jason looked nervously out at the strange phenomena. "What did he say?" "May God protect us, I think," Trish said. The cloud had passed them now, eating up the blue sky above like a dense plague of locusts. Light had turned to dark, and they hung suspended in the air, literally between night and day. The jungle disappeared into darkness below them, and the pilot flicked a few switches, and the plane's lights came on inside and out. "It's got to be the meteor," Sarah said. "That can't be the dust cloud. It wasn't supposed to hit here for at least a few months," Trish said in complaint, "if not a year." "I can't help that. I'm sure that's what it is. In fact, it can only be that. They must have got it wrong." "I'll check." Trish turned on her computer. "It's not working," she told them after a while. "I can't get a signal." "That confirms it then," Sarah said. "The satellites are out. Change to a land-based station." "I would not bother," the pilot told her. "Guatemalan, Honduran, and Belize governments haven't invested in the system. It was said to be too expensive." "Wonderful." Trish switched the computer off. After half an hour had passed, they found themselves in total darkness. The only sign of the sun far off in the distance, a bright, shining light, fighting a losing battle against the great cloud, which sought to devour it in its gaping, all-consuming maw. According to media reports and GMRC informational broadcasts that had been issued with greater frequency leading up to the impact, once the cloud had dispersed, the sun would not be visible again for a number of years, perhaps for as many as 10. A sobering thought. Being told that something was going to happen never prepared you for the actuality of the event itself. No more sunlight, Sarah thought. No more sunrises, no more sunsets, just endless night. "I can't believe they got it this wrong," Jason said at last. "Well, they did," Trish said, her voice stressed. "Deal with it. You're all heart, you are. It's part of my charm. I'd call it something else," he said moodily. The two bickered for a while, and Sarah tuned out, as she normally did when her friends descended into mindless tit-for-tat. With the remainder of the journey dragging by, she took the time to contemplate the new turn of events and its implications for their mission. Eventually, as she stared off into the distance, the lights of a large urban area appeared as they cleared a high ridge, San Benito. They landed soon after, and checking in through customs, they were advised to find a hotel quickly before curfew came into effect. People had fled indoors when the dust cloud had hit, and the streets of the city echoed to an eerie silence. Rather than bother with finding the embassy office, they checked into a large, more expensive hotel with the capability to issue money via their passports. Sarah waited at reception while the manager went away to verify her bio-signature and the digital encoding embedded in the passport. She'd decided to withdraw £10,000 and have it converted into US dollars. The manager returned and handed back her documents. "I'm sorry, your request has been refused," the woman told her. "What? Why?" Sarah said, confused. "There appears to be no money in your account, madam." "No money? I don't understand. There should be another 20,000 in there." "I'm sorry," the woman said, and left to serve another customer. "No money?" Jason said when Sarah went upstairs to tell them. "I thought you had loads left." "Not loads, but enough." She massaged her eyes, her mind in turmoil. "Then where's it gone?" he asked her. "Mark," Trish said. Sarah groaned. She'd forgotten. Mark did have access to her account. He'd needed to deposit some money while they were out once, and she'd lent him her details so he could use it temporarily. She'd transferred the money into his account soon after, but he must have kept the information. The look on Sarah's face confirmed Trish's suspicions. "That two-faced bastard," she said. "He not only hit you, he stole your money too." "He hit you?" Jason said, dismayed. Sarah sank onto a bed and covered her face with her hands. Trish came over and placed a comforting arm around her. "Don't worry, Says. He'll get his in the end. Those types always do." "I've got some money," Jason said, sitting down next to her, "and Trish is loaded, so she can put some in too." "I'm not loaded, just comfortable, thank you," Trish said, still with an arm around Sarah. "But yes, I can put some in too." "Thanks, guys. I don't know what I'd do without you two." "You'd get lost," Trish gave her a squeeze. "A lot. And be bored," Jason said. "Be less popular," Trish added. "Be smellier," Jason said, laughing as Sarah chucked a pillow at him, a smile stealing across her face. With her friends continuing to lighten her mood, Sarah let the sounds of joviality wash over her, and sometime later, after Jason and Trish had collected their money, they surfed the net to locate someone at the Mayan University who might be able to help them. Trish pointed at a picture of one of the lecturers. "He looks like a good bet." "Yoshi Kaiut," Jason said, reading the text underneath. "Funny name." "It's Mayan," Trish told him. "Looking at his credentials, he'll be ideal to translate the rest of the map. Plus, this site tells you in real time if they're on campus, and he's got a green dot next to his profile, so he should be there right now." Sarah got to her feet. "Let's go and see him, then." "We'd have to move quickly to beat the curfew," Trish said. "All the more reason to hurry, then." Sarah picked up her coat and zoomed out the door. Trish cursed and quickly followed, with Jason trailing along behind. It seemed spooky out on the empty streets. The lights had been turned on, but everyone had apparently sought the comfort and security of their homes. When they traversed any unlit areas, the sky above was pitch black, no sign of the sun, the stars, or moon. It was uncanny, even more so since it should have been broad daylight. Hastened by the ghostly surroundings and a sudden nip in the air, it didn't take them long to reach the university, located on the edge of town. As with most campuses, they were able to saunter in unchallenged, and using a printout they'd got at the hotel, they soon found the lecturer's department and then his office. Sarah knocked on the door. "Está abierta," a voice called out. Sarah looked at Trish for confirmation. "Go in," she said. They walked inside to find a small, middle-aged man with dark skin and jet-black hair sitting behind a desk. Books, folders, and paperwork loaded the shelves, and by the look of it, all other available surfaces too. "Senor Yoshi Kaiut?" Sarah said. He studied their appearance with curiosity. "Si?" "We're sorry to intrude, senor," Sarah said, "but we urgently need your help to translate some Mayan hieroglyphs for us." For a moment Yoshi looked intrigued, but he quickly became distracted. "I don't really think this is the time," he said in a strong local accent. He looked out of the window. "There are things going on greater than research right now. Come back in a few days, and I will take a look at it then for you." Sarah took the metal tablet out of her coat and placed it on the desk in front of him. Due to its weight, it made a satisfying thump as she let it go. "Please, senor, it's very important." Yoshi glanced down at the Mayan relic before him. The ancient patina and unusual nature of the piece must have piqued his interest, as he picked it up, noted its weight, and then angled his desk lamp to highlight the inscriptions in more detail. He looked up in astonishment. "Where does this come from?" "The ruins of Copan," Jason said. Yoshi turned it over in his hands, feeling the surfaces. "It is fascinating," he said, turning it again to look at the inscriptions. Nothing further was said for a minute or so as he examined it. "We need you to decipher it for us," Sarah said at last. "Of course," he said, without looking up. He grabbed a blank piece of paper, drew a line, and then wrote on it, referring back to the artifact every now and then for guidance. "It is a map," Yoshi said once he had finished. "We guessed that part," Trish said. "I was able to identify Copan, Holtun, and El Zotes, but the rest I couldn't translate." Yoshi looked up again at the three people standing in his room, suddenly realizing they weren't just students or tourists. "You are archaeologists?" Sarah nodded. "Yes, from England." "And Wales," Jason said. "I see. You are quite correct in your initial deductions. The ones you were missing are here." He indicated the piece of paper and handed it to Sarah. Trish and Jason moved in closer to see that Yoshi Kaiut had copied out the line and added to it the names of the places he had just translated. "Perhaps the most interesting thing is the inclusion of Teotihuacan," Yoshi said. "It reinforces other finds linking the great city of the north to the Mayan civilization in the south. I really must know how you came to have this piece. Did you discover it on the site or acquire it from another source?" "We bought it from a dealer," Jason said. "It's authentic, though," he added quickly, thinking on his feet. "It came with a wooden case, which we had carbon dated. It's over 1,000 years old." Sarah was thankful Jason was on the ball. If they'd told him they'd unearthed it, then he would no doubt have insisted they turn it over to the relevant authorities or Mayan Institute. The fact that they had acquired it financially made its ownership a much greyer area. "You've left a question mark at the top," Sarah said, pointing to it. Yes, I don't recognize it. It's definitely not a Mayan name. I think you will need to visit an authority on Mexican Mesoamerica. He fumbled around on his desk. I should have a card here somewhere. What about the other hieroglyphs? Trish said, the ones at the very top? Yes, I did see them. They aren't a place, more a description. I guess it means bear men, or more literally, beast men. It doesn't mean giants, then, Jason said. I suppose it could be interpreted that way, he conceded, smiling a little at the suggestion. There are many references in ancient Maya records to bears that walk like men. It's a normal occurrence in cultures all over the world where bears, especially grizzly bears, are located. Yoshi Kaiut picked up the artifact and examined it again. Would you mind if I took a photo of this? Go for it, Sarah said. He placed the metal plate back on his desk and used his phone to take a couple of pictures. He then came round the desk, holding the relic in both hands, and carefully passed it back to Sarah. As he was quite small, the top of his head barely reached Sarah's chin, and it was probably for this reason that he noticed something. What is that? He pointed to Sarah's chest. Automatically wondering if her bra was showing, she looked down in embarrassment, only to realize he meant her pendant. Idiot, she chided herself. Of course he meant the pendant. It's a piece I found on a dig in Turkey, she said. I've seen those symbols before. May I? He held out his hand. Sure. Sarah took off the larger of the two pendants and handed it to him. You have another one, too, he said, as the smaller metal pentagon was revealed beneath. Yeah, I found this one near to that one. You said you recognized the symbols? Most definitely. I can't quite believe what I am seeing, to be honest. Only a year ago some artifacts were discovered under the Pyramide del Sol at Teotihuacan. I'm not sure if you were aware, but there is a man-made tunnel underneath the pyramid which leads to a cave. Initially it was theorized the underground chamber was used as a royal burial tomb, an assumption that persisted for decades, right up until last year. What changed their minds? Jason said. The artifacts recovered are clay tablets. It looks like the cave was used as some kind of library. The interesting thing is they don't have any hieroglyphs on them. They contain symbols akin to an alphabet, and some of them are identical to these. He held up her pendant. You've seen the tablets, then? Trish said. No, not first-hand, anyway. A friend of mine showed me some photos he had printed out. I studied them with him for a bit, but we couldn't make head nor tail out of them. He was supposed to meet up with me again so we could continue our work, but I haven't heard from him since, and he's not answering my calls or emails. Sarah exchanged a meaningful look with Trish that spoke volumes. Do you know where we can find this friend of yours? Jason said. I do if I can find his card. Yoshi rummaged about on his desk again. Aha! He said triumphantly, and waved a small business card in the air, which he then passed to Jason. Victor Fernandez, Conservación Científico y Filólogo, Museo Nacional de Antropología. Jason read aloud, then passed it to Trish, who then gave it to Sarah. He will be able to help you, I'm sure. If you can reach him, that is. If not, someone else in his department will be able to help you. Yoshi handed the pendant back to Sarah. I would ask a favor of you, though, if I may. Of course, Sarah said. Only too happy to help. Once you track Victor down, can you tell him to call or email me? Also, if you find out anything to do with those symbols and your map, I would be very interested to know. Actually, he withdrew a wallet and passed his business card to Sarah. All my details are on there. Not a problem. I'll be sure to do so. Thank you so much for your time, Sarah said, shaking his hand. You've been extremely helpful. After more pleasantries were exchanged, they made their way back out into the depressing darkness of the day, where they hurried back towards the hotel through the deserted streets of San Benito. "That was a pretty successful trip," Jason said as they crossed another empty road. "You're telling me we've got to get a look at those tablets," Sarah said, bristling with enthusiasm. "God knows what they would reveal if they could be deciphered." "I don't think we should even try and find out," Trish said. Jason and Sarah looked at her in disbelief. "You heard what he told us," Trish said in answer to their expressions. "He hadn't heard from his mate in ages. Bit of a coincidence, don't you think? After they find tablets with symbols we believe are proof of Homo gigantis." She has a point, Sarah thought. Had she learnt nothing from her past experiences? She'd got so caught up in their successes she'd almost forgotten the precarious nature of their position. "We don't have to see the actual tablets themselves, do we?" Sarah said. "We just need to get hold of those photos. If it seems too dodgy, we can just ask searching questions without being too obvious. At the very least, we can find out what the place is called on the map." "I don't like it," Trish turned to Jason. "Surely you must agree with me." "You'll just accuse me of taking sides again," he said despairingly. "Ah, so you do agree with her, then?" Jason threw his hands up in disgust. "Trish, it will be fine," Sarah said. "Look, we'll go up there. I'll go on my own to see this bloke, and you two can stay back with all the gear and protect our finds. I'll be less conspicuous on my own." "What, a tall, leggy blonde in Mexico? I'm sure you'll blend right in," Trish said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "There are such things as hats and trousers, you know," Sarah said, giving her friend a playful nudge with her arm. Trish glared at her, but Sarah put on a pout and tried to look pathetic. Trish smirked and then laughed. "Bloody hell, you're really annoying, do you know that?" "You love me, really," Sarah said, laughing with her. "Group hug," Jason said, and squidged them all together. "Jason, get off, you idiot," Trish said, trying to be angry but unable to keep the smile from her face. "Mexico, baby," Jason said as he released them. "Can we go to Cancun for a stop-off? I need a bit of R&R. "If you fancy sunbathing in the dark, you can," Sarah told him. Jason looked up at the black sky. "Oh, yeah, I forgot about that," he said, his mood lowering. They continued their journey back to the hotel, their momentary elation quelled, but not extinguished. When they arrived sometime later, Trish prepared yet more reservations via the establishment's in-house internet service, and with nothing else to do but wait, they settled down for the night. 8 hours of restless sleep faded into memory, ushering in a difficult next day as they adjusted to the absence of sunlight. Many people in the hotel also had strained looks on their faces as the realization of a new type of existence dawned on them, in more ways than one. By mid-morning they'd returned to San Benito's airport, and they were airborne again. Hours later, the three explorers, leaving the city behind, ablaze with artificial lighting, the next leg of their quest beckoning them onwards. Chapter 21. Shrouded, dense, and sinister blackness hung over the city of Albuquerque. It should have been daylight, and yet no sun had risen. "The dust cloud must have passed over in the night," Rebecca concluded, as she huddled close to Joseph in the ruins of the burnt-out care home. It had been days since the fire, and yet half the city was still being left to fend for itself by the authorities. The rioting had died out 72 hours after it had begun. Looting and destruction had now taken precedence. It was amazing to think how fragile civilization actually was. People complained about the police and government, but without them, society's darker side asserted its control. Gangs and criminals, usually below most people's radar, thrust to the surface. The cold reality of life without law and order exerted its unyielding grip on the district. Taking a walk down the street was now a very dangerous proposition, triply so if you went unarmed or alone. The rain had been beating down for the last 2 days straight, which was extremely unusual in New Mexico. Rebecca assumed weather patterns must have been disrupted, as predicted and discussed on a few TV shows prior to the impact. Ordinarily, this wouldn't have posed too great a problem, but they now found themselves crowded into a couple of rooms, the only two which still had a roof over them. Thankfully, one was a small kitchen, so they'd been able to get a steady supply of food as they waited for help to come. Help had not come, however, only the pervasive darkness and a keen drop in temperature. Every now and then gunshots rang out, and the occasional scream shattered the oppressive silence that closed in around them. Only 3 of the carers remained now, Julie, Rebecca, and a young, timid girl who was about as much help as those they looked after. Joseph had been very quiet since the fire crew had left the scene to attend a blaze in another part of the city. He wasn't alone, though. The home catered for 12 mentally disabled people of various ages. One in particular was of great concern. Edna was in her 90s and had come down with a chill 2 nights before. "How is she?" Rebecca asked Julie as she came over to where the old woman had been covered up on one of the beds they'd been able to salvage. "Not good," Julie said, concern etched deep on her face. "I don't think she has much time left." Rebecca didn't know what else to say. She put her hand on Julie's shoulder and gave it a squeeze before she went round the other patients to feed and comfort them and to make sure they had enough to drink. The other carers had slowly disappeared when it became apparent that they'd been left to fend for themselves. Maria had, of course, been the first to go. She'd claimed to be going to get help, but Rebecca had seen an unbridled fear in her eyes, indicating that the only one she cared about was number 1. Her job was just that, a job, whereas to Rebecca it had been a calling and a profession. She found it very hard to understand how someone could leave such vulnerable people to fend for themselves. In fact, she didn't care what their reasons were. It was just unadulterated selfishness and a lack of compassion, sadly an attitude that seemed to have grown quite prevalent in modern society. A while later, after completing her rounds, Rebecca moved over to Julie as she routed through the stores. "Everything okay?" she asked her. "We're running out of fresh food," Julie said without turning around. Rebecca looked into the cupboard over her shoulder. Only a few cans remained, along with some long-life milk and a couple of boxes of cereal. The main kitchen that provided for the patients had burnt to the ground, along with the rest of the rooms. "We're going to have to restock," Rebecca said. "Where from?" Julie asked, her voice quavering. "We can't go walking around out there. It isn't safe." "Have you got any other ideas?" "We could try asking at some of the houses down the street. It would be better than going near a shop. I think that would be too dangerous." "Good idea," Rebecca said. "They might not want to open their doors, though." "When they see it's just a woman, they will, though, won't they?" "Would you?" Julie looked on the verge of tears. "What else can we do?" "No, you're right," Rebecca said with a conviction she didn't really feel. "I'll go and see what I can get. You stay here and look after everyone. I'll be as quick as I can." Julie nodded her head, and Rebecca picked up the black vest she'd worn to scare off intruders. Without hesitation, she inserted the heavy metal plate into it, too. She was only going down the street, but its presence supplied her with some semblance of comfort and protection. Picking up one of the 2 torches, she looked about at the pitiful scene of their forlorn group as they huddled around a small fire in the middle of the room. Without another word, she climbed over some fallen debris and made her way out into the darkness. There was movement some distance away, but all was quiet nearby as she shone the light in front of her. The first house she came to had its front door ajar. Furniture and clothes littered the ground outside. She considered entering, but only briefly. "Don't be stupid," she thought. "Anyone could be in there." Moving on, the next house also lurked in darkness, but it didn't show any signs of having been disturbed. She crossed the front yard, knocked, and waited. No response. She tried again. Still nothing. Returning to the sidewalk, she started to cross the road, but raised voices approaching from her right stopped her in her tracks. Quickly deciding that being hungry was preferable to any kind of confrontation, and that discretion was the better part of valor, she beat a hasty retreat, walking quickly back to the remnants of the care home. As she neared safety, a shadowy figure emerged from behind a tree. Heart pounding in her chest, she stopped and shone the torch in its direction. The light revealed a large, disheveled man. A deep cut had lacerated the skin on one cheek, and his eyes gleamed with a disturbing oddity. "Can I help you?" Rebecca said, trying to keep the fear out of her voice. The man said nothing, but moved closer. She took a step backwards and bumped into something. Jumping forward, she swung around. Another man stood there. "A pretty girl like you shouldn't be out here alone," the second man said, an ugly smile distorting his face. Rebecca dropped the torch and ran towards the home. The first man reacted quickly, cutting off her escape. Cruel fingers dug into her flesh, dragging her backwards, and she kicked and screamed as the second man closed in from the front. The sound of other voices closing in on them made her scream out, "Help! Help me!" Torchlight appeared as she struggled to free herself. "Found yourself some new game?" a gruff voice said as more men came into view. To her horror, Rebecca realized they were friends of the two that now held her. "Leave her alone!" a familiar female voice shouted out. "Julie!" Rebecca wanted to tell her to run, but a hand had clamped down over her mouth. "See who else is inside and bring them out," the third man said, clearly in charge. Rebecca continued to struggle, but the person who held her tightened his grip, and she began to find it hard to breathe. Her captor stood up straighter, and her feet lifted off the ground, her toes just brushing the pavement. She heard Julie scream, and then she glimpsed Joseph and the others being herded out into the fractured torchlight. Joseph, who walked with his head bowed, looked up and caught sight of Rebecca. Crying out in anguish, he rushed towards her, and her eyes widened in shock as one of the men kicked away his legs. Others waded in, and blows and kicks rained down on him as he curled into a ball on the ground. Rebecca bit hard into the hand holding her mouth, and the grip that held her released, sending her sprawling to the sidewalk. She scrambled up to reach Joseph, but someone grasped her from behind. A vicious blow exploded against her head, knocking her from her feet once more. Crawling forwards, she reached out a despairing hand to Joseph, but she was grabbed again and thrown onto her back. A punch slammed into her temple, and light flashed before her eyes. Rough hands pulled off her trousers and spread her legs, while others held down her arms. She screamed out as a man's face bent over her own, his dead eyes staring into hers. As a tear rolled down her cheek, she heard the sound of vehicles passing by. "Why aren't they stopping?" she asked herself, shutting her eyes as time slowed, and her mind shrank away from her body. Moments later, a bright light shone through her eyelids. Blinking, she opened them in time to see the large man on top of her being yanked backwards like a rag doll. He appeared to float in mid-air for a moment and then disappeared from view. A second after, the grips on her arms also vanished. Shouting and blinding light was everywhere now. Huge arms encircled Rebecca's shoulders and legs, and she was picked up off the ground and carefully placed on her feet. Disorientated, she swayed slightly as she stared around her. Someone gently tugged her trousers back up, but she hardly noticed as armed, black-clad soldiers swarmed everywhere. The men who had attacked them lay bound, face down on the ground. Most struggled against their bonds, while a few lay unnaturally still. "It's all right, miss, it's over now," her rescuer said in a deep, powerful voice. "I want this area secured and cleared in 3, he told a passing soldier. "We can't afford to stop for long." "Yes, Commander." The man saluted and moved off, issuing orders. Rebecca looked for Joseph and the others. Then she saw them next to a large, armoured vehicle. The officer who'd saved her guided her over to her group. "Will you be okay, miss?" he said. But she didn't really hear him. She bent down to Joseph, who was being tended by a woman with a medikit. "How is he?" she asked her. The woman gave her a reassuring smile. "He'll live," she said in a strong South African accent. "It's lucky he was wearing this flak jacket, otherwise he might have sustained serious injury." Rebecca felt dizzy, and the ground lurched beneath her. Someone caught her from behind. "I think you need to sit down," a new voice told her as they lowered her down next to Joseph. "Thank you," she said, as a sob escaped her lips, sparked by the compassionate tone in the man's voice. It had been a long time since she'd been cared for. As her tears flowed, Joseph cuddled into her, and she clung on to him as he held her close. Goodwin left the young weeping woman in the arms of her friend and made his way over to Hilt. "Good job, Commander. What are you going to do with those?" He pointed at the men who had been bound and placed face down on the roadside. "There are a few things I'd like to do with them, but this is still the United States, and unfortunately on-the-spot capital punishment is not an option." "What about them?" Goodwin indicated the 3 dead bodies of the rapists. "Casualties of circumstance. They made their choice and paid for it. I'm a soldier, sir, not a politician. I act as required." "I can live with that," Goodwin said. Hilt looked over at the small group of people they had gathered together. "Are we taking them with us?" "We can't leave them out here now. This part of the city is a free-for-all. No, we can squeeze them in." "They may be better off here," Hilt said. Goodwin considered the traumatized woman. "Given what they've just gone through, I think they might disagree." "It's your party, sir, although we better get moving again. There don't appear to be any military or police in this sector, but we can't hang around to find out." "Good idea. Let's get going." "Let's move out," Hilt shouted to his soldiers. The gang of men, still prone and restrained on the ground, cried out as the dark light forces departed. "You can't leave us like this! Untie us, you bastards!" "Where are you going? I'm innocent!" The calls fell on deaf ears as doors slammed and engines roared to life once more. Goodwin climbed back into the multi-wheeled transport, soldiers and civilians alike retaking their previous positions. The dark light convoy rolled out, quickly regaining speed, and flew through downtown Albuquerque after its pit stop. Goodwin was satisfied with his decision to get involved. He'd been watching a stream from one of the lead vehicles and noticed the incident taking place on the pavement. Hilt had wanted to press on, but Goodwin had insisted. The commander had returned to the site and had taken charge of the situation personally. Goodwin knew the man was a trained killer, but he could tell Hilt was happy to have intervened. He might be a gun for hire, but under Goodwin's command he intended to show him his skills could be used more positively. Having worked his way back to his seat near the front of the personnel carrier, Goodwin looked around as Kara van der Voort came up to join him, after helping the new additions to settle in. "How are they?" he said, as she sat down next to him. "Most of them are fine. They're all mentally handicapped to various degrees, except for the 3 women with them, who are their carers. The woman who was raped, Rebecca, is still in shock. Joseph, her dependent, has suffered a cracked cheekbone and extensive bruising, but he will make a full recovery. The old woman we found on the bed has been made comfortable, but I fear she won't be with us for much longer." Goodwin nodded, looking pensive. "You made the right decision, Richard." Kara placed a reassuring hand on his knee. "You're a good man." "Thanks," he said, suddenly feeling self-conscious. "I try my best, but sometimes it's difficult when you have so many people relying on you to make the right call. I just hope stopping hasn't compromised our position. A few minutes won't have made any difference. Besides, the commander knows his stuff. He'll get us through to Sanctuary." "Sir," the door of the cab had opened, and a soldier motioned to Goodwin. "You're wanted on the comm." "I hope so," Goodwin said to Kara. Getting up, he followed the dark light operative into the vehicle's control cockpit. He accepted the proffered headset and put it on. "Commander?" "Sir," Hilt said, "we have a problem." "Another one? What is it this time?" "The Army detachment we avoided has been redirected. They're closing in on our position from behind." "We can just outrun them, can't we?" "We could if there wasn't a second, much larger force approaching from the east." "So what do we do?" "They're coming at us from the north and east. We could head west, but that would make any border crossing virtually impossible, as we would be run down by the time we reached a viable location. That leaves us with only one option: south." "Past Fort Bliss," Goodwin said, knowing the answer. "Yes, we have to cross at El Paso. The sooner we get into Mexico, the better." "Am I missing something? Surely they're pushing us south intentionally. Won't we be playing right into their hands?" "That is a possibility, but I don't think so. If they had the manpower at Bliss, then they would be coming at us from the south. But they aren't. Why? I think the majority of units at the fort had already been deployed prior to our departure. Once we were on the move, Joyner, or whoever is tasked with restricting our movements, called in any available assets to close on our position." "But you can't be sure," Goodwin said. "It is only a theory, but we don't have much else to go on, and our alternatives are rapidly disappearing. We must act now, sir. The final decision is yours: El Paso or full engagement." "What would our chances be if we were to tackle this new threat to the east?" "We would take heavy casualties, as we would be hit from two sides and effectively crushed in a vice." "We head south, then, Commander, and pray your theory is correct." "Yes, sir. I advise you stay in direct communication with me for the duration. Quick decisions may need to be made. I'll stream a live video feed to your vehicle from mine so you can get eyes on from my perspective." "Good idea," Goodwin said, as a soldier offered him his seat so he could view the screen in comfort. Goodwin nodded his head in thanks and sat down in a tight yet well-supported chair surrounded by a plethora of dials, switches, and buttons. "Sir," Hilt continued, "I'll need you to put your microphone on mute unless we're talking, as I'll need a clean line during operations." "Of course, Commander. I'll switch it off now." "Thank you, sir. To ensure you can hear all my commands and the feedback from my men, I've patched you into my audio." "Excellent, Commander," Goodwin said. "I'm going silent now." Goodwin pushed a button on his headset. With the confab over, he settled in to watch and listen to the dark light officer as he followed out his order. "Lieutenant," Hilt said, "increase our speed to 95 miles per hour. I want to pass Bliss as quickly as possible." It wasn't long before Goodwin's transporter also picked up speed to match the lead vehicle, the roar of its massive engines increasing as it did so. The convoy was really shifting now. The roadside flashed by on the edges of the green head-up display a dark light operative was utilizing to drive the vehicle. Goodwin hoped they didn't encounter any civilian traffic on the road. At this speed and with such a large train of vehicles, any accident might well prove disastrous. "Sir, the Army are closing on us at the rear," Goodwin heard a soldier tell Hilt. "Distance, Major?" "Less than a mile. They have some high-speed light armored Humvees." "Tell the rear units to drive 3 abreast and block their path. Prepare the gunships for launch at my command." "Being actioned, sir," the major told his superior. After some moments, he came back on the comm. "Rolling blockade is in place, and all helicopter launch bays are open." "We have movement up ahead, Commander," Hilt's lieutenant said. Air radar indicates multiple targets converging on our location. They're on the deck, sir. Altitude 100 feet. Speed 900 knots, bearing 057.26. Drones? Hilt asked. Hard to tell, sir. Launch the gunships, Hilt said. Defense pattern 9 of Bravo 8, and get me the Phoenix. Yes, sir. Patching you through. Captain, this is Commander Hilt. I need some low-altitude air cover ASAP at my location. Commander, this is Captain Takahashi of the aircraft carrier Phoenix. We can send you 2 Sabre interceptors. They'll be with you in 5. Copy that, Phoenix. Hilt, out. We have inbound, sir. Secondary single high-speed bogey. Position? Crossing over us now, east to west pass. As Goodwin listened in on Hilt's conversation, an ear-splitting thunderclap shattered the silence and sent vibrations shuddering through his seat. On instinct, he looked out of the blackened window and glimpsed the receding glow of an afterburner searing into the black sky. This is Gunship Sigma 2. We have a confirmed sighting of a reconnaissance drone circling our position. Over. That is an affirmative, said the lieutenant. Confirmed drone, maneuvering for another pass on our 6. Goodwin got a feedback whistle through his headset as Hilt forwarded a message over the vehicle's intercom and throughout the convoy. This is Hilt. Deploy all weapons systems and activate window shielding. We are under Protocol 862. We are a go for engagement. Hostiles closing in on our position. I repeat, we are a go for engagement. Goodwin felt helpless and vulnerable as a clanking noise indicated shutter shields were being lowered over the transporter's windows. The crew of 3 around him activated various systems as per Hilt's orders. The man behind him pulled down a bulky instrument which looked like a giant helmet, inside which twin screens shone brightly. The soldier positioned the optics close to his eyes and switched on its tracking and targeting technology. "We're passing Bliss, sir," Hilt's driver said. Goodwin's tension rose higher as he saw an imposing fence on their left via the HUD, signifying their proximity to the U.S. Army's base. He could also hear the rotors of one of the Darklight helicopters as it patrolled their moving airspace. "Our air support won't reach us in time, Commander." "Copy that, Lieutenant," Hilt said, his voice grim. A thumping explosion detonated nearby, followed by another even closer, which rocked the transporter and sent it into a violent skid. The driver grappled with the wheel as the overladen personnel carrier veered across 3 lanes and then back again, only its bulk keeping it from turning over. Goodwin gripped onto the dashboard in front of him as the vehicle swerved again and finally regained its previous course. Another ear-splitting roar shot past overhead, and then another. 2 more followed in quick succession. "4 bogies, Commander," someone told Hilt. "All drones." "Report," Hilt said. 2 gunships are down and 3 trucks have been destroyed, the lieutenant said. "Our weapons are ineffective against such low targets. They're coming about." Hilt's radio crackled, and then a muffled voice came through. "This is Sabre Delta Phoenix Niner. We have your bogies in sight and are in pursuit. Over." "Copy that, Delta Niner," Hilt said to the pilot in the skies above. A deep, rumbling, whooshing noise streaked past overhead, followed by another, indicating the Sabre fighters deployed by Phoenix had entered the fray. "Commander, we've engaged ground forces at our 6. They've been repelled, and their path blocked by surface percussion mines. They won't be able to follow us any further." "Good job, Major," Hilt said. "Sir, we're approaching El Paso," Hilt's driver informed him. Goodwin looked at the screen in front of him to see a mass of blazing lights less than half a mile away. "Sir, there are 2 Class 4 tanks situated on the border crossing bridges." "Thank you, Lieutenant," Hilt said. "I see them. Move the gunships in to clear the way." "Roger that," the lieutenant replied as he got on the comm. Goodwin watched on his screen as the helicopters advanced on the tanks blocking their path. Multiple rockets fired, and a blaze of light filled the image. "Targets neutralized," the lieutenant told Hilt. "There's still the gates themselves, sir. Shall we take them out?" "Do it." More rockets wove through the air to obliterate the massive border gates. Hilt came back on the internal speaker system throughout the convoy. "Inform our civilian passengers we will be experiencing some rough terrain, and they will need to brace themselves for possible impact. Dark light personnel, as we cross into Mexico, we will be engaged by hostiles. Do not return fire on civilian guards on either side. I repeat, do not fire upon civilian targets." Shortly afterwards, the convoy smashed through the remains of the tanks and then barreled on through the debris of the gates. The huge transporter heaved and rolled as it caught the sides of the narrow passageway as it shouldered its way through. Bullets whizzed all around them, raining down on the armored skin of the vehicle as the border guards opened fire on both sides. Federale patrol cars barricaded the Mexican side of the crossing. Goodwin saw men running out of the way as the dark light train broke through, sending the bodies of mangled cars high into the air. And then they were through, the United States behind them, and what was, hopefully, the relative safety of Mexico ahead. Goodwin turned his mic back on. "Well done, Commander. That was very frightening, but excellent work. You got us through." "We took some casualties, but they were less than I'd feared." "Let's hope we can make it to Sanctuary without any further incidents," Goodwin said. "I fear your hope may be misplaced," Hilt told him. "We have incoming contacts from the air." Goodwin looked heavenward. "Can't we get any breaks?" he pleaded, silently. Chapter 22. "Targets are closing on our position, Commander," Hilt's lieutenant said. Hilt accessed the convoy's intercom, this time speaking to the passenger compartments too. "We have inbound hostiles. Brace for impact." Goodwin heard screams and shouts of terror and despair emanating from behind him in the main compartment of his personnel carrier as the dark light officer's warning came through. Goodwin looked at a screen to his left. It showed multiple red dots bearing down on a central white mark which he knew represented their particular vehicle. Preparing himself for the inevitable airstrike, his body tensed and his fingers clenched into his perspiring palms. Digital warning indicators flashed and beeped as the imminent threat bore down on them. And then the dots shot past, accompanied by the sound of multiple jet engines roaring through the dark daytime sky above. "Commander, we haven't been fired upon or even targeted. They're Mexican F-22s out of Santa Gertrudis." "Lieutenant, get our gunships to dock. I want them out of the air now." "Yes, sir." "The Mexican Raptors must have been scrambled to protect the border," Hilt said. "The U.S. Army's drones and our sabers from the Phoenix must have triggered a threat protocol." Goodwin adjusted his headset's microphone. "I think our border crossing might have thrown up some red flags, too." "Without a doubt," Hilt said. "Their supersonic aerial threat will overshadow our entry, however. Their priority will be to protect their airspace. The attack may have played into our hands a little." "There's no pursuit by Mexican forces from the border, sir," the lieutenant said, "and the U.S. drones are bugging out." "Delta Niner, this is Black Leader. Return to the Phoenix. Targets are no longer a threat. I repeat, disengage and return to base." "Copy that, Black Leader. Delta Niner out." "Perhaps our luck is finally turning," Goodwin said. "Perhaps," Hilt replied. Goodwin got the impression the dark light officer wasn't one to believe in luck. "Good fortune shouldn't be underestimated, Commander," Goodwin said encouragingly. "Don't look a gift horse in the mouth and all that." "I admire your optimism, sir, but I'll only relax once our mission is complete." Goodwin knew Hilt was right. A lot still had to be accomplished before they were safely ensconced in Sanctuary. It was 600 miles to the coordinates Professor Steiner had sent to his phone during their evacuation from USSB Steadfast. Hilt believed it would take 2 days to reach the location, and predicted a slower final leg due to the elevation they had to climb. Goodwin signed off from his comms exchange with the commander and took his turn to talk to the convoy at large. After he'd hopefully calmed some frayed nerves, he took a seat back next to Kara in the main compartment. "You look a little pale," he said as he sat down. "You don't look the essence of calm yourself," Kara said, taking the sting out of her words with a smile. Goodwin grinned as some of his tension left him. "It's certainly not the dullest ride in history, I'll give it that." Kara leant over and gave him a peck on the cheek. His heart began beating faster again, and this time it wasn't due to fear, which made a pleasant change. "What was that for?" he said, mollified. "Just a thank you for your efforts. I think we're all very grateful to have you in charge." She gave him a smile that could have disarmed a legion. "I'm very grateful." Goodwin swallowed nervously. Is she coming on to me? She was very attractive, of that there was no doubt. "So what's the problem?" he asked himself. "I'll just go and see how our new guests are coping. I think I need to explain our situation to them a little better." Kara was still smiling at him knowingly as he moved off down the corridor with a sense of confusion. Shaking off the feeling, he put it to one side as he reached the stairs and made his way down to the next level. "Where are the people we picked up in Albuquerque?" he asked a soldier who sorted through an armaments cabinet. "Next level down, near the middle," she told him. Thanking her, he carried on down the stairs to the lowest floor. The noise of the transporter increased as he reached the bottom. The engines were situated beneath his feet, and as he squeezed past some people sitting on the floor, the vibrations of the combustion process pulsed through his legs. An alien experience to that of normal civilian electric transport, and a lot louder, too. The noise, however, was perhaps a good thing, as it should have masked the sounds of the gunfight and the explosions occurring outside. Goodwin hoped so anyway, as their guests had been through enough already. He spotted the young woman he'd met briefly on the roadside. She was surrounded by her group. The young disabled man who sat next to her was looking the worse for wear, but he seemed happy enough. Goodwin moved closer, and she turned, noticing his presence. "Hi there," he said. "I hope you're settling in okay. Have you been offered any drink or food?" "We have, thank you," she said. "The soldiers' ration packs aren't the tastiest, but they're better than nothing." "I'm Richard Goodwin, by the way. I don't know if you remember. I was with you briefly back in the city." A pained expression flitted across her face at the memory, and Goodwin instantly regretted the reference. "Vaguely," she said, getting up and indicating they should talk elsewhere. Understanding, he led the way back to the relative space of the staircase. She sat down on the third step and held out her hand. "I'm Rebecca," she said. "Are you in charge?" "At the moment I am," he said, shaking her hand. "I think I need to explain our situation to you a little. I fear I may have placed you in more danger than you were in previously." "Even if that were the case, I would take here over there any day. You've provided us with shelter, food, water, and medical assistance. We can't thank you enough." "You may have noticed we've been through some scrapes, and that we have been—" He tapered off as he struggled to define their situation. "Under attack?" she said. "Exactly, thank you. I'm sorry. I'm not really cut out for this kind of military excursion, if that's what you would call it. I'm a civilian. I work for the GMRC." "I see. I originally thought you were part of the city's authorities and were regaining control, but you're not, are you?" she said, more as a statement than a question. "No, we're not National Guard or U.S. military. Darklight are a private security contractor that we use to carry out certain tasks. By we, you mean the GMRC? Correct. I am actually in charge of a more covert side of the GMRC, but I can't really tell you any more until I know whether you will be staying with us. Are you planning on getting rid of us, then? She said with some concern. No, of course not, but I'd like to give you a choice. We're heading to a facility in Mexico, which requires the highest security clearance, and I can't disclose anything further until I know if you will be joining us or not. Can you drop us off somewhere? We can, and that is the alternative to staying with us. I don't know where we could go. Perhaps to another home somewhere. They might take care of us until we're relocated. That is certainly an option, but there is a small problem. Rebecca gave him a questioning look. We're in Mexico. Mexico? Is that what all the fighting was about? We were crossing the border? Goodwin nodded. The woman looked a little shocked, but she was taking it all better than he'd expected. She was a tough one and no mistake. And you can't turn round, she said perceptively. No, I'm afraid not. Then I think that seals it. We'll have to go with you. I don't speak Spanish, and I wouldn't be able to take care of myself, let alone a whole group of people. Goodwin wanted to apologize again, but it wasn't really appropriate in the circumstances. I'd like to be able to say I can guarantee your safety, he said instead, but I don't think I can. Considering what's going on out there at the moment, I don't think anyone can guarantee anyone else's safety anywhere. I think we are through the worst of the danger, Goodwin said, hoping to reassure her. Then that will have to do, she replied with finality. All right, then. Goodwin clasped his hands together in thought. I'll try to explain our situation a little better. He hesitated before continuing. I work in an underground facility in Dulce. Its purpose is to protect our way of life against the effects of the meteor and other events which threaten the United States and this planet. Such as? Solar flares, supervolcanoes, nuclear war, things like that. The facility we were in was evacuated due to, well, I'm not exactly sure why, but we were evacuated and told to relocate to a second underground base in Mexico. The problem is we may have trouble getting into this new facility, as we may not be welcome. I can't really go into any more detail right now, but that about sums it up. Goodwin thought his explanation sounded lame, but Rebecca didn't seem to agree. I understand, Mr. Goodwin. Richard, please. Richard, she said. I understand you can't tell me everything, especially if it's all top secret. You've taken good care of us so far, and I'm happy to put my faith in you. I just didn't expect the meteor to affect everything so much so fast. It's a little overwhelming. I suppose you're more used to this sort of thing. You'd think, Goodwin said, but to be honest, the dust cloud has taken everyone by surprise. An event of such magnitude can never be fully predicted, and the best-laid plans can always go awry. It's our job to adapt. I think that's what life is all about, really, adaptation to circumstance. That's certainly been my experience, anyway, and it's been especially true over these last few days. I suppose the real test is how you adapt, positively or negatively, Rebecca said. Goodwin smiled. Now that's the trick, isn't it? We either embrace the light or let in the dark, and then deal with that decision and its consequences. Rebecca smiled politely in response and stood up. I'd better get back to Joseph and the others, she said, looking tired. Oh, there is one final thing. Wait here for a moment. He went up the stairs to find the dark light contractor he'd spoken to on his way down. He found her still checking through bits of kit. Have you got any spare armor I can borrow? He asked her. It doesn't need to be anything special. "Sure." The woman delved around in a compartment. "Here you go." She passed a heavy armor-plated helmet to him. "Perfect, thanks," he said, and returned back downstairs, where he handed the helmet to Rebecca. "Here, your friend might like this to play with. It should go well with his jacket. His name is Joseph, and he'll love it. Thank you." Goodwin bid Rebecca farewell and went back upstairs, a lot happier now that he knew she was up to speed on their position, and that she and her group were now officially under his care. He eased along the rows to his seat, where Kara chatted to someone next to her. She flashed him a smile as he sat down, and he returned it, still unsure whether she was flirting with him and wondering what to do about it if she was. Feeling tired himself, he decided to get some shut-eye while things were relatively calm. It had been an exhausting day, and it wasn't over yet. It seemed mere moments since Goodwin had closed his eyes when he awoke with a start. Kara was asleep next to him, as were many others, he noted as he looked around. Disorientated, he sat for a moment, gathering his thoughts. He looked at his watch. It was 3:30 a.m. He must have needed his sleep, and the fact he got it also meant that they hadn't experienced any further problems. Otherwise someone would have woken him. Realizing he wasn't getting back to sleep again any time soon, he got up and stretched out his back. A satisfying cracking sound in his vertebrae was perceptible as he twisted from right to left. Taking a couple of steps to the door of the cab, he knocked and entered. "Good morning, Director," the driver said to him as he appeared. "Morning," Goodwin said, yawning. "Drink, sir?" a woman asked him, holding out a bottle of water. "I don't suppose you have any coffee?" "Afraid not," she said, looking gloomy. "Then, yes, I'd love one, thank you." He accepted the bottle, unscrewed the cap, and took a long draught. Remaining standing, he noticed they now drove with the headlights on, rather than using the head-up display system. The back of a supply truck glided along the road in front of them, and further ahead he could make out the lead vehicles, their lights also ablaze. "No stealth system?" he said to the driver. "No, sir. The commander decided we were out of immediate danger, and tired eyes function better under real lighting." "I can take over for you if you like," Goodwin said. "I have a commercial driver's license." "Really?" the man said, sounding surprised. Goodwin laughed good-naturedly. "Yes, my first management post had me looking after a supply depot for the GMRC. I thought it a good idea to know the ins and outs of the job, so I signed up for lessons. It's a nice office, sir, but a CDL isn't appropriate for something this large. We have to take a specialized training course. It's quite a beast of a machine. Besides, we're taking it in turns to drive and rest." He indicated the woman next to him. Goodwin finished the rest of his bottle of water and took his leave of the two drivers to see if he could get back to sleep. Although deep sleep evaded him, he dozed in his chair for some time, until someone touched his left shoulder. "Director, are you awake?" He opened one eye to see a civilian looking at him. "I am now." "Sorry, sir. I'm Dean Ward, a medic. I've been caring for Edna, the old woman we took on board." "Yes, I remember her," Goodwin said, stretching out his arms. The man hesitated, and Goodwin waited for him to continue. "I'm afraid she's passed away. I thought I'd better inform you." Goodwin sighed. Far too many people are dying, he thought as he stood up. This one was slightly less tragic due to the person's age, but it was still sad and would come as a blow to Rebecca and the other carers. "Lead on," Goodwin told the man, and they moved down to the second level, where two soldiers placed the corpse into a body bag. Rebecca, already there, held another young woman who started sobbing as the bag was zipped up. Goodwin waited as Rebecca led her friend back downstairs before speaking to the soldiers. "Do you have anywhere to put her?" "We can temporarily place the body in a supply cupboard and then transfer it to a field ambulance when we reach our destination." "A cupboard," he said with some chagrin. "It's not very dignified. Isn't there anything else more appropriate?" "Not really, sir, sorry." "Do it then, but make sure it's locked. I don't want her falling out. People are freaked out enough as it is." "Very good, sir. It'll be secure." Goodwin left the soldiers to the grim task and decided to go back up front with the drivers for a change of scene. Some hours later, as they neared what should have been a bright new dawn, Hilt came back on the radio. "Sir, we have a military checkpoint up ahead. I think it'll be best for the convoy to stop here while we go and speak to them." "We?" Goodwin said. "Yes, sir. I think you need to use your GMRC credentials again and see if you can get us a pass." "Very well, Commander. Let's get on with it." The long procession of dark light vehicles came to a stop half a mile away from the checkpoint. Hilt then picked Goodwin up in his lead command truck and took him to meet the Mexicans. They pulled up 20 feet away, and Goodwin and Hilt exited, then walked towards the soldiers who barred their path. Goodwin shrugged on a GMRC jacket emblazoned front and back with the organization's logo and zipped it up as they approached. "Hola, ¿cómo estás?" Goodwin said in as pleasant a tone as he could muster. The officer in command held out his hand for paperwork, his expression bland. "Buenos dias." Goodwin handed him his GMRC ID card. Both he and Hilt gambled on the fact that their unofficial presence in Mexico hadn't been disseminated throughout the country. The Mexican army had been notorious over the last decade for its inefficiency and lack of administration, due to large-scale government cuts enforced by an almost totalitarian Mexican president. Apparently satisfied with Goodwin's credentials, the soldiers then took some time looking at Hilt's dark-light temporary GMRC ID card. Obviously unsure of letting through such a large armed force, he called over another officer to confer. Goodwin's nervousness grew as the two men looked at the card, intermittently glancing up to look at him, the commander, and the distant stationary convoy. As they conversed in low tones, Hilt produced some actual paperwork, which one of the officers examined in a manner Goodwin perceived as deep suspicion. Hilt shifted next to him, and Goodwin glanced down and caught sight of the commander's hand unclipping his sidearm. Goodwin quickly looked away, adrenaline kicking in. One of the Mexicans looked up at the sudden movement and studied Goodwin, and then Hilt, before resuming his conversation with his colleague. After more excruciating moments of tension crept by, the soldiers finally came to a decision on something and handed everything back. "Todo parece estar en orden," the officer said. "Everything is in order. You are free to go past." Relief washed over Goodwin as they thanked the men and returned to their transport. Without delay, Hilt ordered the expedition forward, and they were soon underway again, driving deeper into the unusually cold Chihuahuan desert, the dust clouds ever-present cast causing temperatures to plummet. Thankfully, they weren't presented with any further patrols or checkpoints to hinder their progress, and driving virtually non-stop, they had neared their destination by the end of the day. The Sierra Madre Oriental, a range of mountains, ran down the east side of Mexico, spanning over 1,000 kilometers north to south. The entrance to USSB Sanctuary, Professor Steiner had told them to use, was located on the western face of Cerro El Potosi, at over 12,000 feet, the highest peak in the range. Unable to see the mountain due to the lack of discernible light, Goodwin observed the peak via one of the displays in the transporter's cab, its great bulk rearing up ever larger on the screen as they approached its western slope. Their ascent slowed to a crawl as the roads progressively narrowed, until one section became so constricted the convoy came to a dead stop. Goodwin radioed ahead. "Are we stuck, Commander?" "We aren't yet, but the transporters won't be able to get any further," Hilt said. "We've scouted a mile ahead, and even our smaller vehicles will not be able to negotiate the route." "So what do we do?" Goodwin asked him. "Go back and find another way up?" "This is the only road up, sir. No, we're going to have to abandon the transport and move on foot." Goodwin frowned. "Really? How far is it?" "A few miles as the crow flies, 6 on the road. It should take us 3 hours max, allowing for the slowest of walkers." "What about the convoy and all your kit?" "We can take the essentials with us. My troops are trained to carry large backpacks, so we should be fine in that regard. The convoy will have to be parked up further back. If we get inside, we can then order them to redeploy or potentially gain them access at another entrance. Alternatively, if we can't get in, they can come back up to pick us up." "Sounds like we don't have any other options," Goodwin said. "Not really, sir, no." "Then let's do it, Commander." With Hilt acknowledging the order, it wasn't long before 25,000 civilians and the 5,000-strong Darklight contingent had disembarked to begin their trek up the mountainside. Behind them, the convoy's lights picked out the terrain as it wound its way back down the steep incline. Due to the effects of the impact winter and altitude, the temperature presented a problem to many of those now travelling on foot. Although, as ever, Hilt had prepared for such a scenario, the convoy had included numerous supply trucks, and he'd crammed some full of thick clothing. Some civilians already wore a couple of layers due to the cool temperatures experienced in some areas of Steadfast. Many more now sported various military jackets, coats, and body warmers. This extra protection soon proved its worth when it took Hilt and his teams a little longer to locate the entrance than predicted. But just as Goodwin's patience was wearing thin, Hilt's lieutenant returned after yet another scouting foray. "I found it, sir. It's half a click over that rise," he said, pointing behind him. Hilt pulled his visual spectrum enhancement goggles down onto his eyes, and then passed another pair to Goodwin. The crystal-clear grey image clearly showed the area the lieutenant had indicated. It was a welcome feeling to actually see where they were, as the darkness surrounding them was complete. There was no artificial urban glow anywhere near to aid them in this remote location. Hilt motioned his recon team forward, and Goodwin watched as they spread out, guns raised, and locked into their shoulders as they moved as one, gliding effortlessly over the terrain. Negotiating the last few hundred meters, Hilt and Goodwin followed, and they were soon looking down a shallow ravine at a substantial metal door. To one side, a small building had been constructed. Cracks of light seeped out from within this tiny military installation. Not U.S. military, however, but Mexican, according to the markings on the outside. This wasn't a surprise to Goodwin, as Professor Steiner had told him that the Mexican government had troops guarding the surface of the base alongside their U.S. counterparts. Hilt scanned the area with another bit of kit that hung around his neck. "I count 5 X-rays, Recon Leader," Hilt said into his radio. "Copy that, Commander. I see them," came the response. "We are going dark. Out." Goodwin watched as the elite Darklight team moved in on their unsuspecting targets. They reached the building, and one man moved forward to place a charge on the door, then retreated a safe distance. A powerful explosion shattered the quiet and echoed through the mountains like a thunderclap as the Darklight soldiers swarmed into the outpost. A flurry of muffled gunshots rang out before silence fell, and then the operative came back on the radio. "Area secure, 0 casualties." "Good work, Captain," Hilt said. Goodwin was pleased. He hadn't wanted any unnecessary deaths, and had insisted on the use of non-lethal force to take control of the entrance, and the use of tranquilizers had obviously worked just as effectively as bullets would have done. Now that the area had been made safe, with Hilt and Goodwin at their head, the mass of people moved into the ravine and towards the entrance of USSB Sanctuary. Chapter 23. Inside the building Darklight had just captured from the Mexican soldiers, Goodwin sat down at a computer terminal to access their system, while Hilt's team finished tying up the prone forms of the tranquilized men. Goodwin knew Sanctuary would be in isolation, as the lockdown protocols would have been actioned prior to the meteor's strike. This would make their job slightly easier on the surface, since personnel should be minimal or non-existent once they breached the outer gates. Taking out his phone, Goodwin uploaded the access program Professor Steiner had provided onto the system. He activated a subroutine and sat back as various windows popped up and programming code executed numerous tasks. Multiple warning and access denied dialog boxes came and went, until finally a static window appeared with letters flashing in bold green. Access granted. He was in. Working quickly, Goodwin entered the gateway override protocols, which were virtually identical to those of USSB Steadfast. He was surprised to see the surface access map of the base, as it was much larger than he'd imagined, far exceeding Steadfast's footprint. He studied the schematic, scanning through gate designations, until he reached one on the outskirts of the diagram, designated Kappa Sigma 2, Auxiliary Access. "Commander," Goodwin said, calling over the Darklight officer, "can one of your men find and verify any markings or signs found on the gate itself?" "Of course," Hilt said, getting on his radio. It wasn't long before a reply came back. "Kappa Sigma 2 could be heard over the comm. "Did you get that?" Hilt asked. "Yep," Goodwin said, already dialing into the gate's command structure. Quickly finding the appropriate program, he initialized the opening sequence, being careful to disable any alert procedures built into the system. Getting up, he rejoined everyone else outside. Large mechanisms shifted as bolts and locks, disturbed from their sealed positions, clunked, clanked, and groaned. In eerie silence, the giant metal door slowly swung inwards to reveal a dark expanse against which the dim beams of personal torches proved useless. But this issue was resolved moments later when huge illumination rails flashed on in quick succession, the light cascading down the tunnel that was revealed in a brilliant glare. Squinting at this new light source, Goodwin held back as the Darklight recon team took point, rifles once again at the ready as they moved inside. With Hilt accompanying him, Goodwin followed at a safe distance, having decided it best that everyone else remain out of sight at the entrance while he attempted to coerce the help of General Elwood, as per the professor's instructions. Goodwin found the tunnel extended much further than he had expected. As he strode along its yawning length, and after about a mile, they reached another small building which fortunately lacked any human occupation. To the right of the small control room stood another large, reinforced steel door, the imposing structure barring their way. This one was emblazoned with various warning signs, and one in particular stood out from the rest. USSB Sanctuary, elevator shaft access, primary subterranean descent, elevator system Alpha 5. "This is what we need," Goodwin said, slowly wringing his hands together, partly against the cold and partly in anxious anticipation. They were nearly there. "Do we need to get the general to open up this door?" Hilt said, his deep voice echoing in the tunnel. "No, I should be able to get us in. It's the elevator system we'll need Elwood to activate, otherwise we won't have a chance of getting down into the base." Goodwin tried the handle on the office door, and to his surprise, it opened. No need to lock it inside a secure compound, I suppose, he thought. He entered and took a seat at a terminal similar to the one he'd just used outside. Going through the same process as before, access was again eventually granted, although this time it took a little longer, as he had to disable many more security protocols in order that they could avoid detection. The second entrance swung open as smoothly as the first, and the Darklight team ghosted inside to secure the area. When the all-clear came, Goodwin and Hilt followed them in. Proceeding up 2 flights of stairs and right along a corridor, they found themselves in a huge, dimly lit loading area. On the far side, big safety barriers prevented vehicular and pedestrian access to the deep blackness of the surface-to-base elevator shaft behind. The layout appeared similar to Steadfast's elevator configuration, only larger. He looked around the vast chamber, trying to locate an access panel. Hilt must have noticed his difficulty. "Try these." The commander indicated the visual spectrum enhancement goggles which hung round Goodwin's neck. "Good idea," Goodwin said, feeling slightly stupid. Using the bit of dark light kit, he quickly found what he searched for. He strode over to one side of the barriers, unclipped 4 large, industrial-sized clasps, and with some difficulty prized off a heavy panel. He went to place it on the floor, but the panel's weight caused it to slip out of his grasp, and it fell onto his foot with a painful thud. He swore in shock, the word echoing into the distant corridors. Hilt stepped in, picked it up, and effortlessly moved it out of the way. Goodwin could have sworn he saw a small smile on the commander's face. Putting his dented pride to one side, he got on with the job in hand. A bright, orange, rubberized communications handset was what he was after. He slid back and opened a few panels until he found it nestling inside an alcove. Extracting the handset, he switched it on, its buttons and screen glowing in the half-light. He then removed his goggles and tapped in a few commands to activate the base's internal telephone system. Taking out his own phone, he scrolled to his contacts list and found General Elwood's number, thoughtfully provided by Professor Steiner. Now they were in the base, and he'd accessed Sanctuary's communications structure. Any call he placed would appear to be an internal one. Well, that was the plan, anyway. Making a final prayer that the General owed the Professor big time, Goodwin dialed the number and hit the call button. The line connected and began to ring. His initial nerves turned to annoyance as the tone rang and rang. Perhaps he isn't in his office, he thought. But just as he was considering hanging up, someone answered. "Elwood," a man said. Taken by surprise, Goodwin hesitated. "Hello?" the general said as Goodwin calmed himself. "General, this is Richard Goodwin. I'm the GMRC Subterranean Base Director of USSB Steadfast. I've been relocated to Sanctuary and require your assistance in entering the base." "Goodwin? Yes, I've heard of you, but I wasn't aware of your transfer." "It was a last-minute decision by the Council, something about civilian oversight. You know how it is." "Mr. Goodwin, you are aware we're in lockdown. We can't grant you access. I'm sorry." "I have Level 9 Alpha clearance," Goodwin said, trying a different tack. "I'm able to override the lockdown in an emergency." "I think you'll find Level 10 Alpha clearance is required for that protocol," General Elwood said. "Besides, according to my computer, you're already inside the base." "I am, but I'm at the surface. Look, General, I've come a long way. Me and my team are happy to submit to a decontamination program to allay any fears of contagion from the meteor strike, which, by the way, we all know is an extremely remote threat." Hilt touched Goodwin's arm, shook his head furiously, and mouthed no to him. What is he going on about? Goodwin wondered. Perhaps he's worried about the decontamination suggestion. I suppose they'll send a military unit to escort us, and that would not be a good idea. Shit, too late. "Your team? How many of you are there?" the general was asking him as Goodwin shrugged to Hilt and mouthed an apology. "What? Oh, yes, there's only a few of us," he said, lying through his teeth, knowing full well nearly 30,000 of them waited outside. 10 in total. Elwood paused for a moment as he considered the proposal. "No, I'm sorry, Director. I can't go against protocol. You'll have to return to Steadfast." Goodwin's heart sank. He'd hoped not to force the man's hand, but he'd run out of options. "General, I was sent by Professor Steiner, and he told me you owed him a favor." Silence. And then the phone went dead. "Crap," he said in despair. "What happened?" Hilt asked him, as calm as ever. "He hung up on me." "Then call him back." "Right, yes, good idea," Goodwin said, feeling confused. He redialed the number and listened to the call tone once more. "Elwood," the general said. "General, don't hang up, please. I don't know what is going on between you and the professor, but he told me you owe him one last favor, that's all, just one, and then no more." "No more?" Elwood said, his angry voice taut with stress. "Yes, one more, and then nothing else, ever," Goodwin said, stressing the finality of whatever deal they had going. The general didn't say anything for a while as he considered his options. "Fine," he said at last, "but if I hear anything more of this, I won't be held responsible for my actions. Do you hear me? I don't respond well to blackmail." "Of course, you have my word, and the professor's," Goodwin said. Blackmail, he thought, appalled. What on earth is the professor up to? "Where are you?" "Alpha 5, Goodwin said, trying to ensure the relief he felt wasn't transferred to his voice. "I'll send it up. The decontamination team will be assembled during your descent, and then you'll submit to quarantine procedure." "Thank you, General." Elwood didn't respond, choosing to hang up once more. "We're a go," Goodwin told Hilt, who nodded. "Major, we have an affirmative on entry," Hilt said into his radio. "Bring them in." Over 3 hours later, they were still loading civilians onto the multi-tiered elevator. At first, Goodwin had started to wonder whether Elwood had actually sent the elevator, as it was an hour and a half after he had made his call before it reached the surface. But now, as the last people moved onto the final level, Darklight took up their positions to ensure they would be the first into the base proper. This would enable them to take the decontamination team waiting for them below by surprise. Goodwin and Hilt, the last to board, took a quick look around to make sure no stragglers remained. Satisfied, they made their way to the control booth, and Goodwin launched the engine start command. The multiple turbines positioned throughout the elevator came to life, the intense whine increasing in pitch as they reached maximum velocity. Checking all safety protocols had been adhered to, he flicked up a small transparent cover and pressed a large red button. Clamps holding the massive elevator in place sprung away in succession. Red and yellow lights flashed, and then, with a jolt, they moved downwards into the deep. After an hour, they were still descending into the Earth's crust, and Hilt turned to Goodwin and said, "Shouldn't we have reached the bottom by now?" "I would have thought so. Steadfast's drop takes about half an hour, 40 minutes max, and we're not showing any signs of stopping yet. Sanctuary must be a lot deeper down." After another half an hour, they slowed, and Goodwin moved aside as 2 Darklight units took point. They wore full battle armor, MX-4s and beam weapons at the fore. They weren't messing around. Elwood may have sent a large force if he'd caught wind of their numbers. Hilt had also donned the same kit and hefted a large assault rifle. A curiously shaped shield and a thick black scabbard hung on his back. Goodwin recognized the design. It was a thermal sword, the type he'd caught a glimpse of back at the Darklight facility. "Stay back until we're secure," Hilt said as he lowered a slit-eyed visor down over his face. Pressing a button on the side of the helmet, he turned on a combat screen inside. The blue glow emanating out resembled slanted, rectangular, glowing eyes. The effect, whether by design or otherwise, was an intimidating one. After a few moments, the opening to the underground base came into view. As the elevator shuddered to a halt, the barriers came up, and a disembarking platform sloped outwards, leading into the base proper. Hilt took the lead, mounting the large metal ramp as it swung downwards. With a loud metallic boom, the platform hit the ground. Goodwin glimpsed a group of armed men in full decontamination suits waiting for them. Their weapons weren't raised, and the dark light force quickly surrounded them. With shouts and commands emanating from both sides, Hilt soon asserted his authority, and the U.S. military personnel relinquished their weapons and submitted to restraint. Hilt approached Goodwin, raising his visor. "What now?" he asked. Goodwin wasn't sure. He'd been concentrating so much on gaining entry that he hadn't really considered the options once they'd achieved their aim. Taking his time before answering, he quickly assimilated their position and the most credible courses of action they might take. Going through them one more time in his head, he felt satisfied his decision was the right one to take. "We move into the base and secure an area, then negotiate terms with whoever's in charge down here. The professor seemed to think they wouldn't eject us, but I'm not so sure. In fact, as soon as Joyner gets wind of our presence here, it's almost a certainty he will try to relocate us." "That would mean we'll be throwing ourselves on the mercy of those who won't want us here," Hilt said, not pleased at the prospect. "Hence we build and defend a perimeter to guarantee we cannot be forcibly removed. It's not the greatest plan, but there are few alternatives." "There's always an alternative," the Darklight commander said. "Well, as far as I can see, there are 3 other options, all of which leave us even more vulnerable. 1, we leave the civilians here and Darklight returns to the surface." "There would be nothing stopping the military from just expelling you all again," Hilt said, instantly finding the fault in that idea. "Correct. The same would be true for alternative option 2. Darklight personnel remain and surrender arms. Again, they could simply send us back to the surface. That leaves just alternative option 3, which is to storm the base and try and take control of the command center, which would be suicide," Hilt said, his face grim. "That leaves us with my first suggestion. Nothing else makes sense." "I'm not happy with it," Hilt said, "but I have to agree it's the only viable option if we want to maximize the chances of the civilians remaining inside the base. We thought getting here would be the hard part, but it seems staying here will be much more difficult. We'll have to try and make the best of a bad situation." "Well said, Commander." Goodwin contemplated patting the man on his considerable shoulder, but thought better of it. "I don't think we should stay here too long," Goodwin said, looking round at their captives. "The general will get suspicious when his men don't report back." "You're right. I was thinking the same thing," Hilt said, and called over 2 officers, his lieutenant and the major. "We're stepping out, sweep pattern Delta 6, recon only. As soon as anyone gets eyes on, I want an immediate sitrep." The 2 men saluted and got to work organizing their men. As the Darklight recon team headed off, the rest of Hilt's forces, the captured U.S. soldiers and the civilians, formed up and followed behind. But after half an hour's march, they had a dilemma. 4 tunnel entrances branched off from the one they'd been following, and only one was signposted, the far left, which had the name USSB Sanctuary above it. Goodwin rubbed the side of his face, unsure what to do. "If we want to remain undetected or to secure a defendable position," Hilt said, "preferably with supplies, then walking straight into the base is not an option." "What do you propose?" Goodwin said, valuing the commander's tactical nous far above his own. "Interrogate the prisoners and find out the lay of the land." Goodwin didn't like the implications of that idea. "We'll ask them what they know," he said, his voice firm. "If they're forthcoming, then all well and good, but we will not force information out of them. They are not the enemy, Commander." Hilt's expression remained as neutral as ever. "Yes, sir, but it will prevent us from gaining a tactical advantage over our opposition." "Duly noted, Commander." Goodwin spoke to the U.S. Army decontamination team himself, thinking a civilian presented a less intimidating front. Unfortunately, his GMRC position didn't hold much weight here, and the soldiers clammed up and revealed nothing but their name, rank, and service number. He couldn't really blame them, since the dark light contractors represented a hostile force. "Any other ideas?" Goodwin asked the commander after he came back, empty-handed. "We explore the other 3 tunnels and assess their value for improving the success of our objective." Simple but effective. Goodwin liked the plan, and the recon team had soon split into 3 units to recce the 3 other tunnels. But as the minutes passed, a growing sense of unease worked its way to the forefront of Goodwin's mind. "What if we're caught in here by Sanctuary's military?" he thought. "We'd be sitting ducks. And would they stop at detaining and ejecting us, or see us as a hostile threat to be eliminated on sight?" Just as Goodwin decided to tell Hilt to call back his men, a team returned, reporting the way ahead was blocked due to a recent cave-in. The second unit took a little longer to come back, arriving some time after the first. "There's another elevator shaft down there, sir," an officer said. "It doesn't appear to have been in use for quite a while. I doubt it's even operational." "And there's no way past it?" Hilt asked him. "No, sir." Disappointed, they waited for the final group. Another 5 minutes ticked by before the commander's radio crackled into life. "Commander, we passed a few side tunnels, and we've now entered a section which appears to be a naturally occurring cave formation. It's large and extensive. Some ways are blocked due to fallen boulders and rock. We haven't been able to locate an end to it yet." "Copy that, Recon 3. Have you seen any entrances into the base itself?" "No, sir. Although we are feeling a draft coming through the caves, there must be an air generation plant or circulation system further on." "Copy that," Hilt said, and then looked at Goodwin. "What do you think?" "Sounds better than here." Hilt nodded and got back on the radio. "Okay, stay put. Recon 3, we're following you in." "Copy, Commander. Out," Hilt's radio said, crackling due to interference caused by the tunnels. Another half an hour passed, and they had all reached the caves, the system sloping ever downwards. Goodwin had expected them to find something soon after that, but 60 more minutes came and went, and still they hadn't reached an entrance to the base or seen any sign of human habitation. Hilt called a halt to the group's advance. "We're not getting anywhere fast," he said to Goodwin. "Shall we go back?" "It's certainly an option. I thought we'd have exited into the base chamber system by now, but these caves, do they look odd to you?" Goodwin glanced up at the distant ceiling, its rocky surface glinting in their torchlight. "How do you mean?" "I thought they were natural, but they seemed too uniform. I don't remember seeing anything like this in Steadfast, or any other base I've been to, for that matter." A deep rumbling noise made everyone pause, and then a powerful tremor ripped through the rocks under their feet. "Earthquake!" someone shouted. People screamed and ran in all directions as terror gripped them. The ground shook harder, dislodging chunks of rock which dropped from the ceiling high above to smash and shatter in clouds of debris. Unable to keep his feet, Goodwin dropped to one knee and held onto the floor with one hand while the other protected his head. A primeval fear of being buried alive consumed his mind as stone and dust cascaded down around him in a reverberating blur. The tremors continued for what seemed an eternity, and then they petered out, their power waning until finally they stopped altogether. The cries and moans of the injured filled the ensuing silence, and Goodwin clambered to his feet, as many others did likewise. After minutes of upheaval and organized chaos, Goodwin managed to ascertain that 55 people had been hurt during the incident, although miraculously no one had received serious injury. But just when he thought things were settling down again, an aftershock rippled through the bedrock. It was much weaker than the main quake, but it still sent people scattering for safety, and as Goodwin was wondering what else might go wrong, Hilt provided him with the disturbing answer. "Are you sure?" he asked the commander, moving to one side so they couldn't be overheard. "Quite sure. My team has surveyed the whole area to the rear, and there is no mistake. The tunnel has collapsed behind us. We're trapped down here." Goodwin let out a string of expletives, while the dark light officer looked on, his impassive demeanor unchanged. "Can we dig our way out?" Goodwin said, after regaining his composure. "Not according to the report. The boulders are too large, even with the manpower we have available. I'll double-check, but my operatives are very thorough." "Well, we'll just have to pray that this cave leads somewhere, then." "Indeed. There is one other option. We could use charges to break up the boulders, although that might well prove even more catastrophic and bring down the rest of the roof on us." "I think we'll leave that as a last resort," Goodwin said. Hilt gave a solemn nod. With the unwelcome excitement over, the shaken company gathered together and began its slow march once more, the dark light reconnaissance teams as ever in the lead, as they travelled deeper and deeper into the depths of the earth. Chapter 24. The Hostel Mexico DF was a picturesque little place right near Mexico City Airport. The accommodation was cheap, but it had the big advantage of being off the grid, and since Sarah wanted to stay under the radar of any nefarious organizations, it was an ideal stop-off while she sought to determine the final destination on their Mayan map with the help of the elusive friend of Yochi Cayute, one Victor Fernandez. Before they could do anything, though, they needed supplies, and this time Jason stayed at their base of operations while Sarah and Trish went on a shopping expedition. They were looking for batteries and more powerful hand torches to aid in future site searches. The dust cloud's arrival had changed the game, and they had to adapt. They also needed warmer clothing. Ambient temperatures had shot down as the predicted impact winter flexed its considerable muscles. As Sarah and Trish traipsed through the city's dark and near-deserted streets, it became clear the lack of usual daytime activity gave the metropolis a sinister air. Many people had obviously decided to stay indoors rather than venture out or go to work, as the endless night brought with it a sense of foreboding and a tangible undercurrent of fear and tension. This widespread agoraphobia, however, was proving a boon to Sarah and Trish, as the goods they sought were in plentiful supply. But give it a day or so, and the panic buying would commence when people realized the new must-haves were thick jumpers, coats, and personal torches. Having kept a low profile and acting with haste, the two women soon arrived back at the hostel with bulging bags. They already sported new puffer coats, although Jason wasn't overly taken with Trish's choice of outer garment. "Pink, really?" he said with incredulity. "You like?" Trish did a little twirl for him. "Not especially. You look like a tumble-dried flamingo." "Well, I like it, and you shouldn't complain. I've got you one in the same colour." He snorted. "You better not have." "And matching gloves and hat," Sarah said. "You'll be pretty in pink," Trish said, laughing, as Jason gave her the finger. After they'd dispersed all their wares and presented Jason with his non-pink garments, he showed them the profile and picture of Victor Fernandez he'd found on the net. Sarah then transferred the data to her computer and donned a thick, woolly bobble hat. "Very sexy," Jason said as she adjusted its position. "I'm going for the blonde Scandinavian look," she said, grinning. Leaving Trish and Jason in the relative warmth of their room, Sarah headed out, the metal Mayan tablet and its map inscription weighing her down as it nestled in her backpack. Victor Fernandez, a philologist and the man Sarah now sought, studied ancient languages, and one of his main duties was to ascertain the meaning of records and texts as they were designated by their creators. As his friend Yochi Cayute had told them, he was the perfect person to help them translate, and thus find, the final location on the Mayan map. Sarah looked at her computer. The Museo Nacional de Antropología was located on the west side of the city in the Bosque de Chapultepec, the largest park in the Western Hemisphere. Taking the Mexico City Metro Linea 1, she soon reached Chapultepec Station. The National Museum of Anthropology was a kilometer's walk through the floodlit park, and her long strides quickly ate up the ground. She had always wanted to visit this museum to see the wonderful and mystical treasures it contained, such as the magnificent Stone of the Sun, Mayan murals, Aztec codices, and many other wonders from Mesoamerica, including those of the ancient Olmec civilization. Sadly, on this occasion she wouldn't get the chance to enjoy it. Emerging from an avenue lined with trees, she was relieved to see the museum had its doors open to visitors, which made her job a lot easier, as gaining access to the building was a simple case of walking through the entrance. Knowing the academic offices would be off-limits to the public, and that the Department of Linguistics would be no exception, she tracked down a comprehensive map of the building, pinpointed where she needed to go, and headed off in the appropriate direction. Since she didn't want to attract any attention, Sarah kept her hat on to ensure her blonde locks remained hidden. But as she passed through the various exhibits, she was acutely aware of the museum's handful of visitors and staff when they looked in her direction. Considering what Yuchi had told them back in Guatemala about Victor's lack of contact since they had found the mysterious tablets under the Pyramid of the Sun in Teotihuacan, this was not surprising. Couple this with her own experiences, and she felt extremely exposed. Catching a couple of elevators and an escalator, she caught sight of a sign which read Departamento de Linguística. Following the arrow down a darkened corridor, she passed a few doors with varying plaques on them, but not the one she wanted. Finally, the last on the right had Victor Fernandez's name on it. No lights shone inside, but she knocked anyway. No answer. Surprise, surprise, she thought to herself. She tried the handle. Unlocked. Result. Opening the door, she felt about for a light switch on either side of the opening. Finding one, she flicked it on. Light panels buzzed to life overhead, and she was greeted with a nice, tidy room, far too neat and tidy for an academic. No folders or paperwork of any kind broke up the clean lines of the furniture and shelving. Approaching the desk, no computer workstation was revealed, just some disconnected cables and drawers devoid of anything of note. The place had been picked clean. Only a few books remained. Her paranoia taking hold, Sarah left quickly, feeling more furtive than ever. What to do, she thought to herself as she paced around aimlessly at the other end of the hallway. She needed to find this man, but she couldn't risk asking for anyone else's help, as she'd have no idea who they were or who else they might tip off. If they tracked her down, then she, Trish, and Jason could lose all their precious artifacts. No, it was far too big a risk to take with so much at stake. But just when she had decided to give up, she spotted another sign on the wall, Departamento de Personal. A personnel office kept employee records, including home addresses. Sod it, it's worth a shot, she thought, and she strode off again with purpose. Arriving at Human Resources, Sarah saw these offices were also unlit. However, the door this time had been securely locked. This part of the building is pretty deserted, she reasoned, and taking a look around the adjoining corridors confirmed her assumption. Returning to the office door, she tested it again, and then took a step back and kicked out hard with the heel of her foot. It caught the door right next to the lock, splintering the wood and crashing it open with a loud bang. She froze for a second, wondering about her own sanity, and then dived inside and closed the door behind her. Her heart thumped hard in her chest as she switched on the lighting. This office was well used. On the many desks that lined the walls, paperwork had been piled high and filed in numerous trays. Cabinets off to her left drew her attention, and she went straight to the first and pulled it open. It was full of various documents, none of which seemed useful. Shutting it, she decided to use her brain and check the tags on the outside of each of the drawers. They were in Spanish, but she knew enough to get by. Scanning through them, she caught sight of a few with the same title, Registros de los Empleados. She didn't know the Spanish term, but it was close enough to English to decipher records of the employees. Selecting the A to F range, she tugged at the drawer. It didn't open, and she muttered a curse. Reasoning that since she'd already come this far, she might as well go the whole way, she searched about for a tool. A freestanding coat rack by the door caught her eye. The top of the chrome armature was chamfered to a chiselled edge. Picking it up, she rotated it and advanced on the cabinet. Raising her arms high, she rammed the end into the top of the drawer, and then, using her full weight, levered it forwards. Something cracked and gave way, and the drawer slid open, revealing the files inside. Putting the coat rack back, she rifled through the papers searching for Fernandez. There were 3 files bearing the name, the last being Fernandez Victor. Yanking it out, she walked to a desk and opened it up. Victor's face and details, including his address, were on the first page. She folded the A4 sheet up and stuffed it into her pocket. "Wait," she said out loud. "What are you doing?" Grumbling away to herself, she took the paper back out, moved to a photocopier and turned it on. She tapped her foot in impatience while she waited for it to warm up, then copied the document, returned the original to its folder, and returned that to the cabinet. That should cover my tracks a little, she thought happily. It was strange. She was really enjoying herself. Perhaps I'm an adrenaline junkie, she reasoned. She really enjoyed rock climbing and had tried on occasion free climbing, in which ropes were only used to prevent falls, so perhaps this was an extension of that kind of thrill-seeking. Discarding such thoughts and fearing she might be stopped by security at any moment, she made her way back out to the park, where she finally relaxed. Blowing out her breath, she found it hard to keep a grin from her face. That was definitely exhilarating, she concluded, as she took out her prize and checked it to ascertain Victor's home address. The area she needed was called La Condesa. A quick check on her phone verified the exact position of his house. There didn't appear to be a train station close by, so once outside the park she hailed one of the few cabs that were running and jumped in. It took about 20 minutes to reach his home, an apartment in an average-looking tower block. Soon at his door she rang the bell. After getting no response, she banged a few times, and then gave it a kick out of sheer frustration. Opening the letterbox, she peered in. "Victor Fernandez," she called through the flap. "I'm a friend of Yochi Kayut. Are you in there?" No answer. "Damn it," she said, turned, and walked disconsolately back the way she'd come. As she plodded down the stairs, her head bowed, she passed a man coming up the other way. Looking up belatedly, she caught a glimpse of his face and spun round. "Victor Fernandez?" she asked the man, who was now a flight of steps above her. He stopped and looked down at her. It was him! His expression of surprise at hearing his own name turned to shock, then fear. He bolted. Cursing again, Sarah chased after him, taking the stairs 2 at a time. He fled the stairwell, racing onto the nearest floor. Kicking open the door, which swung shut behind him, Sarah called out to the fleeing back of Fernandez as he pelted down the corridor, "Wait!" He didn't stop, merely disappeared down another stairwell. Sarah followed, rattling down the stairs behind him. She burst onto the street, looking left, then right. "There he is! Damn, he's fast!" She went in pursuit, picking up speed. Her hat slowly inched loose before falling off, her blonde hair now streaming behind her as she ran. Her fitness and height told, and she gained on him as they crossed a road and ran into yet another street. As they rounded a corner, she was within touching distance and managed to catch the rear of his flailing jacket. With a heave, she dragged him to a stop. He was breathing heavily, as was she. He backed away, his hands in the air. "Por favor, no me hagas daño," he said, pleading with her. "I don't understand what you're saying," she told him as she gasped for breath, bent over with her hands on her knees. "Please do not hurt me," he said in English. "Hurt you? I'm not going to hurt you. I only want to ask you a few questions. I know nothing else. Please, I beg you, leave me alone." That was obviously the wrong thing to say, she thought. "Look, Victor, I'm not here to hurt you. I just have something I want you to look at." She removed her backpack, extracted the heavy metallic map, and showed it to him. He backed up further against the wall, his eyes still wide with terror. Who got to this man, she wondered. Whoever it was, they terrified the life out of him. "Look, I know Yoshi Kayut, your friend. He told me to talk to you. He wants you to call him. He's worried about you." "I won't speak to Yoshi. You told me not to. I won't speak to anyone, I promise. Please don't hurt me." Bloody hell, this isn't getting me anywhere, she thought, realizing she had to shock him out of his hysteria. She took a look around. There didn't appear to be anyone in the vicinity. She took off her coat. Here goes nothing, she thought to herself, then pulled down her trousers and lifted up her top. Victor looked at her in astonishment, a near-naked woman now standing before him. Sarah waited for a moment until she had his full attention, and then dropped her top and pulled her trousers back up. She moved closer. "Now," she told him firmly, "I am not here to hurt you. I am not going to interrogate you. I am merely an archaeologist looking for some information. Do you understand me?" He looked at her for a moment and then nodded, a bead of sweat trickling down the side of his face. "You know Yoshi?" he said in a small voice. "Yes, I saw him a few days ago. He's worried about you, and with good reason, apparently. Look, all I need is for you to look at this map and to tell me where this last place is." She pointed at the last hieroglyphs on the line. He looked down at the map in her hands and then at the glyphs. "That is the city of Tankama. And where is that?" He looked around him, realizing they were outside. "Perhaps it will be better to discuss this in private." She nodded in agreement, and they made their way back to his home. Once inside, he became calmer. Making some green tea, he passed a cup to Sarah, who accepted it gratefully. "So, what can you tell me about this city?" she said between sips of her drink. "Tankama? Well, it was a city built by the Huastecs circa 700 AD. It means fire hill in their language. It is theorized the Huastecs were a remnant of the northern Mayan tribe, left to their own devices as other Mayans relocated back to the south." "Is it near here?" He held up his hand and disappeared into another room before reappearing moments later, brandishing a paper map, which he laid out on the table. "It's about here," he said, placing a finger on the map, "about 15 minutes' drive away from Yalpan de Serra, a small town in the state of Querétaro." "Victor, can I ask why you were so scared? What happened to you?" He looked at her, worry seeping into his features once more. "Was it to do with the tablets you found under the Pyramid of the Sun?" she asked him. He took a long drink of his tea, then put down the cup and inhaled deeply, steadying his nerves. "You know about the tablets?" "Yes, Yoshi told me about them." "I see." He took another sip, staring off to one side. "At first the find was a revelation," he said, beginning his tale. "The cave had never been scanned with new technology due to the Mexican Antiquities Committee preventing its use in order to preserve it. When it was finally accepted, that deep scanning didn't affect the composition and integrity of monuments and stone. It was given the green light. This was a year ago?" Victor nodded. The scans revealed a large cavity behind one of the cave walls. When we excavated it, we found hundreds of clay tablets. The amazing thing was they didn't contain hieroglyphics, but some kind of alphabetic system. Upon analysis, they were found to be 7,000 years old, predating anything produced in the Middle East and Persia by a big margin. The find may turn the origins of writing and indeed civilization on its head and undermine the current accepted historical timeline in so many ways it's mind-boggling. "What happened then?" Sarah said, as he paused in contemplation once more. "When my colleagues published some preliminary papers, we received interest from around the world. That is when things began to go wrong. Pressure was exerted on us from within our own government to stop our investigations. This was followed by claims from a couple of influential international organizations that our evidence had been falsified, thus discrediting our work. As the political intensity increased, the site was shut down and our funding cut. Even the budget for the museum itself was threatened. Just when we thought everyone was against us, we were contacted by a group calling themselves a collective of wealthy philanthropists. They wanted to get involved and provide financial support to our project. Of course, by this point, we were only too pleased to get any kind of backing, and with the help of their lawyers, we had the site reopened. Their one request was that they got to send in their own teams to help with further exploration of the site and the process of deciphering the tablets. My superiors weren't overly enamored of this demand, but we had no alternative save to agree. That was when things went from bad to worse. Soon after their arrival, artifacts started to go missing, and then, even more disturbingly, people did too. Many vanished without warning, leaving behind careers and families. Then the very people who said they were there to help us stormed our offices and confiscated all our work, everything, he said, throwing his hands up in despair. Regaining some composure, Victor continued, "My office was cleared. They gave me no reason for it, and it turned out security had been told not to stop them. All my work was taken. I saw this one man who looked like he was in charge, and I started complaining to him. That was a mistake. They took me to an empty room and questioned me for hours, threatening me with violence. I've never been so terrified in my life." Sarah had a sinking feeling in the pit of her stomach. This man, was he wearing a suit, and did he have an Italian accent? Victor Fernandez looked at her in shock. "Yes. How did you know?" "I've met him, briefly. He took things from me as well. Look, Victor, these people are very dangerous. Why don't you move somewhere else if you're that frightened?" "I would, but I grew up here. My whole life is here. I won't let them take that from me. Besides, they haven't been around for quite a while now. When I saw you, a foreigner, in my building, I feared the worst and panicked. And when you chased me, I'm sorry, not just for scaring you, but for what you've been through," she said with heartfelt sympathy. His plight resembled her own. They chatted some more, and Victor revealed to her that other discoveries had been made at the site besides the tablets. "What sort of discoveries?" she said, intrigued. She wondered if there might have been bones or canisters like the ones they'd found. "I didn't see them as they were confiscated along with everything else. But according to a highly respectable and credible colleague of mine who was at the site at the time, the artifacts that were discovered were, and I quote, 'not of this world.'" "Not of this world? What, alien?" Sarah said, trying to keep the skepticism out of her voice. "I suppose that's what he meant. What else could it be?" Sarah considered the question. Perhaps it was an ancient device made by Homo gigantis, she thought. Technology that advanced might appear alien, when in fact it was terrestrial in origin. Whatever it was, it must have been some find, and it was now in the hands of God knows who, never to be seen again. Finishing on that frustrating note, Sarah took her leave of Victor, thanking him for his help, and made her way back to the hostel to report back to Trish and Jason on her mission. "You did what?" Trish said, flabbergasted, as Sarah told them how she had got Victor's attention. "I can't wait until I get hysterical," Jason said with a broad grin. "Actually, I'm feeling a bit mad right now. Perhaps you could—" Sarah laughed and Trish punched him hard. "Oh, calm down, I was only kidding," he said, rubbing his arm and scowling at her. Sarah then went on to mention the other discoveries Victor's colleague had said were not of this world. "Ha! I told you! Aliens!" Jason said, jubilant in his vindication. When Sarah pointed out it was probably some piece of ancient technology which appeared alien to modern eyes but was in fact very terrestrial, Jason seemed disappointed. "I still think it's aliens," he said, sounding grumpy. "It's always aliens." Sarah wasn't listening, as now that they had the final location on the map, they knew where they had to go next in search of further gigantic artifacts and treasures. To find anything else on top of what they had already uncovered would be the proverbial cherry on the cake, and Sarah would be satisfied she had left no stone unturned, and would happily publish a paper after their finds had been documented and analyzed. She knew the risks involved, however, if any such outcomes were to reach fruition. If a national museum found it impossible to declare such artifacts, then how could she hope to do so? That's where her group came in. Circulation on the Internet, self-published books, and independent media broadcasts would all help her to garner the support of a government segregated from the West, China. Desperate times called for desperate measures. They might have just started a war, but there was no one else. The Chinese cared nothing for the Vatican, and the Church's influence, if indeed the Church was to blame for any cover-up, would be less there than anywhere else. She had to tell the world the truth, and she'd go to any lengths necessary to do so. Too long this truth had been hidden from humanity. These people thought they could manipulate and hide history itself. They thought they could kill and rob the innocent at will. They thought they could kill her mother and get away with it. She would make sure this history would never again be left in the hands of those who sought to alter it to fit their own agendas. With her resolve and purpose cemented in her mind, she headed to the city of Tankama with a determination she had never felt before. She felt like an unstoppable force had possessed her, driving her forwards. Her mind was an arrow, and her discoveries the bow with which to launch it. The next day, the oppressive, sunless sky sought to dampen the spirits of the three explorers as they homed in on the city of Tankama. Victor Fernandez had provided Sarah with a detailed map of the site and directions to get there, something that, in the dark, would prove very handy indeed. They took with them, as ever, the finds from the other sites, along with the bare essentials for their trade, including the all-important scanner. A taxicab they'd requisitioned mid-morning dropped them off next to a small visitor centre, and collecting their gear, they switched on their torches and struggled into the unfenced historical city. Utilizing a pop-up tent, they created a base camp and then assessed the map Victor had supplied. Tankama consisted of three main squares, El Mirador, Santiago, and La Promesa. The drawings indicated most of the structures were round, and the largest square, El Mirador, contained the majority of them, 13 in all. "We'll start here," Sarah pointed at El Mirador. "What are we looking for exactly?" Jason said. "More of the same, really. Anything that has symbols on it that resemble the ones on my pendant or those in the parchments." "Surely Fernandez would have known that," Trish said. "I don't think so. He only deals with the language side of things. He wouldn't normally visit locations, and he would have mentioned to me if he'd been here himself. Besides, they only first saw the gigantic symbols a year ago, and most of the people who saw them are no longer around." which makes our brush with those guys in Turkey even more frightening," Trish said. "We were lucky they released us instead of—" She made a face and left the implication hanging. "I was wondering about that," Jason said. "I think our off-the-grid exploration was what saved us. We were too inconsequential to bother about, whereas the museum was too well-respected to be let alone." Sarah adjusted the beam on her torch. "Or whatever they found at Teotihuacan was far beyond anything we recovered." Makes you wonder," Jason said. "Those bastards, they have their hands on all this stuff we can only dream of. I wonder where they keep it all." "God knows, some huge vault somewhere," Sarah said. "Right, let's stop talking about this. It's making me angry. So, we're looking for symbols, but we also need to scan the site for any chambers, like those we've found previously. Alternatively, we may find some more bones, or if we're lucky, another canister. Sound good?" Trish nodded. "Yep." "Bagsy scanner," Jason said quickly. "What?" Trish frowned in annoyance. "It's my turn first." "You snooze, you lose," Jason told her triumphantly, slinging the scanner's carry strap over his shoulder before she could react. "Fine," she said, relenting, "but you can make the dinner." Jason grinned. "Excellent. Sarah, we'll be eating decent food tonight, for once." Sarah laughed, and Trish made a swipe at him. "Git," she called after him as he fled from her with his scanner in tow. Sometime later, with the three friends each searching different sections of the site, progress was slow, as Jason had to prioritize where he scanned. At over 4 hectares, and with no specific locus to target, they had their work cut out. Sarah walked around her third edifice, the light of her powerful hand torch skimming over rocks and stone. The monuments were primarily constructed out of large stone slabs, and so far the city didn't seem to contain any carvings or internal rooms that she could see. A few more hours passed, and if the dust cloud hadn't been encircling the earth, the sun would have been starting to set. Sarah wondered how the area looked in sunlight. Pretty glorious, she decided sadly. As she walked back to the camp, she heard a distant shout that sounded like Trish had found something. Being careful not to trip up in the dark, she trotted along, her beam bobbing along in front of her to guide her way. Not long after she found Trish standing alone at the top of a huge mound which had been encased in thousands of stone blocks. Unlike the others, this building was square. Trish shone her light in Sarah's direction, blinding her as she climbed up to meet her friend. Sarah held up her hand to shield her eyes, but Trish had already switched it back to illuminate something at her feet. "What have you got?" Sarah said, tense with excitement. "It's difficult to say," Trish replied. "This is my 4th building, and I've seen nothing resembling symbols, carvings, hieroglyphs, or anything like that until I got here." Sarah looked down at the patch of ground lit up by Trish's torch. Sunk into the earth and surrounded by grass was a single stone measuring 1 meter in length and half that in width. Something might have been carved onto its surface, but hundreds of years of wear had taken its toll. "I think they might be the symbols we're looking for," Trish said. "What do you think?" Sarah wasn't sure what she thought. The erosion on the stone was great, and the marks so indistinct that it was impossible to tell if they were even man-made, let alone the symbols they searched for. "It's hard to tell," she said finally. "What about these two here?" Trish crouched down and traced 2 large marks with her hand. "They might be, you're right, but equally they could be any number of things." "What could be what?" Jason said, puffing as he reached their sides with the scanner in his arms. Trish pointed out the possible carved symbols to him. "Well, I've just been scanning for hours and found diddly squat, and this is the only place with any kind of marks on that I've seen, so I'll fire this baby up and have a butcher's. Stand back, ladies," he said with an ostentatious wave of his arm. Trish rolled her eyes at Sarah, who smiled in return. The scanner buzzed to life, and Jason scoured the ground under and around the stone slab. He found nothing until he tried a different setting. "I think there's something under this," he said at last, showing Sarah and Trish the scanner's display screen. "Another chamber?" Sarah asked him as she peered over his shoulder for a look. "No, I'm not sure what it is. The setting it's on identifies ceramics, so it's not metal or bone." "It's relatively close to the surface," Sarah said. "A few feet down. I'll go grab some tools." Rushing off, she was soon back, laden with a couple of shovels and some smaller hand tools, plus a lamp, which she placed on the ground atop a small tripod for elevation. After excavating the stone, which didn't take long, they lifted it up and moved it to one side. It was heavy, but between the three of them they were able to manhandle it well enough. A few hours of digging eventually revealed a dense mosaic of interlocking stones. Tightly wedged against each other, the blocks had been adorned with deeply carved hieroglyphs akin to the stelae back in Copan, with a single distinct image formed in their center. "Is it me, or does that look like the Aztec calendar stone to you?" Jason said as they looked down on their discovery. "Pretty much," Sarah said, "albeit on a smaller scale." "So what's it doing here, made up of Mayan markings?" "They're not Mayan," Trish told him. "They're Olmec, and by the look of them, they could be well over 3,000 years old. The fact that they resemble the Aztec design is—" She paused, her brow furrowing. "Disturbing." "How so?" Jason asked her. "The Olmecs predated the Aztecs by a good 2,000 years. For this design to appear here throws up some problematic questions about how the Mesoamerican civilizations interacted with one another." Sarah wasn't interested in the historical human connotations. She wanted evidence of a far older origin. "I think this might be a tomb," she said. "This looks like a cover stone, don't you think?" "Maybe," Jason said. "But if it is, they weren't very tall, definitely not of gigantous proportions anyway. Unless they were curled up in a fetal position," Trish suggested. He looked skeptical. Even then." Bending down, Sarah withdrew her trowel. "Only one way to find out," she said, and placed its blade between a couple of edging stones before forcing it down with a few strikes from a hammer in an attempt to prise one out. They were well lodged in, however, and refused to budge, but after inserting another trowel she managed to loosen one. Levering it out with care, she noted its thickness and weight, just under a foot and a good 15 kilos, a substantial covering by anyone's book. "There's something odd under here," Sarah said, as she probed the dirt beneath with her fingers. Using a soft brush, she dusted off the loose earth, revealing a shiny substrate. "Help me get the rest of these off," she said, moving to the next piece. It took some time to remove all the blocks, and when the task was finally completed, they retreated from the trench to admire their labor. Below them rested a strange, perfectly smooth, oblong slab. It certainly wasn't stone, as it had an opalescent sheen to it, almost resembling glass, the faint reflection from the branches of a nearby tree just discernible on its surface. "Not a tomb, then?" Trish said. "Well, this explains the signal I got from the scanner," Jason said, "although it doesn't look like any ceramic I've ever seen before." Sarah dropped back down to run her palm across it. "It's completely uniform, absolutely flat." "What the hell is it?" Jason said, joining her as he too bent down to feel the odd-looking substrate. Trish moved to dig around one end to try and expose the bottom edge. "Guys, there's another section here," she said, as her trowel met with resistance. They worked on the new area for a further half an hour until it was free of soil. "It looks like some kind of platform," Jason said, looking down at it. Sarah had to agree. The new section sat a foot lower than the main object, although the two were clearly connected and of the same material. Their latest discovery was also perfectly square. However, one faultless feature stood out from all the rest: a large, sunken circle, positioned in its centre. Chapter 25. Sarah looked at the unearthed circle and instinctively knew what she had to do. Taking off her jacket and laying it on the ground, she sat down on it and removed her shoes and socks. "What are you doing?" Trish asked her, curious. "There's no hysterical people round here, you know," Jason said, also intrigued by her actions. "It's a circle," she told them by way of explanation. "Yeah, so what?" Jason said, clearly not realizing her intention. She stood up and wiggled her toes in the cold air, a ticklish breeze flowing over them. "Where have we seen circles before?" "The parchments, of course," Trish said, catching on. "You think this is a big version?" Jason said. Sarah grinned at him and stepped onto the circle. The surface felt surprisingly cold on her skin, and she padded about on it for a moment as her feet adjusted to the temperature. When she stood in one place, she thought she could feel a tingling sensation on the soles of her feet, but it could just have been excitement flushing through her system. Rolling up her sleeves, she then released the smaller pendant from her neck chain and secured it in a zipped trouser pocket, allowing the larger pendant to touch the skin on her chest without interference. "Hold my arms," she told them. Jason took off his left glove and placed his hand on her right arm. "Trish," Sarah said, looking to her friend. "Are you sure about this?" Trish looked at the object they had unearthed with trepidation. "We don't know what it does." "There's only one way to find out," Sarah said. "Come on, it'll be fine." She gave her friend an encouraging nudge with an elbow. Trish took off her gloves and reluctantly put her right hand on Sarah's left arm. But as soon as she did so, a sensation swept past beneath Sarah's feet, making her jump. Trish snatched her hand away. "What's wrong?" she said in alarm. "Sorry." Sarah looked down at the platform. "It got warm." "What did, the circle?" Jason asked her. "No, yes," she said in surprise. "Both, in fact, the circle and the pendant." She touched the now cold metal pentagonal disc at her neck. "Come on, let's try again." They put their hands back on her arms, and again Sarah felt the pendant and circle heat up. Nothing else happened at first, but as the warmth slowly increased, an indistinct glow began to emanate from the larger slab in front of them, gradually increasing in intensity. The three friends looked on mesmerized as the surface shimmered and shifted, and faint colors crept to the fore, swirling and writhing in a myriad of intertwining patterns. Darker shades formed to coalesce in its center, while light now poured out from the edges. Sarah felt Trish's fingers slipping off her arm, and she caught them with her right hand, keeping them firmly in place. The light show continued to build, then vanished, plunging them into darkness, and a great rush of air blew past them into the sky. As their eyes adjusted back to the small single lamp positioned nearby, they saw that where before there had been the ceramic slab, there was now a dark, forbidding hole. "Give me a torch," Sarah said to no one in particular as she looked into the darkness below. A torch appeared under her nose as Jason passed her his. Taking it, she clicked it on and pointed it into the opening. The light revealed a vertical shaft hewn out of the bedrock. 10 feet from the surface, a side wall had collapsed inwards, sealing whatever lay beyond it beneath an immovable mass of stone. "It doesn't look like it goes anywhere," Trish said, disappointed. "But this mechanism or doorway is just, well, it's the crowning glory, isn't it?" Who could dispute this? She looked to her friends in expectation, waiting for the celebrations to begin. Sarah and Jason, however, still peered intently down into the shaft. "I think there's a way through." Sarah moved around the opening to get a better look. "Yes, look, just there, there's a hole." "At the bottom, on the left?" Jason said as he moved to Sarah's side. Both were now crouching down. "Yes, it's definitely big enough to drop through. We'll need a rope." "On it," Jason said, and hurried away towards their camp. After putting her socks and shoes back on, Sarah didn't have to wait long for Jason to return. Securing the short rope he gave her to a tree, Sarah lowered herself down inside while Trish and Jason lit her way. Gaining her footing at the bottom, she withdrew her own torch and investigated the gap in the rocks. Unlike the unstable ceiling in the South African cave, the collapsed wall consisted of hard, dense stone with no signs of loose sediment. Satisfied it wasn't going anywhere, she switched on her head torch and clambered lower, positioning herself over the hole. "I'm going through," she told them. "Jason, get down here and tie me off with the longer rope." Once secured, Sarah was soon dropping into the pitch-black fissure. With Jason ensuring she didn't fall, Sarah helped herself move into the earth, close-packed rock hemming her in on all sides. The stone around her didn't open up again, as she'd expected, and after a few moments her feet found their way down onto a flat outcrop where water seeped in from an unknown source, soaking the area with a cold dampness. Able to scrunch down into a squat, she illuminated her surroundings. Initially, she'd thought she was resting on a stone that blocked her way, but in fact it was a flat surface, the bottom of the shaft. Immediately in front of her face, the dislodged rock wall, which had fallen to wedge itself against the opposite side of the shaft at her back, angled away down to this horizontal floor, creating a triangular space that led to a letterbox-shaped hole. The collapse had reduced what must have been a tunnel to this slit of an entrance, the ceiling left hanging precariously, suspended above. "I'm at the bottom," she called up. "I'm taking the rope off and moving in further." "Be careful," Jason's voice came back as she unhitched the rope. Struggling in the limited space, she pulled her shoulders round with difficulty and maneuvered herself until she lay on her back inside the slot, the water saturating her top and clinging to her skin. The hole was so tight she had to angle her head to one side to stop her face touching the surface above. Thankfully she wasn't claustrophobic, but even so she had to fight down that telltale sense of panic most people experienced when met with such confined quarters. The fear of not getting back out, of becoming trapped, unable to move, tons of rock pinning you down, was powerful, tangible, primal. Forcing her mind to ignore such thoughts and to concentrate on the job in hand, she squirmed her way forwards, an inch at a time. After what seemed like the length of a football pitch, but in actuality was about 40 feet, she broke free. Getting to her feet, she now stood in a large tunnel. From this side it was clear to see that the ceiling had subsided from its original position to create the crawl space she'd just negotiated. Bending down, she called back to Jason. "I'm through! There's a big tunnel down here!" "Great!" she heard Jason say. "I'm coming down. Trish is staying up top to keep an eye on our gear." "How are you with really tight spaces?" she said. "Fine," came the response. 10 minutes later, Jason was scrambling up alongside her. "You weren't kidding about tight space. I thought I was going to get stuck at one point." "That's all this paunch," she said, giving his stomach a pat. Jason looked down at his waist with an aggrieved expression. Sarah laughed and slapped him on the arm. "Come on, fatty, let's take a look around." "Fatty?" he squawked, making Sarah laugh even harder. Increasing the power of her torch, she noted the tunnel's high ceiling and the deep cracks throughout its structure. Water dripped in from above, trickling down the walls. "It goes on for quite a way," she said, her voice echoing slightly, "and it looks like it slopes down near the end, too." Moving down the passage, with Jason at her back, she clambered past a large chunk of rock which had fallen from the ceiling. As they made their way along, Sarah noticed the uneven surfaces of the walls altering, becoming smoother. The layers of different types of rock could still be identified, but they'd been rubbed down and polished. A lot of effort had gone into its construction. As they reached the slope, the tunnel took a sharp downwards turn to the left, and after angling the torch, it was apparent they needed to watch their step to keep from slipping over, as the surface glistened with a thin film of flowing water. Sarah weighed up the risks of continuing before deciding it wise to go back and get some more rope and a few supplies to aid their descent. After all, she thought, who knows what lies ahead? Retracing their steps, they made their way back through the hole and rejoined Trish, who waited anxiously for them above. At the camp, they gathered up what they needed, put on more suitable clothing, and headed to the shaft once more. This time, however, Trish followed them in. "I thought you were going to guard our stuff," Jason asked her as she dropped down beside them. "It'll be fine, there's no one around. And anyway," she said, grinning, "I can't let you two have all the fun." Jason's expression turned dubious. "It's really narrow down there. I'm not sure you'll like it." Trish's smile faded. "You think I can't do it? That I'm some weak little woman?" "Not at all," he said, regretting the comment. "I know plenty of blokes who wouldn't want to go down there either. It is pretty tight." "Well, if your lard arse can get through, then mine can." She pushed past him to follow Sarah, who had by now disappeared into the hole beneath. "What is this?" he said in complaint, and pulled up his shirt to look at his stomach. "I'm not sodding fat!" His complaints fell on deaf ears, however, as Trish had already gone down. "I'm not fat," he repeated by way of clarification. "I just like my food. There's nothing wrong with that." Grumbling to himself, he followed the two women underground. With all three of them now in the tunnel, they quickly came to the slope where Sarah and Jason had initially turned back. "Hold on to this," Sarah said, handing them the rope and taking one end for herself. Torch in hand, she moved round the corner, splashing through the trickling stream of water, and carefully made her way down the slick incline. Shining the torch ahead, she studied the new section of passageway as it shrank into the distance. "It levels out, but I can't see the end, even with this torch." "That's 10,000 lumens, isn't it?" Trish said. "Yeah, it goes a long way," Jason told her. "We'd better get walking then," Sarah said, and motioned for them to follow her down. After they'd regrouped, a half-hour's walk later, they neared the end of the second part of the sodden tunnel, where it branched off in two directions. "Left or right?" Sarah asked. "Left," Jason said. "Right," Trish replied at the same time. "Can you two never agree on anything?" Sarah said, exasperated. "Eeny meeny it," Jason told her. "Eh?" Sarah wondered what on earth he was going on about. "Bloody hell, you must know eeny meeny miny mo," Jason said in disbelief. "Even I know eeny meeny," Trish said, piping up from the back. "Look, you freaks, I don't know what sodding eeny meeny is. We're going left." Sarah moved off in that direction. "Freaks?" Jason said as he trailed along behind. "Coming from the person who hasn't heard of eeny meeny, I think that's a pot-kettle black job if ever I heard one." As Jason chunted on, Sarah pressed ahead, her concentration restored. The seemingly unending tunnel continued in a shallow downward slope, and the ever-present water had steadily increased in volume and now ran around their shoes, a small stream bubbling and burbling as it made its way over a less than even surface. The waterlogged path levelled off again as it twisted and turned more and more, until they eventually walked, splashing, around a corner to find themselves in an enormous expanse. A massive drop to the left drew their eyes downwards. Far below, a dark waterfall could be seen cascading into a narrow, silky black lake, its faint roar drifting up to the three explorers, high above. To the right, their torches highlighted a large cavern filled with stalagmites and stalactites that sought to greet one another to form a single dripstone pillar. But what lay ahead was spectacular, the remnants of a bridge spanning a great chasm. "Oh, my God," Trish murmured in amazement as she took in the sight before them. Sarah had to agree. It was pretty special. The structure appeared to be a good 100 meters in length by about 10 wide. It almost looked like a natural formation. A quick look from one side, however, indicated otherwise. A lack of any kind of natural support hinted that some kind of fabrication was at work. No other features caught the eye except for a tantalizing object glinting on the far side. Intrigued, Sarah headed straight for it. "Sarah, stop!" Trish cried out, her voice echoing around the gigantic chamber. Sarah froze, her foot in mid-air. In her eagerness, she'd let her caution slip, forgetting to watch her step. As she looked down, she saw the reason for Trish's warning. A long rift in the stone cut across her path, cleaving the bridge in two. It wasn't that wide, perhaps a couple of meters, but considering the drop below, she'd have fallen to certain death. "Thanks," Sarah said, with her heart in her mouth. Trish and Jason came to stand by her side. "Just watch where you're going next time," Trish said, her tone stern. "This is starting to get interesting," Jason said as he strained to see the bottom. Trish gave him a withering look. "If falling down a big hole and getting dead is your idea of interesting, then you're a bigger idiot than I thought." "Guilty as charged," he said. "My motto is, if you're gonna die, it might as well be doing something you love." Trish humphed. "I'd rather do something I love and not die." "Some people just want it all," Jason said, as if talking to himself. Sarah ignored them as their bickering picked up again. She walked back a way and then ran at the gap, leaping across it in a single bound. As Sarah shot past them, Trish and Jason did a surprised double-take. "Hey, wait for us!" Jason said, but Sarah was already off to the far end of the bridge, this time with her attention firmly on the ground before her. Sarah continued to where the end of the bridge opened out into a large plaza. In the middle, a huge metal platform, 5 meters wide and 4 deep, glinted in the torchlight atop a raised dais. A weathered stone monolith stood immediately behind it, and a square object attached to its front face gleamed dully as the beam from Sarah's torch caressed its surface. In its center was something that made her heart skip a beat. An indented circle. Sarah mounted the platform and reached up to feel the circle with her hands. It had the same diameter as the one they'd activated on the surface. "Another circle device," Trish said as she approached. "If it works the same way as the other one, anyone on top will be dropped into a pit, or worse." "Some kind of trap, perhaps?" Jason said. Sarah contemplated his suggestion. "I don't think so. What would be the point?" "No, it must be another door like the other one. It just needs some faith to use it." "Faith isn't the word I'd use," Trish said. "And if you think I'm standing on this while it goes all funky and then vanishes, you've got another thing coming." Sarah looked over at her. "Trish, please. We've come all this way, discovered these amazing things. I won't ask anything of you again, I swear. Just this one thing, for me." "That's not fair. You know I'd do anything for you, but we don't know what will happen. It could be dangerous. Surely you must see that." "Come on, Trish," Jason said. "Nothing bad has happened so far. It'll just be another tunnel or room. Imagine what we might find." Trish looked at them both. "Fine," she said, throwing her hands up in exasperation. "But only if we secure ourselves with the rope. Agreed?" "Deal," Sarah said, giving her friend a hug. Taking out the rope, Sarah quickly tied it around the stone pillar and tested her knot with a few hard tugs. Satisfied it would hold, she returned to the platform and removed her emergency climbing kit from her rucksack, handed a small belt harness to each of them, and then secured the rope to these. "Will this hold us?" Trish said in concern. "Definitely. This rope uses nanofibers. It's the strongest stuff around. Anyway, if we stand right next to this block, it has a few handholds. We can grab onto it if the worst happens. Relax, it'll be fine." Sarah gave Trish's shoulder a reassuring squeeze. "Are we ready?" she asked them both as she took off her jacket and rolled up her sleeves. "Go for it," Jason said, excited. Still uncertain, Trish hesitated. "I suppose." Sarah placed her hand in the center of the monolith's circle, and either side of her Trish and Jason once more grasped her bare arms. Nothing happened at first, and Sarah was about to take her hand away when she felt a small increase in temperature. "I think something's happening." "Damn right it is," Jason said. "Look at the floor." Sarah glanced down to see the metal they were standing on shimmered and rippled like liquid mercury. Dark, abstract patterns formed to swirl across its surface, creating vortices which spun and eddied around their feet, as a single bright blue line ran around the edge of the metal and alongside the monolith to complete the platform's outline. The circle's warmth increased, and the pendant on her chest grew hot. "I don't like this," Trish said, fear creeping into her voice. The blue glow crept in from the edges, filling the whole area with light. Sarah felt a pulsing sensation throbbing through her feet, and an audible hum grew louder and louder around them. "I really don't like this!" Trish yelled as the sound grew ever stronger. She took her hand off Sarah's arm, but whatever process had begun was not stopping now. Trish jumped off the platform. Jason also removed his hand from Sarah's arm. "Sarah," he shouted over the noise, "I think you should stop. This is some mad shit." Sarah was beginning to agree with them. This was nothing like the small doorway they'd opened earlier. She tried to pull her hand away, but it was stuck fast. "I can't move my hand," she told Jason, who still stood next to her. He grabbed her arm and pulled, but it wouldn't budge. Seeing their plight, Trish came back to help. A few more seconds passed, then Sarah's hand came free and the sound stopped. As they fell back to the middle of the metal platform, which was now pure blue light, Sarah felt an odd sensation of weightlessness. The rope, tight about her waist, went slack, and before she even had time to scream, she was falling through the floor. As Sarah plummeted down, she heard nothing but the rush of air and a deep, constant hum. An intense blue light forced her eyes shut, and time lost meaning as the drop continued on, waiting for the inevitable fatal impact that must soon come. She tensed, and yet it didn't come. The sensation of the descent slowed. The winds encircling her lost their ferocity, and the accompanying sound altered pitch, peaking even louder and then cutting out. The light vanished, and she felt her body gently come to rest on a hard, warm surface. A vortex of air swirled around her, but then that too faded and ceased. "Guys," she called out to her friends in the darkness. "I'm here," Trish said, her voice quavering. "What the fuck was that?" she heard Jason say close to her side. Sarah didn't know. She was more concerned with locating her torch rather than thinking about anything else. She pushed herself to her knees. For some reason she felt exhausted, and it took an effort to extend her arms. Her hand touched something cylindrical and rubberized. Grasping it with both hands, she pressed a button. A wide beam sprang into existence, illuminating a rock face to the left and a dark abyss to the right. Moving the light around, she saw they sat on a near-identical metal platform to the one they had just been on. "You two all right?" she said, getting up. "Fine, just shook up." Trish struggled to her feet and turned on her own torch. "I'm okay," Jason said. "What just happened? I thought we were all goners." Sarah shone her torch on the cliff that soared above them. "Well, we're not where we were before." "Then it was some kind of transportation device?" Trish said. Sarah gazed down at the platform. "Looks that way." "Then where the hell did it transport us to?" Jason said. "And, more importantly, how do we get back?" Sarah moved past her friends to take a closer look at the wall adjoining the metallic slab on which they stood. "This isn't good," Trish said as they looked at the wall, which failed to reveal a circular inset. "A one-way transportation device," Jason said in despair. "This just gets better and better." Sarah lifted her rucksack and picked up the rope, which was frayed at one end. "So much for the rope," Trish muttered. "Well, we're not going to get anywhere by just standing around talking," Sarah said. "We'd better start moving, try and find a way out of wherever here is." Strength had begun to flood back into her body since the fall, and with Jason and Trish following, Sarah struck out in the only direction available, forwards. With one hand on the rock on her left and conscious of the cavernous drop to the right, she walked with care, staying away from the edge. After a while it became apparent they were slowly descending in a massive spiral. As they travelled further and further down, Sarah slowed and stopped. The road ahead was blocked, or more precisely, gone. The rock face had given way and taken a large swathe of the pathway with it. Small sections still stood, but between them only the void remained. "Wonderful," Jason said. "What now?" Sarah narrowed the focus of her light and directed it further ahead. "It looks as though it's only this section that's dropped away. If we can get past this, we'll be able to carry on again." "If" being the operative word, Trish said, also shining her light over the scene which greeted them. Sarah measured the distance to the first ledge with a small laser built into her torch, and then estimated the severed rope's length with her arms. She heaved a sigh. There was only one option available to them. "I can climb across and then secure the rope," she told them. "Then I'll throw it back, and you two can follow me over." "The rope that's broke," Trish said. Sarah nodded. "It's the only one we have." "It didn't save us before," Trish said. "I'm not risking my life with it a second time. No way." "That was different," Sarah said. "Whatever mechanism put us here obviously cut through it somehow. It will hold, I guarantee it." Trish didn't appear convinced. "Surely we've got to anchor the rope here," Jason said. "You climb over and tie it off, and we follow you across. If you're throwing the rope back to us, that means it's unsecured on the way over, which won't work." "We can't do that, as we only have a small emergency climbing kit," Sarah told him, "and it contains one device to anchor a single point only once. So then Trish and me tie it to ourselves, and you go over, secure that end, and then one of us climbs over. We then chuck the rope back to the last person, and they climb across too." Sarah shook her head. "That won't work either. The first gap is almost the same length as the rope. If it was long enough to tie it around you and Trish and for me to reach the other side, which it isn't, you'd both be perched right on the edge. And if I fell, we'd all go over." "So that leaves only one option then," Jason said, frowning as realization dawned on him. Trish looked confused. "And what's that?" "Sarah climbs over without using the rope, secures the anchor point, and then throws it back for us. We then climb over one at a time." "You mean to climb over without a safety rope?" Trish said, aghast as she looked at Sarah. "Are you serious?" "There are enough cracks and other handholds. I can make it." Sarah's expression turned grave. "Besides, there's no other choice. It's either that or stay here and die of dehydration within the week." "What if you slip?" Trish said, nearly in tears. "That would be bad," she replied. Sarah knew she could do it. Well, she knew she had to do it, as they had no other options open to them. "It's just free climbing without the safety rope," she told herself. Just, she thought, the notion of it making her mouth go dry. Climbing without any safety equipment was actually a discipline called free soloing. Sarah had never fancied it. Her competency at free climbing was all right, but she rarely made an ascent without needing the rope to catch her fall, and this time she had no chalk or rock shoes to aid her. On the plus side, the distance she had to cover wasn't great or particularly challenging, if she'd had the right equipment, that was. After some more impassioned discussion, Sarah realized they were getting nowhere. "Enough," she said. "It's the only option. I'm doing it, and the longer I think about it, the more nervous I'll become, so let's get on with it." There wasn't much Trish or Jason could say, as neither of them could suggest a suitable alternative, so they were forced to watch in abject silence as Sarah prepared herself by shedding her thick clothing and rucksack. She now wore a short, sleeveless top and waterproof combat trousers. Deciding her shoes were too thick and heavy to climb with, she took them off too, along with her socks. She stretched the muscles in her arms and legs, warming up her body for the job ahead. She couldn't afford to attempt this when cold. Stiffening up or getting cramp could prove fatal. As she limbered up, she realized her combats were restricting her movements too much. "Don't get excited," Sarah told Jason before slipping off her trousers. "That's as far as I'm going." Jason, however, looked pensive, lacking his normal joviality, and didn't even register a smile. As she continued stretching, she was glad she'd worn her hot pant briefs rather than anything skimpier, or worse, gone commando. "Modesty is the least of your problems," she told herself. "Get your mind in gear, Sarah." Attaching the harness to her waist, she slung the small climbing bag onto her back, and Trish tightened the straps for her, making sure it was firmly in place. Sarah asked Trish if she could use her hair tie. She held it in her teeth as she used both hands to pull back her locks, and then held them back with one hand, while she used the other to fasten her ponytail in place with the tie. "All right," she said, all business now the task was at hand. "You'll need to make sure you keep the light on me and the area above me and to my right at all times. If I need it below me or to the left, I'll let you know." Trish gave her a fierce hug, and so did Jason. "Good luck," he said, as he released her. "Thanks," she said, and then she turned to eye up her challenge. After a few minutes of studying it, she felt satisfied at her chosen route across to the next section of intact pathway. The expanse measured about 70 feet. The next two sections to climb were shorter, at roughly 20 feet, but she wouldn't be able to assess them until she got closer. With Trish and Jason aiming their torches along the rock face, she faced away from the edge and lowered herself down, her feet searching for a foothold. Satisfied with the support from below as her toes held onto a tiny outcrop, she swung her right arm out to grasp a near-vertical crack. Shifting her weight, she located another crevice with her right foot. As she edged out across the void, her concentration was total. Her first scare came when she misread a handhold. Her fingers slipped downwards, and she flattened herself to the wall, her other hand tightening painfully onto its position. As her weight bore down to one side, she felt her toes slipping from beneath her. She didn't have much time to think. Removing her hand and putting it back wasn't possible now her body had shifted its balance. "Down to the right!" she shouted at her friends. The light that wavered above her and to her right shifted at her request. There, now illuminated, a large outcrop cut through with a long wide crack ran perpendicular to the wall. With no more time, she twisted as best she could to face it and launched herself into the air. As she dropped towards her target, she felt utter horror. She'd misjudged the distance. Flinging out her hands, she slammed into the rock face. The air knocked out of her as her right hand scrabbled for purchase on a smooth vertical surface. She didn't fall, though, as her left hand just managed to hold on to the crack she'd aimed for. With one arm dangling by her side, she saw the cliff face below her flailing legs disappearing down into a deep, black nothingness. Grunting, she braced her left leg against the wall and sought a hold with the other. Sweat dripped into one eye as she steadied herself. Breathing hard, she tried to regain her composure. The sudden fright, however, meant her mind and body had other ideas. She was rooted to the spot, secure in her position and yet paralyzed, unable to move away from it. Her heart beat loudly in her ears, and the fear sought to destroy her nerve. After a while, she heard Trish's voice calling out to her. "Sarah, are you okay? You have to move." "Come on, Saz, you can make it," Jason shouted in encouragement. "Just reach up, there's a hold just above you." Sarah still didn't move, but she tilted her head up to look at the section Jason had suggested. "It's too far away," she told herself. "I won't make it." "It's too far!" she screamed back at them, hearing the terror in her voice. Her friends didn't say anything for a moment, and Sarah remained clinging to the rock face, her arms and legs beginning to tremble with the effort. "Sarah, listen to me!" Jason shouted across. "Trish, shut the fuck up, will you?" Sarah heard him say, and then he continued addressing her again. "Sarah, if you don't get moving, Trish and me are totally fucked. You have to move, or we're all dead." Sarah closed her eyes tight. He was right. It wasn't just her life she risked, it was theirs as well. Steeling herself, she brutally suppressed her feelings and gritted her teeth, summoning something, anything. Anger welled to the surface, and with a snarl she sank down a little and heaved upwards with her arms, propelling herself up into mid-air once more. Her hands grabbed onto the ledge above, and she was moving again. She heard Trish and Jason whoop and cheer, but she was back in the zone again, and everything else fell away for her except the wall. Amidst the terror of imminent death, Sarah worked her way across the gaping chasm before finally scrambling up onto the middle section of intact pathway, where she collapsed onto her back, her chest and stomach heaving from the exertion. Once she had regained some energy, she took a tiny oblong-shaped device from her kit and placed it against the wall. Holding it in one hand, she pressed a button on the top which released a loud charge, sending a spiked cam deep into the rock. Sliding off the outer sheath of the device revealed an elongated shackle on which to attach a cord. Ensuring it was locked in place, she tied the rope to it, coiled it up, and threw it across to Trish and Jason, who caught it after a couple of attempts. The two both had rock-climbing experience, but nothing like Sarah, which made her more than a little anxious as she waited for them to negotiate the hazardous route. Securing herself to the rope, Trish came across first, and she made good progress until she reached the section Sarah had found difficult. Sarah had been telling Trish to feed the rope through her harness, keeping the slack out of it. This advice paid off when she slipped and fell, the rope springing taut as it held her weight, her scream echoing out through the darkness that surrounded them. After a few more scares, and much to her relief, Trish made it to the other side, and Sarah helped haul her up onto the safety of the ledge. Their clothes and gear were the next things to pass over the crevasse. Then it was Jason's turn to attempt the crossing. Like Trish, he lost his grip on occasion, sending the rope twanging tight as it supported his weight. Eventually, however, all three stood on the same small ledge that used to be joined to the rest of the pathway. The next 2 sections proved a lot easier for Sarah, as she had the added protection of the rope. Confidence high, she quickly scaled the first obstacle and then braced herself with the rope so that Trish could cross over more easily. Sending their baggage sliding along the line, Jason followed, with Trish and Sarah both holding the rope to aid his crossing. They handled the next gap with the same process. Once they were all safely across, Jason and Trish secured the rope to themselves, and Sarah retrieved the other end, having to cross the 2 smaller sections twice more. Back on the path again, and perspiring heavily, Sarah wiped herself down with her jumper as they all took a breather. Having taken on some water, they geared up and pushed on. Since they didn't know where they were, time might very well be of the essence. Their water wouldn't last long, and they only had a few chocolate bars in their bags. Once they reached the bottom of the stone trail, Sarah checked her watch. It had taken them 2 hours to get that far, although there was still only one direction to take, which took the stress out of making the right choice. "Would you look at that?" Trish said in reverence after they had squeezed past some fallen boulders. Sarah looked up to where Trish's torchlight cast shadows on an enormous arch that had been carved out of the stone. It rose 100 feet above them, and as Sarah traced its outline with her own beam of light, she noticed it had been decorated with a multitude of shapes portraying leaves, trees, and even animals, some of which seemed vaguely familiar. Sarah withdrew her computer and took a few photos. She just hoped she got the chance to print them out. As they passed through the archway, Sarah thought she caught sight of something ahead. "Did you see that?" she asked them. "See what?" Jason said as he walked past. "I thought I saw a light up ahead." "I didn't see anything," Trish said, also moving past. "It was probably the torchlight reflecting off some stone." "Yeah, maybe," she said. But Sarah was certain she'd seen something. "This place is huge," Jason called back over his shoulder. "My light doesn't reach the ceiling of this cavern either." No chasms or deep drops littered the way now, just a flat plateau. As they moved deeper in, their lights highlighted strange shapes a few hundred yards away. Jason forged ahead, reaching one first. It stuck out of the ground, jet black, and stretching upwards like a skeletal arm beckoning to the heavens. "I think it's a dead tree," he said, walking around, examining it. "It looks almost fossilized. I've never seen anything like it." "How is that possible? We're in a cave." Trish touched it tentatively and then ran her hand across its surface. "There are more of them up ahead," Sarah said, increasing the range of her beam. There weren't just a few more, there were a lot more. Thousands, in fact. "This must have been a forest at some point," Trish said in awe as they moved amongst the now densely packed trunks, some of which towered far above them. Keeping up the pace, they continued pressing forwards until finally the dead trees thinned, and then Sarah saw it again. "I definitely saw a light ahead that time," she said, speeding up but ensuring she watched her footing. As the final trunks disappeared, she could see it clearly now, a blazing light in the distance, shimmering hundreds of feet in the air. She stopped moving, entranced by the sight of it. Trish and Jason came to a stop by her side, also lost for words. The hushed silence persisted before Trish shattered the spell. "What do you think it is?" she asked them in a whisper. "Perhaps Homo gigantis still lives down here," Jason said, the wonder in his voice mirroring the feelings of them all. The hairs on Sarah's neck stood up at the thought. She took a deep breath and then expelled it. "Let's go and find out," she said, and they began walking once more, but at a faster pace, the ethereal radiance temporarily making them forget their plight. The light turned out to be much farther away than they had initially thought, and when they eventually neared it, they could tell it was a lot higher, too. "It must be a mile up," Jason said, tilting his head back to keep it in view, "if not more." Out of the dark, another monstrous entrance loomed in front of them, and the star-like luminance they'd been following vanished behind it. It had a similar form to the arch they had seen previously, but if anything, this one was even bigger. Passing underneath and coming out on the other side, the light failed to reappear, and instead a vast blackness rose up before them. As Sarah tried to work out what it was, she heard a noise to her right, and a small shape came rolling towards them out of the dark. They all focused their light on it. "That's strange," Trish said, as it came to a stop a few yards away. As they peered at it, a small, red, blinking light came on at one end, and then a deafening explosion tore through them, knocking them off their feet. Stunned and disorientated, Sarah stared upwards from where she lay sprawled on her back. Odd-looking shapes filled her blurred vision. She couldn't make them out, but they were moving now and coalescing into indistinct bipedal forms. As her sight cleared, a light bathed her face, and what seemed like talking strove to make itself heard over the ringing in her ears. Finger-like appendages grabbed and hauled her upright. Her wrists were bound, and she was pushed roughly forwards with Trish and Jason by her side. It was clear now these weren't some ancient race of humanoids, not Homo gigantis, but Homo sapiens, humans. With their torches left behind, the men around them seemed ghost-like in appearance, resembling the forgotten shades of long-dead warriors. A dim glow sprang up in front of them, tracing two towering rectangles in the shadows ahead, and a million thoughts swam through Sarah's head as her mind returned to clarity. "Who are you?" she demanded. They didn't respond. "Where are you taking us? Where are we?" Again she was met with silence. Up ahead, the lead man raised an arm and waved an object through the air in a curious motion. The rectangles parted, and dazzling light erupted between them, streaming out to encompass the three friends and everything else in its path. As their eyes adjusted, a massive city could be seen beyond, teeming with life. A phenomenal tower in its center, soaring above them, its spire shining with a beacon-like brilliance. "Where are you?" a man said at last in a strong American accent. "Welcome to USSB Sanctuary." Chapter 26. Rebecca's legs ached and her feet were sore. However, she only had concern for her small flock. The past couple of days had been very confusing and traumatic for a variety of reasons. They had been whisked up by a mysterious group of GMRC employees and a large collective of mercenaries after having been assaulted by a gang of criminals. They had then been attacked by God knows who and experienced the death of one of their number, a much-loved elderly lady. If that wasn't enough, they'd travelled in claustrophobic conditions for hundreds of miles, and then been dumped in the middle of some cold Mexican mountains and left to trudge miles to a secret facility, after which they had been transported deep underground by the biggest elevator ever created and marched along seemingly never-ending tunnels. To top it all off, an earthquake had struck, sending rock cascading down onto their heads. Luckily, the only large piece to hit the carers and their wards had Joseph's name on it, and he'd been wearing the helmet Richard Goodwin had given him, so it had bounced harmlessly off. Joseph had initially looked at Rebecca in shock, but a big grin had soon reasserted itself on his face when he realized what had happened. Since the initial quake, another smaller one had hit, but it had been a faint echo of the first and hadn't resulted in any more injuries or falling debris. Their relentless walk had resumed soon after, and Rebecca had been trying to keep Joseph away from the soldiers who moved along with them. Many wore some kind of weird helmet which made them look like they had glowing eyes. Rebecca thought they looked sinister, but Joseph, apparently undeterred, seemed fascinated with them. She could have done with eyes in the back of her head as he gravitated towards these grim men like filings to a magnet. On one such occasion, Rebecca had been helping a younger mentally handicapped girl and turned back to find him gone. Looking about frantically, she spotted him off to one side with one such soldier. "Joseph!" she said, her voice raised in alarm. "Haven't I told you not to leave my side?" Joseph grinned and held up a large rifle to show her. "Oh, my God!" she shrieked, striding over. "Give me that!" She snatched the heavy weapon off him and shoved it back at the man who'd given it to him. "Are you out of your damn mind?" she shouted at the dark-light soldier. "It's not loaded," the man said, oblivious to why his actions were inappropriate. "I don't give a rat's ass! You do not give real guns to him! Do you hear me?" "Yes, ma'am," the soldier said, nonplussed at her anger. Joseph had got angry and upset when he'd been taken away back into the mass of civilians. He'd been irritable with Rebecca ever since. Rebecca didn't mind this reaction. She was used to it and much preferred it to the alternative, where he or someone else got hurt, or worse. She blamed herself, however. It was she who had encouraged Joseph with the pretend shotgun back at the care home. How was he to know the difference between a real and a fake weapon? She'd just ended up confusing the poor boy, and now she felt guilty when reprimanding him for doing what she'd praised him for previously. As they trudged ever onwards through the endless caves, Rebecca craned her neck now and then to see ahead, occasionally catching sight of Richard Goodwin alongside the hulking shape of the military leader, Commander Hilt. And as she glimpsed the pair again, she wondered, not for the last time, where this underground base was and why they hadn't reached it yet. Surely, she reasoned, it can't be too much further. The sound of thousands of footfalls and the murmur of chatter filled the caverns through which they now passed. Goodwin had been receiving continued updates from Hilt about the progress of the Darklight Scouts. As yet, they were all coming back the same. No sign of man-made chamber systems or any human habitation at all, just more of the same. As they descended ever further, Hilt's radio crackled to life once more. "Commander, we've found something down here," a soldier said. "Something?" Hilt frowned at the lack of detail. "Clarify." It's better if you come and take a look for yourself. You're about a click on hour 6. "Very well, I'll be with you shortly." Hilt called a halt to everyone's movement, and giving out a few orders to his lieutenant, he made to leave. "I'll come with you, Commander," Goodwin said. Hilt hesitated, obviously weighing up the risks, but Goodwin had already walked past him with a torch in hand. As they proceeded along the deserted, intersecting passageways, Goodwin noticed something. "Is it me, or is the draft getting stronger?" "You're right," Hilt said. "It's almost a light wind. We must be getting near to the base." As they rounded a curve in the cave wall, they saw light ahead. The reconnaissance team had gathered and switched on their personal lights as they waited for their arrival. "Sir," a man saluted at their approach. "Report," Hilt said. "We came across a structure, sir." "And this warranted my attention?" Hilt asked the recon leader. "Yes, sir. Follow me." The man headed off to one side past his men and into a dark opening leading to an adjoining section of the cave system. The beams of light from the three men sought out and highlighted the features of the chamber they now found themselves in. "This is man-made," Goodwin said as he studied the structure of the floor and walls around them. The soldier didn't comment, but pressed further on until they came to a wide, expansive, and curiously constructed room, adorned in places with cracked and crumbling carvings of strange description. As their lights converged ahead, they illuminated something Goodwin couldn't quite believe was there. In front of them, a large stone plinth rose up from the floor, some 30 feet in length and 10 in height. The surfaces intricately carved with a bewildering array of patterns and forms. This in itself would have been a marvel, but what rested on top was a revelation. Perhaps measuring 20 foot long, lay a carved stone representation of a man. Bizarre garments adorned it, and while only the side of the face could be seen at an angle, the detail of form throughout was simply amazing, including the thick, long locks of hair on its head. Goodwin had seen such artistry in ancient marble sculptures in museums and galleries, but nothing on this scale. "And this is what you called me down here to see?" Hilt said, the sharpness in his tone indicating his displeasure. "Sir, this is amazing. What is it even doing down here? Surely it's worth investigating further."
"Sergeant, I don't care for statues or tombs or whatever this is," Hilt said, gesturing vaguely at the monument. "I'm trying to deliver thousands of people to safety, and you're showing me some meaningless relic. Forget about it and continue the search at once."
"Yes, sir," the soldier saluted, spun on his heel, and returned to his men. Hilt got straight on the radio to tell his lieutenant to start everyone moving again, and then turned to Goodwin.
"I'm sorry, sir, this has held us up needlessly."
"Don't worry, Commander. It's not much of a delay, and besides, this is an incredible find, don't you think?" Hilt looked at the statue again.
"Perhaps," he conceded, "but hardly important in the scheme of things."
Goodwin removed his mobile computer from his jacket pocket and took some pictures so he could examine them later. "I wonder who put it here. It looks terribly old. I can't quite grasp how it's located all the way down here, especially considering Sanctuary is only about 30 years old."
"Is it?" Hilt said. "What do we really know about this base? It's shrouded in secrecy, and as far as I know, no Darklight teams have ever set foot inside it. Do you know anyone who's ever been here?"
Goodwin considered Hilt's words for a moment. "The professor has, and the secrecy is just part of the GMRC protocol regarding the subterranean program."
"There's secrecy, and then there's secrecy," Hilt said. "Has Professor Steiner ever disclosed any pertinent information about Sanctuary?"
"He's mentioned systems and management issues on occasion," Goodwin replied.
"None of which is descriptive of the base itself. I've never heard anything about its structure, design, or capacity, and now that I come to think of it, I haven't met anyone else from any other base that has ever been here either."
Hilt was right. Goodwin had never spoken to anyone else who'd been to or come from Sanctuary. He'd never really thought much about it before, as plenty of GMRC assets were regarded as black projects. He had high-level clearance, but accepted he didn't know everything that went on. This find was very strange, however. He gave it a final look before they left to rejoin the rest of the group. It wasn't long until they were moving again, but little time had passed before the sergeant came back on the comm once more. "Sir, we've come out of the tunnels into some kind of cavern. There's still no sign of the base."
"Copy that,"
Hilt replied. "Sir," the Darklight operative said again, his hesitance plain to hear,
"What is it, Sergeant?" Hilt said calmly, with only a hint of exasperation.
"Sir, we've found something else. You better get up here."
Hilt's jaw clenched as the radio went silent. Goodwin hoped whatever the team had found this time was good, for the sergeant's sake. He'd never seen Hilt angry, and he decided he didn't want to either. Nevertheless, it must have been worth risking the wrath of their commander for, and therefore worth checking out, so Goodwin once again accompanied Hilt forwards. They found the recon teams a few hundred yards outside the exit from the caves they had been endlessly trekking through. The area they were now in was vast, as their torchlight didn't reach any walls. Most likely an unused chamber of the base, Goodwin presumed. At last we're getting somewhere, he thought, relief washing over him like a thirst-quenching wave. Ever since the earthquake, he'd begun to fear they'd be trapped down there forever. Coming to a halt, Goodwin noticed they stood at the edge of a large drop, and, strangely, none of the soldiers had their torches on.
"This better be good, Sergeant," Hilt said to the man who had turned towards them at their approach. The rest of his men still had their helmets on and were peering up into the darkness. "It is, sir. Trust me, you won't believe this." The sergeant detached an odd-looking gun from his armor, turned away from them, adjusted a few dials on the side of the weapon, and then aimed and fired into the air above them. A small trail of smoke shot up into the dark and disappeared from view. Silence followed, and then after a few seconds a small detonation sounded high above, and a plume of yellow light sprang to life, shedding a powerful glow around and beneath it. The scene that greeted them made Goodwin inhale sharply in surprise and wonder. They weren't in a chamber at all, at least not a small one, definitely not a small one. As he craned his head back, towers, huge, impossibly tall towers, rose up out of the earth in front of them. As the parachute flare drifted down, the recon leader sent up two more, further apart and even higher. "This is not possible," Goodwin said, his voice a breathless whisper. Hilt stood silently by his side, also taking in the unveiling of the spectacle before them as the other flares burst to life. "There must be scores of them," Goodwin said. Another soldier handed him some goggles. "More like hundreds, sir." Goodwin put them on and was greeted with the sight of more towers. They stretched as far as the eye could see, hundreds of spires reaching to the heavens in a great city that humbled anything found on the surface of the earth many, many times over. Goodwin gave a shake of his head. "My God," he said, the spine-tingling vision sending a shiver of awe coursing through his body. "What is this place?" It wasn't long before the 30,000-strong column of dark light and GMRC personnel walked between the enormous structures. Using spectral range-finders, some of the buildings measured around 2 miles high. As Hilt relayed the information to him, Goodwin marveled at the prospect. "That's over 10,000 feet. "According to the Major," Hilt said, "the ceiling of this space is another mile above that." Goodwin couldn't help but laugh, the sound verging on the hysterical. "That is just... wow!" "How is that even possible?" Hilt asked him. "Well, we know Sanctuary is far deeper than Steadfast due to the duration of the journey from the surface in the elevator," Goodwin said at last. "Couple that with the steady slope through the cave system, and we must be about 5 or 6 miles down, maybe more." "Shouldn't we be experiencing some kind of heat issues this far below ground?" "Well, yes, you're quite right," Goodwin said, impressed at the dark-light man's knowledge. "At this depth it should be reaching around 100 degrees Celsius.
The continental crust ranges from 20 to 30 miles thick, and where it meets the mantle, temperatures will exceed 400 degrees. So how are we not toast? Goodwin considered the question. It was a good one. There must be something beneath shielding us from the heat. That's the only explanation I can think of that makes any sense. And does the GMRC have that kind of capability? To protect against 100 degrees C on this scale? No, not even close. No one does. And the chamber's size, an impossibility with current technology. So this place, it isn't, Hilt said, not knowing how to finish the sentence. Goodwin held his gaze. Made by us? No. Then who? Perhaps that tomb was more important than we first thought. Hilt nodded mutely as they moved past a huge opening to one of the towers, the size of the doorway mirroring the building it provided an entrance to. The whole place seemed ominous and more than a little spooky, as ghostly edifices loomed around them, hemming them in from all sides, even though the widths of the avenues between them were also immense. Rather than move any deeper into the eerie metropolis, they decided to make camp and sent out larger dark-light teams to map out the terrain and surrounding area. The 3 main recon units were given the task of searching the closest structure. As they settled in, Goodwin's phone sounded an alert signal. Considering they weren't in the vicinity of any transmission relay stations, he thought this odd, to say the least. Withdrawing it from his pocket, he looked at the screen. It was a video message from the professor. Selecting it, he moved away to a more secluded area on the edge of their temporary base to ensure he had some privacy. Against the backdrop of the powerful lanterns that the Darklight forces had erected, Goodwin opened out the phone's larger screen and pressed play. Professor Steiner's face appeared in front of him. "Richard, if you're watching this video, it means you've reached Sanctuary. I will have told you that a message awaits you in my office at the base. However, that was to misinform any unwanted eavesdroppers on our conversation. This is the message I want you to hear, and I will embed it in the access program I will be transferring to your phone shortly. The file was set to alert you to its presence when you reached a certain depth, which can only be achieved at Sanctuary." Steiner's face became grave as he paused before continuing. "Richard," he said, hesitating again, adding to Goodwin's mounting tension, "what I am about to tell you is well beyond top secret, and is far above your clearance level, but given the new circumstances forced upon us by Malcolm Joyner, I feel full disclosure is very necessary at this point. When the asteroid 2011 AG5 was first discovered 29 years ago, NASA had already begun testing a new high Earth orbit deep space detection array. This system was categorized as an unacknowledged special access program, or BLACK project as we call them, due to its unique capabilities, which included satellite disruption technology that was to be utilized against enemies of the United States as required. During its first year of full operation, the array surveyed large swathes of space. In 2012, this new system revealed an extremely disturbing image. Following in the same trajectory as AG5 were 6 other asteroids. The first 4 of the 6 will be impacting Earth in 2042, the last 2 in 2045. The asteroids striking in 2042 are a variety of sizes. The smallest is half that of AG5, while the largest is 5 times as big. Considering the predicted fallout from AG5, this next wave will
utterly destroy the fragile order that is human civilization. Any remnants of human life that survive past 2042 will then be faced with the final asteroids in 2045, the largest of which is 40 times the size of AG5 and is classed as a world ender. No complex life on the planet's surface or oceans will survive its arrival. The reason these objects are so staggered is due to the speed they're traveling at. Over the millennia, varying velocities have ensured the distances between them have been amplified. This stagger is also the reason that the Mount Lemmon survey that discovered AG5 did not pick up on the presence of the further 6 objects. Once it was confirmed that the telemetry from the Deep Space Array was correct, it was decided, in the utmost secrecy, to inform other major nations around the world in order for humanity to prepare for the defense of its existence on this planet. Thus, the GMRC was born, and many subterranean facilities were subsequently designed and built. During numerous summits, it was agreed, rightly or wrongly, that these powerful governments would keep this terrible truth hidden from the rest of the world in order to maintain stability. Without a well-oiled and performing world economy, the task of creating these underground bases would have been nigh on impossible. Technologies had to be created and advanced in order to ensure our survival. If word had got out then, a breakdown in civilization would have severely hindered our goals. You may be wondering how, over the years, these new threats haven't been spotted by the many observatories around the globe. The answer is quite simple. With the world's greatest powers behind you, it's easy to subvert and control many things, and those we couldn't influence, we forced closed. As we also controlled the media, any that slipped through the net were muffled and silenced. Unfortunately, when your entire race is under threat of extinction, difficult and sometimes abhorrent decisions must be made. After AG5's arrival, the dust cloud will ensure the general population doesn't get any forewarning of what is to come, thus ensuring normality continues, at least for a time. This is important, as while the GMRC and the world's subterranean bases are ready for the arrival of the next wave of asteroids, there are still many final preparations to make. These preparations might not be as critical as our immediate survival, but they are still extremely important to our continued existence. Such tasks include the relocation and protection of as many animals and as much plant life as possible, the placing of as many of humanity's greatest works of art, structures, and objects in our B-class subterranean bases, including USSB Washington and USSB Haven, are still ongoing. With a breakdown of law and order, these tasks, and many others, would be much harder to complete. The other sad fact is that it is in the interests of the majority of the world's populace that people do not know what is to come. Chaos, disorder, and lawlessness would only serve to make everyone's remaining days a living nightmare. It will be hard for you to accept that over 99.9% of the world's current surface population has less than 5 years to live. Due to the first wave of asteroids that will arrive in 2042, many of these have under 2 years of life remaining. The truth is, Professor Steiner clenched his jaw as he fought to keep a hold of his emotions. Difficult to hear, I know. When I first found out, I refused to believe it. I wouldn't believe it. Why couldn't we deflect them, blow them up? Anything to prevent their arrival. Believe me, it was attempted.
but the distances and speeds involved are beyond immense. For this reason, among others, plans were set in motion for a multi-tiered response to the threats we faced. If we were unable to prevent the arrival of the 7 asteroids, we would build subterranean facilities all over the world in order to preserve our species and all other life on the planet. While these monumental construction projects began, the world's major space-capable nations pooled resources and expertise to tackle the asteroids head-on. Under the guise of exploration and communications improvements, over 100 missions were sent up with varying degrees of success. Many fell short of even landing on 2011 AG-5, which was deemed the best trial target since it was the closest to Earth. The few that were able to reach AG-5 within mission parameters failed to affect its trajectory, although 2 came close. Due to further failures and unforeseen complications, it became apparent our resources were being ill-used, and the majority of space missions were wound down and finally mothballed in 2035, leaving the subterranean response as humanity's last and only hope. Steiner hesitated before proceeding and looked up to see if his captors approached. Satisfied, he carried on. "Richard, I appreciate this will be a lot for you to take in, and I hope you can accept my apologies for not telling you previously. My hands were firmly tied, as they have been for many years. You may be wondering why I ordered the evacuation of Steadfast, and why Joyner sought to prevent me from doing so. I realized Steadfast had to be abandoned after I gleaned some sensitive information from General Elwood, information our beloved Director of Intelligence sorely wanted to keep secret even from me. What I discovered was that one of the asteroids due in 2042 will impact in the immediate vicinity of Steadfast. Such a strike will significantly damage, if not completely destroy, the whole base. At the very least, all subterranean-to-surface shafts will be catastrophically damaged, ensuring the entombment of everyone below. Joyner must have realized that I had found out about his cover-up and launched a preemptive strike to head off an evacuation to Sanctuary, the only base with the capacity to take that many people. His reasons I can only guess at, but the man's paranoia and lack of human compassion leads me to think that he didn't want to risk exposure of the GMRC's subterranean program to the public, even though this threat would have been negligible. Once he'd launched his attack on the command center, my hand was forced, so I issued the evacuation alert in the hope that I could save as many people as possible. It is also my belief that our gifted Steadfast personnel will be able to provide Sanctuary with an excellent pool of workers from which to draw for the good of the base. In my opinion, they will also increase Sanctuary's odds for long-term success." A noise sounded in the background, and the image went dark, accompanied by a rustling noise, as Steiner must have slipped the computer phone into his pocket. Some muffled voices could be heard for a while, and then the phone was taken back out again, and Professor Steiner reappeared in view. "Sorry about that. One of my guards checking up on me. Anyway, where was I? Sanctuary. Right. By now, you will have realized that Sanctuary isn't like Steadfast or any other project the GMRC operates. Unbelievably, it has long been known by certain powers in Europe that humanity wasn't the first species to forge an advanced civilization on Earth. A human cousin had evolved long before us, over 900,000 years ago. The reason this fact is unheard of is mainly due to work carried out by the Catholic Church, who, for over a millennia, sought to accrue, destroy, and hide all evidence of this ancient dynasty. Why? To preserve their religious doctrine and to retain their power over the masses. Their job had been done well. The known sites for this race were located primarily in Europe and South America. Those finds that were outside of these areas were minimal and either discredited or destroyed by nefarious means. To this day, we would have been none the wiser except for a phenomenal discovery made in the United States in the 1700s. An ancient tomb was found in the Nevada desert by happenstance. Word spread, and it was eventually looked into and covered up by the government of the day. Many years later, one of our presidents stumbled across the secret and decided to set up a special team to investigate the site further. Many more artifacts, bones, and structures were unearthed, culminating in the greatest discovery in the history of mankind, Sanctuary itself. Make no mistake, the base in which you now stand is but a tiny part of an underground complex that reaches for well over 200 miles in length, 100 miles in width, and perhaps 20 miles in depth. Due to its size, over 98% of it is still uncharted. What we know about this race is that they were far more advanced than us in many ways. They were also physically much larger, and yet their numbers on the surface, as far as we can tell, were not great. Many mysteries about them remain unanswered, including why they died out. One thing we do know, however, is that our human ancestors knew of their existence. Some speculate that there may even have been direct contact with these human cousins. While the Vatican tried to destroy all knowledge of these giants, they were unable to wipe them completely from history. Myths and legends woven into our culture live on, and even the Bible itself has references to this most ancient of races. Other cultures, including the Egyptians, Babylonians, and Mayans, amongst others, also hinted the existence of this lost ancestor. There are scientific and many other names given to this race, although perhaps with more than a little irony, we refer to them as they were known in the Bible, the Anakim. Obviously, all this information is known by only a select few outside of Sanctuary itself. The existence of the ancient underground structure has also not been disclosed to any other government, including that of Mexico, which believes the base is merely a man-made expansion of a naturally occurring cave system. Steiner paused for breath and then continued once more. I imagine you will watch this message more than once, as I would, too, in your position. Please ensure, though, that no one else sees it, as this information is extremely powerful and dangerous in the wrong hands. Steiner looked around his small room. Considering my current position and Joyner's quest for power, it appears I may not see you again or be able to help progress Sanctuary in the future. This job I now leave up to you. You must try to gain control of the base, or at least be included in its management and direction. I have long admired your expertise and management skills, but what I prize most highly is your duty of care to those who you work to protect. Sanctuary, much to my disapproval, is run by the U.S. military, and that means Joyner will essentially have control. This status quo cannot be left to stand, and civilian governance must be established, as humanity's future may very well rest upon it. Steiner looked up from the camera once more, and then back again. I must go, Richard. Be careful. Good luck, and Godspeed. And then the display went black. A blue screen followed, and the writing,
End of video appeared. Goodwin stared at the blue image for a long time before eventually pressing the replay button. Epilogue. Sarah Morgan struggled against the 2 U.S. soldiers marching her down a long corridor lined on both sides with reinforced metal doors. "Where are you taking me?" she said, unable to keep the fear from her voice. The sound of their echoing footsteps was her only answer as the men remained tight-lipped. "Where are my friends?" Sarah leant back against their grasp, forcing them to slow. One of her captors gave a growl, and she was hauled forwards. "I'm a British citizen. You have no right to do this!" Terrified, Sarah fought to escape, but the soldiers dragged her on, their powerful grips tightening around her arms. They finally reached the end of the corridor, and a heavy metal door was opened. Sarah looked into the tiny cell in horror and planted her feet in desperation as they forced her forward. She jammed her foot against the door jamb, stopping her momentum, but a heavy shod boot kicked it away, and she was thrown inside. Sarah staggered forward, then spun round and surged back to the opening just as the door to the cell slammed shut with a resounding boom. The sound of keys rattling, a lock clicking, and metal bolts sliding into place preceded 2 sets of receding footsteps as the men retreated back the way they'd come. Sarah screamed and hammered on the door. "No! Where are you going? You can't do this! I have rights! You can't do this!" Outside the cell door, her screams and shouts fell on deaf ears as the soldiers disappeared around the far end of the now empty corridor. Sarah Morgan's quest was at an end, and only her despairing cries for freedom echoing along the desolate halls of a top-secret facility hidden deep underground were testament to her ever having existed at all. "No! Let me out!" The further down the hallway, the quieter her calls became. "You can't do this! Where are my friends? Where are you going? Let me out!" "Are the other 2 secure?" The corporal gave a nod. "And their belongings?" The second soldier handed a transparent plastic bag to his commanding officer. The sergeant emptied the contents into a cardboard carton and peered inside, then poked around at the different items on display, the most interesting of which included a metallic tablet, parchments, and a couple of pentagonal pendants. He dismissed his colleagues and then sealed the box with red tape before writing some numbers on a white label on its side and the words "For Analysis" on the lid with a black marker pen. He passed through an office, opened a door at the back of the room, and entered a huge unlit storage facility containing row upon row of shelving, housing boxes similar to the one he held. Under the dim light streaming in through the now open doorway, he walked down one of the aisles, his footfalls tip-tapping through the deserted area. Eventually he stopped and pulled across a ladder connected to a set of rails, then climbed up to the 5th level of 10 and slid the box into an empty space alongside its fellows. Having deposited his cargo, he climbed back down and returned to his office, the sounds of his passage fading away to silence before he closed the door behind him, plunging the warehouse back into darkness. High in Earth's orbit, a large, mirrored oval structure glided through space. Located on the side of its control module was a large NASA insignia and the letters DSDA, and underneath these letters were the words Deep Space Detection Array. Inside the white hull of the satellite, a brightly lit screen operated. In one corner, red words reading "Transmitting telemetry data" blinked on and off. In the center of the screen, a small circle indicated Earth's location, and spiraling out from this circle was a single line which eventually came into contact with 6 red dots. Each dot had a small black window attached to it, with the words "tracking" at the top and a continuous flow of spooling data underneath. Far out into space, the immense black asteroids under surveillance rotated slowly, glinting in the magnificence of the sun, their momentum undiminished as they continued their inexorable and unstoppable advance towards Earth.